Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
What's going on? A wandering soul muttered, floating in a hazy void filled with glowing question mark boxes. All around him, hundreds of floating chests pulsed with an eerie light. His thoughts were foggy, but fragments of a former life flickered in his memory, just not his name. Did I die? He wondered aloud. Where am I? Who was I? Though unsure of anything, he felt a strange pull toward one box in particular. With nothing to lose, he pointed at it. I choose you. The chosen box began to glow intensely as all the others crumbled into ash. From the radiant chest emerged a syringe. What kind of cheat is that? He groaned. Needles had always creeped him out. Before he could back away, the syringe flew at him and jabbed itself into his spectral form. Eek! No, I don't want this cheat. Take it back, he wailed as a glowing fluid surged through him. The syringe vanished just as quickly as it had appeared. A voice echoed around him. Congratulations. You have received the blessing of the Super Serum Soldier Syringe. In your next life, you will possess enhanced strength, speed, and reflexes. Note, you will not retain your memories of birth. They will return gradually as you grow. Wait, Super Soldier? Am I going to be Captain America? He said, hopeful at first. Then the realization hit him. Oh no, not the Marvel world. I'm doomed. His form shimmered and vanished into the void. Far across time and space, on a cliff that overlooked the sprawling savanna known as the Pride Lands, a new story was beginning. Atop Pride Rock, the majestic Lion King, Mufasa, stood tall and regal. Below, a gathering of animals from all corners of the kingdom had come to witness the presentation of the next heir. A red-billed hornbill fluttered down and landed before the king, bowing respectfully. Mufasa greeted him with a gentle smile. Then a familiar figure approached, an old mandrill with a staff, wise eyes, and an infectious energy. It was Rafiki, the shaman of the Pride Lands and Mufasa's lifelong friend. Rafiki, it's time, Mufasa said, his voice calm but filled with excitement that only Rafiki could detect. Yes, my king. The two walked back into the den, where Queen Sarabi lay cradling not one, but two newborn cubs. Two. Rafiki blinked, surprised. Twins. Yes, Mufasa replied with pride. Simba and Asafa. Rafiki's eyes lit up with curiosity. And who is the elder? Simba, Sarabi answered gently, nudging forward a golden-furred cub with bright eyes. Rafiki examined both cubs closely. Simba bore a striking resemblance to both Mufasa and Sarabi. Asafa, on the other paw, had darker, earth-toned fur and the faintest tuft of a mane, deep brown, almost like a shadow of his grandfather. He carries the spirit of the old king, Rafiki murmured as he patted Asafa's head. With ceremony and reverence, Rafiki split a fruit and marked Simba's forehead, the symbol of the crown prince. Then he lifted the cub high over the ledge of Pride Rock. Below, a hush fell. Then the animals bowed in unison to their future king. Mufasa beamed with pride, but beneath his smile lingered a flicker of concern. His eyes scanned the crowd, but found no sign of Scar, his younger brother. Back under Sarabi's protective warmth, Asafa yawned and looked around, curiosity in his gaze, but no sign yet of the soul within. A newborn cub's mind could not yet grasp such complex memories. That night, as the stars emerged, Mufasa finally returned to the den. Sarabi was still awake, resting with both cubs curled against her. Mufasa, she whispered. Look at their sizes. Mufasa leaned closer. Simba, though the elder by minutes, was slightly smaller than Asafa. And unlike his brother, Asafa had already begun to grow a small mane. Simba may be the heir, Sarabi said softly, But what if a Safa grows larger, stronger? What happens then? Mufasa understood her concern. In lion society, strength mattered too much. Conflict between heirs was not unheard of. He himself had faced such a challenge. Scar, his younger brother, had once stood against him in a battle for the throne. Mufasa had won, but the fight left a scar, both literal and emotional. Since then, Scar had never been the same. "I don't want our sons to repeat that," Sarabi said quietly. "Nor do I," Mufasa replied, his voice steady. "We'll raise them to respect each other, to protect each other. That's what it means to lead." Still, as he looked at the two cubs sleeping soundly in Sarabi's embrace, he knew destiny was rarely so simple. And somewhere deep within Asafa, the remnants of another life stirred quietly, waiting to awaken. The golden sun bathed the Pride lands in warmth as a gentle breeze rustled the tall grasses. Behind Pride Rock, a quiet lake shimmered in the midday light. Resting by its edge was a young lion cub, his partially developed brown mane ruffling in the wind. One paw dangled lazily in the cool water, his eyes half-lidded in relaxation. "Russell." Asafa's ears twitched. He didn't move, but his expression soured. Not again, he thought, just as a blur of fur leapt from the grass. "Roar!" came a squeaky roar. With a practiced roll, Asafa dodged the incoming cub, who yelped as she tumbled straight into the lake with a splash. "Nala!" Another voice called out, as a second cub dashed to the water's edge, staring at the soaked lioness now bobbing in the shallows. Nala surfaced, dripping and scowling. "Not fair. How do you always know when I'm sneaking up on you?" "You make too much noise," Asafa replied lazily, still sprawled out on his back, completely unfazed. "Nala, stop jumping on Asafa," the second cub chided as he stepped forward. It was her sister, Ayana. Nala climbed out of the lake and, with a mischievous grin, gave herself a hearty shake, right beside Asafa, sending a spray of water across his fur. But Asafa didn't even flinch. "Perfect weather to get wet," he murmured. Nala huffed in frustration. "Ugh, you're no fun." "Fine, I'll go bother your brother instead." "Where's he?" "Simba." Asafa yawned. "Probably chasing bugs again. Something about training to be king." He stretched. "He's always running around talking big, but he still can't beat you." Nala smirked. "Exactly. I like him better. At least he reacts." Then she turned dramatically. "Ayana, come on, let's go find our future king and drag him back." "I'd rather not," Ayana said, curling up beside Asafa. "You two always get into trouble." "Oomph. Suit yourself," Nala called as she trotted away. "Sorry about her," Ayana said meekly. "No worries," Asafa chuckled. "Watching her fall into the lake made my day." Ayana giggled. She did look ridiculous. The two laid there in silence for a moment, watching the clouds drift by. They were about the same age, young, curious, and unaware of the deeper tides stirring beneath the surface of their world. Ayana hesitated, then asked softly, "Can I ask something?" Asafa gave a slight nod, not bothering to open his eyes. "Why is Simba the crown prince? You're bigger, smarter, stronger, faster, and—" She stopped, realizing she may have said too much. Asafa cracked open an eye and grinned. "He's the one who popped out first, remember?" But still, he noticed the slight droop in her ears. She looked genuinely concerned for him. "That's actually a good thing," Asafa said casually. Ayana tilted her head. "Ow!" Asafa rolled onto his back again, paws in the air. "Because being king is hard work. I get to relax, eat well, and live like royalty, without any of the responsibility." Ayana's eyes widened with wonder. "Wah, that's so smart." "Yeah, only dummies want to be king." "Exactly," Asafa laughed. He glanced toward Pride Rock, and a strange, foggy sense of déjà vu washed over him. He knew these lands, these people, even glimpses of the future, but everything was hazy. He couldn't remember why he knew. He just did. Suddenly, he sprang to life and, with a flick of his hind leg, sent Ayana tumbling into the lake. Lesson 1. Never let your guard down, future huntress. "Hey, you cheated." she spluttered, splashing around before climbing out. Go on, try and catch me, Asafa teased, already bounding away. I'll get you, she shouted, charging after him. I might have to call my royal brother to protect me, he laughed as she gave chase. You tease, she growled. Her frustration only made Asafa laugh harder. She was easier to read than a gazelle on open plains. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out from above. Young prince, have you seen your brother? I've lost Simba, and Nala too. Zazu, the king's nervous but loyal hornbill, flapped down in a flutter of feathers and panic. His beak twitched, his eyes frantic. You lost both of them? Asafa blinked. I was told to supervise them at the waterhole. Simba said he found something important, and now they're gone. Asafa frowned. Waterhole, important discovery, wait. A memory stirred in his mind. The elephant graveyard? That's what he said. The memory was blurry, but enough came through to make Asafa's stomach tighten. This was the moment. Where's father? He's out on patrol, overseeing border security. Zazu flailed. What do we do? Go tell my mother. Now Asafa said firmly, standing tall. Zazu hesitated. Should we really alarm the queen if they're just playing? And what if they're not? What if they're in danger? Do you want to explain that to her later? Asafa shot back. Zazu paled. All right. Yes. Good point. He took off toward Pride Rock without another word. Wait for me, Ayana cried, hurrying after Asafa as he dashed into the tall grass. Asafa's heart pounded. For the first time in this new life, a shadow of responsibility pressed on his shoulders. The easy days by the lake were over. Trouble was coming. Ayana, go to the waterhole and see if you can find them there. Asafa shouted, giving her orders to go somewhere safe so she wouldn't be involved in what came next. Asafa ran with all his might towards the elephant graveyard. His speed had already reached that of 70% of a grown female lioness. And right now he was hurrying there because he was slightly panicked and stressed. Simba was his brother, and they were close even though they had a rivalry with each other. Simba wasn't sure what would happen because he couldn't rely on memories from past life. What if things went differently? He had to do something to help. Although he couldn't do much, he could at least rival one or two hyenas, while Simba couldn't even amount to half a hyena. It took a while before he finally reached a creepy graveyard made of skeletons. As he arrived, he tried to keep his composure and keep silent. Using his nose, he tried to find traces of his brother and Nala. Although his nose was more sensitive to smells than lions, he was no dog. It took a while before he found a small paw print. Smelling it, he found Simba's odor. Finally, Simba, Nala, you guys better be all right. Asafa thought. He follows the trails until they became clearer. Finally, he started hearing hyenas laughing in the distance, and he also heard his brother shouting for Nala. Hearing their direction, Asafa hurried after their directions. As he was nearing, he found openings to tunnels everywhere. Before he could stop to try to locate them, even more he heard rustling behind him. Hayu, look, I found another piece of meat. It must be our lucky day. Ahuna said with a grin on his face. Drool was coming out of his mouth. Little cub, how about you stay here and eat with us? He said, with obvious evil intentions. Asafa's ears picked up multiple hyenas that were stealthily coming toward their place. He's trying to distract me, Asafa realized, so he jumped into one of the tunnels and tried to find Simba and Nala. Damn it, he ran into the tunnels as well. Hurry, find them. He heard one of the hyenas shouting, Simba. Asafa heard Nala shout for Simba, so he chose a tunnel and followed their direction. Asafa finally found them. He had come out on top of a crevice and found both Simba and Nala inside a small cave, surrounded by two hyenas walking towards them. Without thinking, he jumped down and landed on one of the hyenas, pushing him away before pouncing onto the other hyena, using his head to push him away. Both Simba and Nala lit up when they found that Asafa had come. Asafa, what are you doing here? Simba said in worry, even though he was obviously happy to have his brother's help. He had realized how stupid it was for them to go outside the pride's land. Don't sit there. Hurry, follow me. Asafa shouted as he took the lead in jumping into another tunnel between heaps of skeletons. Both Nala and Simba hurried after him before the hyenas could attack them. They all came out and found themselves inside a deep crevice, so they hurried forward to get away from the hyenas. Asafa kept his pace so Nala and Simba could keep up, yet what greeted them was a dead end, with a huge elephant skull which they climbed on top of. The hyenas finally caught up to them. "Ho ho ho, looks like we're going to have grilled lion legs tonight," one of the hyenas said. "3 juicy lion cubs." Another quipped. Flaps of a bird could be heard as Zazu found them. "Simba, Nala, are you all right?" "Huh, Safa. How'd you get here?" Zazu shouted as he landed near them. "A group of trespassers," one of hyenas said as they started to surround them. "Quite by accident, let me assure you," Zazu said nervously, trying to find a way to resolve this. "I know you, you're Mufasa's little toothpick." One of the hyenas recognized Zazu. "And that would make you?" Another one said as he looked at Simba. "The future king," he shouted in defiance. "Do you know what we do to little kings that go outside of their kingdom?" One of the hyenas asked rhetorically. "I can go wherever I want. I'm the next king." Simba shouted, earning Asafa's and Zazu's glare. "Shut up. You'll be a dead king otherwise." Asafa said, "Mufasa has at least one kid with brains." One of the hyenas said, drooling. "Oh, look at the time. It's lunchtime," one said as he was about to kill one of them. Simba hurriedly stepped forward and roared. Sadly, only a kitten's roar came out. "Ha ha, do it again, do it again." The hyenas found that hilarious. Simba roared again, but nothing happened. Asafa looked around, hoping that their father would arrive soon. Suddenly, the hyenas tensed up because they felt the roar of many lionesses that had come into their turf, angrily roaring them. Simba and Nala lit up when they found their mothers, and the other lionesses had come save them. "Queen of Pride Lands, is this a declaration of war?" One of the hyenas suddenly said very seriously as he growled. Suddenly, many hyenas, 10 times their numbers, came out of their hiding. "It's you who were about to harm the next in line. You're the one declaring," Sarabi said, growling. "They came into our turf. You have no might here," the leading hyenas said as all the hyenas seemed ready to kill. Simba paled as he realized the gravity of his actions. It seems like he realized that a long can't just do as he pleases. "We can't let the next king die, no matter what," Sarabi said, making her intention to fight if necessary clear. "Then you can have a next king, but the other 3 is our food." As these words came out, Asafa saw Simba almost fall down in shame. Let this be a growing lesson, Simba, Asafa thought. Roar. The might roar of a lion king was heard suddenly, almost making the ground shake. "Father!" Asafa finally realized a sigh as he realized that Mufasa had come. All the hyenas backed off in fright. Mufasa walked forward and stood in front of his sons, showing an aggressive stance of anger. "Mufasa, do you really intend for war with this? It's you who came to our turf. We want an explanation or expect a retribution." Mufasa calmed down at this. He knew that the Pride Lands were stronger. Yet, if the hyenas really invaded, it would cost many lives to protect the Pride Lands. Even if they win, they might lose parts of their territory because of their loss of lions. "Take them in return. I'll come soon." Mufasa turned towards the Sarabi and commanded. She nodded and told her children and Nala to follow. Simba could only do so with his head lowered out of shame. Asafa looked at Mufasa and realized that he stayed behind to resolve this somehow. Being king is a heavy responsibility. "I'm happy I'm not the crown prince," Asafa thought, feeling sorry for his father. They all slowly returned towards the Pride Lands, not speaking a single word. Suddenly, when the Pride Rocks were in sight, Asafa stopped in his tracks, making Sarabi glare at him slightly. "Mother, I think it's best for me and Simba to wait here. I believe our father has something to say to us regarding the events that happened today." Asafa explained himself. She looked at him for a second before nodding, and then she kept walking with the others except for Simba, that sat down. Shame and guilt still seemed to weigh him down. When the others had walked far enough, Asafa walked up to Simba. "Will you hate me?" Simba asked without looking up. Asafa simply put his head on Simba's to show affection. I'm just glad you're okay. You had me worried, Asafa said quite honestly. Simba was waiting for an outburst of anger, so he was surprised at the tone his brother was speaking. You were so awesome when you suddenly came from the sky and attacked those two hyenas. Simba suddenly got excited as his brother wasn't mad at him. As they were talking, they heard footsteps nearing them from behind. So they turned around and found a huge lion walking towards them. Gulp, Dad looks really angry. You think we will survive this? Simba couldn't help but to ask as he looked towards his dad. Maybe, Asafa said. Muzafa arrived in front of the two and just looked down on them as he towered over them. After a few seconds of staring and silences, he walked past them. Follow me, Mufasa told them. Simba and Asafa looked at each other and then followed their father. I'm very disappointed in you too. His voice was heavy, and both Simba and Asafa felt saddened by those words. Asafa, you rushed towards a graveyard without my permission and didn't consider your own safety. Asafa couldn't answer. He knew that Mufasa and the lionesses would have saved Simba and Nala, yet he wasn't willing to bet that everything would go according to plan. In panic, he chose to chase Simba and Nala, which might have not only put himself in danger, but also put those two in even more danger. Simba, you deliberately disobeyed me, and what's worse, you put Nala and your brother in danger. I couldn't sit still when my brother and friend were in danger, Asafa said meekly. Mufasa's presence is mighty, especially when he is angry. Mufasa didn't answer, but for a second, Asafa thought he saw pride in his father's eyes as he said that. Simba's face fell. I was just trying to be brave like you, Simba said to his father. I'm only brave when I have to, Mufasa said as he looked at his two sons. Between his two sons, Simba was the more adventurous one, the more rebellious and fearless one. Asafa wasn't cowardly nor fearful by any means, but compared to Simba that seemed to not understand the concept of danger, Asafa was the more mature one. Yet today Asafa had shown the bravery and courage of a lion king, willing to put his life on the line to protect those close to him. Yet Mufasa couldn't praise Asafa as he didn't want him to put his life in danger. Not right now, when he is a cub. When they grow older, then they will be required to do so as the royal lions. But right now, they are young, weak cubs. Being brave doesn't mean you go looking for trouble. Asafa noticed that his father's tone had changed into one of worry. But you're not scared of anything, Simba said. I was today. You were, Simba asked, surprised. Even Asafa looked at Mufasa expectantly, waiting for him to continue. I thought I might lose my sons, Mufasa whispered as he bowed his head closer to Asafa and Simba. Oh, I guess even kings get scared, huh? Simba realized. But you know what? Asafa whispered, making them both slightly tilt towards him. I think those hyenas were even more scared, Asafa said with a grin, making both Mufasa laugh, Simba light up. 'Cause nobody messes with your dad. Come here, you too, Mufasa said as he brought his two sons and hugged them. Simba and Asafa fought back and pushed down their dad playfully. Mufasa still laughing. Dad, today I was worried that I would lose someone as well. Asafa finally confessed his worries as well. You'll always be with us, right? Simba asked his father, hearing my confession. It seems that, although they thought of their father as an invincible superhero, Phase-Till got worried for him today when he faced enemies. Asafa, Simba, let me tell you too something that my father told me. Look at the stars, Mufasa said in his deep, wise voice while looking upward. Both brothers followed his gaze and looked up. The great kings of the past looked down on us from the stars, Mufasa explained. Really? Both Simba and Asafa asked. Yes, so whenever you feel alone, remember that those kings will always be there to guide you, and one day, so will I. Simba still kept looking up towards the sky, not really comprehending what his father meant. Asafa changed his sight from the stars to his father. He understood the magnitude of those words. He knew that someday in the future something would happen to Mufasa, which would lead to Simba running away. But for the life of him, he couldn't remember what it was. Mufasa sensed Asafa looking at him, so he met his gaze. Seeing the worry in Asafa's eyes, Mufasa understood that his youngest had understood his words, so he simply put a paw over Asafa's head as a way to comfort him. The day after, on a clear, sunny day, Simba and Asafa had been called by their Uncle Scar for a surprise. Asafa had feeling that something ominous was about to happen, but Simba was obvious and went to meet with their uncle into the Rift of Pride Lands. Asafa followed as he felt like he had to. He couldn't remember what, but he strongly felt like something was about to happen. When they arrived, they found Scar waiting for them. "My dear nieces, how happy I am to see you." "Uncle Scar," Simba quipped happily. "Uncle Scar, what surprise did you call us for?" Asafa asked. He still couldn't get rid of the feeling that followed him. "It wouldn't be much of a surprise if so told you, would it?" Scar asked. "Follow me. I'll show you where to," Scar said as he walked into the Rift Valley. Simba and Asafa kept walking behind him until they came to a stone with a small tree. "So what's the surprise, Uncle?" Asafa asked again, wanting to get this whole thing done with. "I need to go get your father first. It's a father-son thing." "Can I go with you to bring Dad?" Simba asked. "No, stay on this rock. We wouldn't want another mess like the one with the hyenas, would we?" "You heard about that?" Simba asked in surprise. Everybody heard about that. And Simba, just between us, you might need to work on that little roar of yours, Scar said as he hugged Simba close. Asafa was frowning. He didn't know why, but he felt like he should remember something important. The older Asafa got, the more he remembered from about this world from his past life. Yet his brain hadn't matured enough to remember everything. Everything was hazy. "Hey, Uncle Scar, will we like this surprise?" Simba asked. "Oh, it's to die for," he said as he walked away. "Simba, I don't know why, but I got a bad feeling. Maybe we should go back and meet up with Dad?" Asafa said. "No, Uncle Scar told us to wait here." Simba answered with certainty. He didn't want to mess up again like last time. "So what do you think the surprise will be?" Simba asked after a while. "Maybe he'll teach us how to hunt or something. Or maybe he'll teach us how he roars like a king." Simba hoped. Maybe he'll nag us again? Asafa speculated. Maybe. After a while, Simba started working on his roar, and it sounded mightier than usual as it echoed throughout the Rift Valley. Even Asafa started to roar and compete with Simba. "Roar, Rua air, Ruoha air. Ha, I won." Asafa laughed at his brother, but both were silenced as they started to feel a small earthquake. "Simba, do you see what I—" Asafa had never felt this kind of terror before. The stress of the events that were unfolding and the stress of the pre-motion he had sensed earlier made everything worse. The ravine was filling up with hundreds of wildebeests, all chaotically running for their lives. And at the forefront, Simba and Asafa ran for their lives. Asafa looked back and found to his horror that the wildebeest had neared. Just any second now, both him and his brother would fall beneath the hooves of hundreds of wildebeests. As soon as they saw the wildebeest run into the ravine form one end, they had started running to the other end. And just as they were about to be swallowed by the horde of wildebeest, Simba and Asafa found a small tree, which they climbed up onto. They looked down in fear and horror as they saw the beasts hurry past them, some of which crashed into the tree they were on, making it shake violently. Both Simba and Asafa were in a dire state. "Brother, hold on," Asafa shouted as he saw that Simba was struggling to hold onto the tree. "I can't. I am loose on my grip." Simba roared back in fear. Asafa was stronger and more agile, so he did his best to climb closer to his brother to support him with his own claws, which seemed to work, although it hurt Simba. "Hold on, you can't die here," Asafa shouted in clear fear. He didn't want to die, nor to see his brother die. "Asafea, I'm sorry," Simba cried out. Seeing the hint of confusion mixed in with terror in Asafa's eyes, Simba shouted once again. "I'm sorry for being jealous of you. I love you," Simba cried out. He had realized that he always felt jealousy towards Asafa as his brother was stronger and bigger than himself. He knew that they should have been even closer than they already were, but the jealousy was like a rift between them. Asafa climbed even closer to Simba to support Simba even more. He had never cared about those matters. He always loved his brother and cared for him, even though they competed in most things. "Simab, Asafa, I found you. Suddenly the voice of a bird was heard, as Zazu flew close to them. Hold on, your father is on his way, he shouted as he flew back to Mufasa to show where they were. In less than half a minute, a fierce lion jumped straight into the stampede of wildebeest. As Mufasa tried to close in on his sons, he fell down a few times as he crashed into wildebeests. Both Simba and Asafa felt their hearts hurt at this. They had never seen their invincible father fall before and look so helpless. Dad, father! Mufasa stood up again and rushed on top of the stone beneath the tree. Take Simba. I'll cling to your back. Asafa shouted as he saw, in a split second, the hint of uncertainty in his father's eyes on who to pick up. Mufasa didn't speak further and picked up Simba with his mouth, and Asafa jumped onto his back and held on with his dear life. Mufasa tried running with the flow of the stampede, but even then he fell down. He knew that if this continues, they would all die. After struggling, they finally reached one side of the rift and started to climb the ravine wall. Mufasa put down Simba on a safe spot on the wall, where Asafa also jumped off. Sadly, it was too small for Mufasa to stop, so he had to climb on. The wall was steep, and it was hard for Mufasa to climb. Seeing their father climb on, Simba was worried and found another place to also climb the wall. Asafa couldn't leave as his eyes refused to leave his father, out of worry and fear. In the end, Asafa saw Mufasa almost reach for the top, and there he saw a pair of familiar claws rip into the paws of his father. He couldn't hear him, but he saw Mufasa speak. Then he saw the complete shock in his father's eyes before the claws holding onto his father pushed him off. In that split second that his father was pushed off, the world seemed to stop. Asada saw how his father was falling backwards in an unnatural way for a lion, as his body slowly descended towards the stampede. The mighty roar of his father seemed to echo inside his chest for what seemed to be infinity. As if electrified, Asafa just stood there, his body shaking in fear. Because of where he was, he couldn't see who had pushed off his father, but he already knew. He recognized those paws. He stood there for a couple of minutes before the stampede started to recede. Then he climbed down and started walking to where he had seen his father fall. He couldn't see clearly because of all the dust, but he knew the directions. Asafa felt like his mind was empty. He wanted to shout for his father, but he couldn't find his voice. He kept walking until he stumbled into the laying body of his father, and he knew instantly what had transpired. Fath. He couldn't even call for his father as he felt a huge clump inside his chest. The big body of the lion that could fight hundreds of hyenas, the strongest person he knew. The one that held up the sky and saved the day whenever he or Simba caused trouble. The source of power and security for the Pride Lands was down on the ground, looking so weak, breathless. Tears fell down Asafa's eyes as he snuggled into his father's face. Dad! Asafa heard the voice of his brother echo throughout the ravine, yet he couldn't bring himself to say anything. He laid there weeping. Gallop, gallop, gallop. Another wildebeest suddenly appeared, jumping over both Mufasa and Asafa before running along. It seemed to be the slowest of its kin. Dad! Simba had found his way to them, as he walked around the body of his father, not understanding why he wasn't moving. Asafa, he whispered, hoping to find answers from his brother, but Asafa was just weeping. Simba came closer to the head of Mufasa. Dad! He whispered carefully, as to not harm or disturb his father. Dad, come on, you gotta get up, he said as he tried to lift Mufasa's head. Come on, Dad, we gotta go home, he said as he carefully pushed his dad, but it seemed like he was slowly and unwillingly understanding what happened. Suddenly, Simba started to panic slightly as he looked around. Help! He shouted as he was starting to realize that his dad was gone. Asafa suddenly got a powerful headache, and he started to regain all his memories of the Lion King, all of which had been blurry before. It came rushing back, as if the trauma had forced his brain to remember. Before he remembered some details that were hazy, but now it was all cleared. Although some details had been forgotten because of the passage of time, the trauma of today had awakened most of the memories. But none of that mattered to Asafa as right now. This was real to him, and he had lost his father. The rest was very hazy to Asafa, as he could barely register that his brother was present. He kept weeping. "Help, somebody! Anybody!" Simba once more tried shouting for help. Realizing that no help was coming, Simba walked back and lay beside his brother in the embrace of his father and also wept. Simba and Asada laid there as they could still feel the warmth of their father body. After laying in their father's embrace for a few moments, they heard the footsteps of someone closing on them. "You too. What have you done?" A sinister voice said. Their Uncle Scar had appeared in front of them. "Uncle!" Simba cried. Asafa was still in his daze as Simba and Scar spoke. He couldn't register the words they spoke, but it seemed like they had spoken for a good while before Simba nudged Asafa and pushed him up. Asafa saw him crying. "We need to go," he said, devastated. Asafa's first instinct was to return to the pride, but seeing the shadow of his uncle behind them, he knew that they would die before they reached back. Simba nodded before running towards the directions away from the pride cliff. As Asafa ran with Simba, he felt more and more guilty. If I had remembered, or at least disobeyed Scar and climbed up from the beginning, then none of this would have happened. If only I followed my gut feeling. I could have prevented this so easily. Asafa thought. He strongly felt that this was his fault. His presence should have stopped his father from dying, but it didn't. As for Simba, he also felt guilty. Scar had instilled in him that everything was their fault. Mufasa died because of them. 3 hyenas appeared beside Scar as the 2 princes ran away. "Kill them," he commanded coldly. The 3 hyenas happily chased after the twins. Simba and Asafa soon realized that they were being chased, so they ran even faster. Soon they came to a cliff where dangerous-looking branches and bushes of thorns laid beneath it. Both Asafa and Simba looked back and realized they had no other path to take. They looked at each other one last time before jumping off the cliff. The hyenas appeared where Simba and Asafa had just stood. "What should we do?" one of the hyenas asked, looking down the cliff. "We have to finish the job," one commented. "They are as good as finished anyways," the third said, looking down. "From this fall, they must have died. Even if they survive ebb fall, they won't survive out there." One of them agreed. Looking toward the horizon, they only saw desert. "Let's go back and say we killed them." The hyenas agreed. They couldn't really be bothered with the business of lions. They only had an agreement with Scar for mutual benefits. The twins barely survived the fall, and even then the adrenaline kept them from resting as they kept running for their lives. It was easier for Asafa as his body was stronger and he had way more stamina, but his mental fatigue was overwhelming, and as they kept walking for many hours on end, he finally found Simba fall of exhaustion. At that point, Asafa also fell down because of the mental exhaustion. By the time he had woken up, he found that he was under the shade of a tree. Beside him was Simba, still unconscious. "Timon and Pumba, huh?" Asafa realized as he saw them, standing with their back against him whispering something. But Asafa heard them loud and clearly. "Timon, are you sure about this? They might eat us. Maybe we can keep one and throw away the other." "Pumba, haven't you ever heard of the proverb, 2 is better than 1? What's a proverb? It's when you professionally explain something." "I see. Then can you proverb them to not eat us? How hard is it to trick some cubs? Just give them some candy and tell them to get in the ride." "That makes sense," Pumba said. "Of course it makes sense. I'm the brains between us after all." Let's wake them up and teach them how to live life like a peaceful herbivore." As they turned around to wake up the lion cubs, they found one of the cubs already awake, just a step behind them, listening in. "Eh-ah-ha, it's going to eat us. Eat Pumba first, he is fat and juicy." Both Timon and Pumba hugged each other and shook. Who are you?" Asafa asked. "I'm pro, and he's verb," Timon said, while shaking, not realizing the words he said. "Pro and verb? Sounds tasty," Asafa said, while licking his lips. Pumps passed out. "Pumba." Timon jumped on top of him in worry. Suddenly, Simba started to wake up because of all the commotion as he saw his brother, a pig, and a meerkat. "What's going on?" Simba said. Timon looked at Simba confused. Simba's voice sounded so depressed. "You okay, kid?" "I guess so." Simba said as he stood and walked past his brother with his head down. He seems blue. Timon commented. I'd say brownish gold. Pumba woke up and said, No, no, no. I mean he's depressed. Oh, where are you going? Both Pumba and Timon asked at the same time. I don't know, Simba said as he continued walking away. Why are you two out here? Pumba asked. We are outcasts, Asafa said as he started following his brother. After all, brothers should be united. So are we. But what's keeping you down? Pumba asked worriedly. Nothing, he's at the top of the food chain, Timon said while laughing out loudly, hoping to brighten up Simba, but it didn't work. Simba, we should rest up here before moving on, Asafa said to Simba as Simba had already started walking towards the desert. Oh, okay, Simba said as he turned back towards the shades under the tree. Timon and Pumba looked at each other, feeling sorry for the cubs. Hey kids, anything we can do to help brighten your day? Pumba asked. Not unless you can change the past, Simba said. In times like this, my buddy Timon, usually Proverbs, you have to put your behind in the past in front of you. Pumba said, trying to share some wisdom. No, 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 you amateur. Lie down before you hurt yourself, Timon said as he stepped forward. Asafa stood beside Simba, but Timon pushed himself between. It's put your past behind you. Look, kids, bad things happen, and you can't do anything about it, right? Right, Simba said. Asterisk smack, asterisk wrong. When the world turns on you, you turn your back on the world, Timon said with passion. Asafa had his paw on his head, wondering why he got the smack when Simba was the one that gave the wrong answer. But before he could comment, Timon hugged both Simba and Asafa close to him. What do you mean? Simba asked, finally a little curious. When bad things happen, there is something you can do about it, Timon said, waiting for them to take the bait. What is it? Simba said. By this time, even Pumba had arrived behind them, listening in closely on the wisdom of Timon. You pretend like nothing happened, Timon said with certainty. Huh? All three said. Yes, what you don't know about can't hurt you. What bad event? It didn't happen. But it did happen. Simba tried to argue. Do you remember the time I bit you? Timon asked, interrupting Simba. No, exactly. It didn't happen. No worries. But how do I do that? How do I just not worry? Simba asked, trying to understand. Repeat after me, Hakuna Matata. What? Simba said. Hakuna Matata. Asafa repeated. Hakuna Matata. It means no worries. Pumba clarified. What a wonderful phrase. Timon suddenly started singing. Hakuna Matata. Ain't no passing craze. It means no worries. For the rest of your days. It's our problem-free philosophy. Hakuna Matata. Both Asafa and Simba was taken back by the fact that the pig and meerkat started singing and bringing them into the forest. But somehow, it did relieve the stress and guilt that Asafa felt, and looking at his brother, it seemed to work for him as well. Suddenly, Timon hugged Pumba close to him and sang, Why? When he was a young warthog. When I was a young warthog. Pumba repeated. He found his aroma lacked a certain appeal. He could clear the savannah after every meal. I'm a sensitive soul, though I seem thick-skinned, and it hurt that my friends never stood downwind. Simba seemed very intrigued by what had made Timon and Pumba outcasts, so he listened closely. And oh, the shame. He was ashamed. Thought of changing my name. Oh, what's in a name? And I got downhearted. How did you feel? Every time that I... Pumba, not in front of the kids. Oh, sorry. Hakuna Matata. What a wonderful phrase. Hakuna Matata. Ain't no passing craze. It means no worries, as Safa finally sang. For the rest of your days. Simba continued, finding his courage after his brother. Yes, sing it, kid. It's our problem-free philosophy. Hakuna Matata. Hakuna Matata. Hakuna Matata. Hakuna Matata. Hakuna. It means no worries. For the rest of your days. It's our problem-free philosophy. Hakuna Matata. Timon, Pumba, Simba, and Asafa sang as Timon and Pumba showed the way to their new home. Asafa sat beneath a tree with Pumba, Simba, and Timon and ran away to eat and compete about something. Kid, How do you feel being with us? Pumba asked. Both he and Timon had taken a great liking to the cubs they had found. As for Asafa, he thought about it. He knows that the life he is currently living was a story, a movie in his past life. But that doesn't change the fact that he is currently a lion. He came to realize that many things wasn't shown in the kids' movie. He, as a lion, had seen his lion pride bring back a half-dead gazelle just to show the cubs how to kill it properly. He had eaten and tasted every part of a dead animal. His father had gone out to pee around the pride lands so that the smell keeps other lions away from their land. Fact is, he is a full-blown lion, and he couldn't help but to come to terms with that as he raised his palm and pushed out his sharp claws. I will grow stronger and faster than my brother as we grow, but also stronger than any other lion because of the gift I received. Asafa thought. Kid, Pumba asked as he noticed that Asafa was lost in his thoughts. Sorry, I'm just slightly worried. Asafa said. About what? Pumba wanted to help the cubs to adjust as much as possible. I am very thankful to you two for taking us in, and we're doing our best to adjust, but the truth is, we are meat eaters, and it might be bad for us to live only on bugs. Asafa honestly replied his worries. Not that I want to kill or eat anyone. It's just what I am. Asafa said as he saw Pumba worried. Oh, I might have a solution to that. Pumba said as he stood up. Follow me. Pumba said happily as he started walking toward the direction. What about Timon and Simba? Hakuna Matata. Pumba said as Asafa followed him. After walking throughout the forest, they finally arrived in a clearing with a huge lake that was connected to a waterfall and a river. Learn to hunt in the water. There's lots of meat and fish. Pumba said happily that he found a solution. That might actually work. Don't cats love fish? It might be extra work to fill my stomach, but at least I won't be making Timon and Pumba uncomfortable. Asafa thought. Well then, last in his bacon, Asafa said as he jumped into the lake. Cheating, Pumba shouted as he followed. Asafa and Simba became close with Timon and Pumba in no time. They enjoyed their time together S&D, had fun every day, forgetting their troubles and responsibilities. Before they knew, a year had passed by. I think I won that one, Timon proclaimed. But Timon, didn't all three of us eat more than you? You only ate 34 snails. We ate over 70. Pumba asked. Pumba, this is why I am the brain in our group. Look at our size differences. Timon said as he patted Pumba's big stomach. 10 snails for me is like 100 for you, so I ate more than 300. Timon said with utmost confidence. Oh, I see. Pumba said. All I hear is fart noises. I ate the most, so I'm the official master of snail eating. I'm the snail-eating king, Asafa said with a grin. But as he said king at the end, he remembered what had happened the year earlier. Asafa, you only ate 79 snails. I ate over 300. I'm the king in this forest. No way. That's cheating. I ate 68. That's like 10,000 because I'm a kid. Simba tried reasoning. That makes sense, Pumba said. No, it's not about age. It's all about size. Simba, my little furry carnivore friend, listen closely. Snails are like stars. The bigger the sky, the more stars. Your stomach is bigger, so it can hold more stars. Timon explained his rocket science. Oh, Simba wasn't so sure about that. Asafa looked up to the clear, dark sky. The sun had set and the stars and moon were shining brightly. He couldn't help but to feel nostalgic. Just as they were about to arrive at their sleeping area, Asafa stopped. Sorry guys, need to use the men's room, Asafa said with his typical grin. Oh, don't be too late, Mr. Second Place, Timon said as he waved him away. Asafa turned around and his grin disappeared, and a slightly sad one took over. He walked towards an open place and laid on the ground, looking up to the sky. Even though Scar killed father, I could have prevented it with just little effort. Am I also to blame? Asafa thought as he looked up to the stars. He had been feeling very guilty about what had happened, and he knew Simba also did, but the difference is that Simba had nothing to feel guilty about. Asafa had played with the thought of telling him that Scar killed their father, but how would that help Simba? He's just a kid, and by now, Scar had probably already filled the Pride Lands with his army of hyenas. Simba couldn't return as he'd die, before he could even reach there. This was Asafa's conscious reasoning, but unconsciously, the real reason he hadn't told Simba was because he was afraid that his brother would in the end leave him and return. Asafa knew that the day would come when Simba would be cleared of his crime and return as the rightful king. But Asafa wasn't without guilt, so he believed that he couldn't return. How could he face everybody? "Sigh, father, I'm sorry," Asafa said as he looked up at the stars. He couldn't help but to reminisce about the last night he had with his father. "I wonder how disappointed you'd feel if you saw me now." He couldn't help but to think. His destiny was obvious to everyone. He would one day become the brother of the king and the strongest lion and protector of the Pride Lands. It was obvious since his birth. Instead, he is here in shame, never able to return. His ear twitched as he heard someone coming near. Looking back, he found Simba. "You think Dad is looking over us?" he asked as he stopped beside Asafa, looking at the stars as well. "Maybe, but he would probably not like what he sees. This is our own fault. We are the reason that Dad died. We can no longer return," Simba said, but this time he had come to terms with this, and it didn't sadden him as much as it did a year ago. "Maybe," Asafa said, not daring to look into his brother's eyes out of guilt. "Simba, I want to be alone for a while." "Okay, but you know where you have me, Timon and Pumba as well," Simba said as he turned around. Asafa laid where he was, staring at the stars and enjoying the alone time, until his ears picked up movement from the bushes. The sound was very weak, but Asafa had superior hearing, sight, smell, and other senses that were above that of a lion's, and therefore he could pick it up. He instantly understood that this wasn't his friends, as their movements wouldn't be so careful and silent. Just as he turned around, a black shadow pounced towards him. But as it neared close, it suddenly stopped itself. Asafa finally saw what it was, a small black panther, only slightly larger than himself. She had abruptly stopped and looked at him with wide eyes in shock, as if she was about to eat her next meal, but misjudged the size of her food as it was almost as big as her. Gulp. She started looking around, trying to find excuses. Asafa just stood there looking at her, still not understanding what's happening. "Sorry about that. I thought you were food. Forgiveness is the medicine to all evil, no?" she said as she hurriedly turned around and ran into the bushes again. "Wow, wait, who are you?" Asafa shouted as he followed. She seemed like a young panther that had almost reached adulthood. Asafa followed, but soon found that she had disappeared, so he tried finding her smell. Before he could continue his plans, he heard subtle sounds from above, so he looked up and found her hiding on one of the branches. "Hey, you found me?" She looked shocked as their eyes met. "Wait, why are you running away?" he asked as she was about to run again. She stopped and looked confused. "Why? Wouldn't I run away?" she asked him with a brow raised. Asafa found himself speechless. All right, panthers or leopards are loners while lions live in groups. Her first instinct was probably to hide herself after being found out. Asafa realized, "Because we're similar, so we could be friends?" he said, but not really convinced himself. He was just curious about this panther. "Is that so?" she said, skeptical of his words. Soon she climbed down and sat in front of him, and they just stared at each other. "You're weird," she said after observing his looks. "Thanks. So who are you?" Asafa asked, looking at her. Although she was a black panther, you could still see a shade of darker spots on her back. But her head and limbs were completely black. "I'm Ammani. And what's your name, Weird Panther?" she asked back. "I'm Asafa. Wait, no, I'm not a panther," he explained with a tilted head. Her suspicion levels were even further raised as she looked at him. They were very similar, although he wasn't black, nor did he have spots on his body, and his head had lots of hair. "I'm a lion," Asafa said, saying her suspicion. "Lion," she exclaimed in shock as she jumped back, slightly worried. "What's wrong?" Asafa asked, saying her so worried. "You tricked me so you can kill. How evil," she said with blame in her tone. "Kill you? Why would I do that?" Asafa asked, weirded out by her eccentric personality. "Mom used to warn me about your kind. You look like us, but are always in gangs and kill us because we're rival in the food, tree, chain, pyramid scheme." The more she spoke, the more unsure she became as she couldn't remember the words of her mother. "Oh, I see. Well, I have no gang of lions." "Sure you don't," she said while looking around for any signs of evil spawns that might come out of hiding. "I don't," Asafa said, rolling his eyes. "Sai, what did I expect? You look so dumb," Asafa said as he turned around and started walking back to where he was stargazing. As for Ammani, she looked aghast at him, not understanding why he isn't trying to kill her. "Wait, it has to be a plot. Yes, lions are probably even sneakier than us panthers. I won't get tricked," she thought, but as she saw him really leaving, her curiosity made her follow. "Why are you following me?" Asafa asked, annoyed. I'm not, I'm just walking this way as well," she said in a huff, annoyed that he would assume such dumb things. "Sure," Asafa said, not convinced by her. "Hey, evil spawn, why don't you believe me? I would never follow you," she said as she ran up to him in anger. Yes, sure, I believe you," Asafa said, trying to get rid of her. "Growling, you really are an evil spawn," she said without hiding her irritation. Go away," Asafa said, waving his paw at her as if shooing away a wild cat. Why you? How rude," she barked in anger. His actions made her want to stick to him, even more so he'd be annoyed to death. Asafa just sighed and continued walking to his star-gazing spot. As he laid down and stared at the sky full of stars, he got lost in thought. As for Ammani, she hid in the bush closest to him, both aware of each other. What a weirdo. Why should he lay relaxed in such an open place? Isn't it better to hide like this? She whispered, not understanding his behavior. "What do you want?" Asafa couldn't contain himself. He wanted to spend some time alone, yet behind him a black panther, not much older than him, was hiding and staring at him, totally destroying his peace of mind. "Humph, nothing to do with you, this is my resting place," she said from the bushes. "Fine," Asafa said with clear annoyance. "But why aren't you black? And why don't you have spots?" she finally asked. "There's a difference between lions and panthers. You guys are very sneaky while we are strategic and strong. So our bodies are different," Asafa tried to explain. "But talk," she said. "But talk? What does that mean?" he asked, not understanding her. "That you're talking shit. You're asking for a fight, aren't you?" Asafa angrily stood up. "Haha, I'm bigger than you. Lions must be overrated. Come here and let me slap. Cough couch. Come here and let me teach you a lesson," she said arrogantly. "Are you fully grown?" Asafa stopped in his tracks and asked. "No, not yet. I'm still a teenager. We panthers grow even more than this," she said proudly. After all, she had never seen a lion, so she thought Asafa was fully grown considering that he was about 80% her size. "But I'm not grown at all. I just started puberty," Asafa said with a grin. He felt like a sheik mated her. Her surprise couldn't be hidden. "No way, you're still a child?" she asked, surprised. "Well, I wouldn't say a child. More like dash. Then if this is your baby phase, then how big do you get when you're an adult?" "I'm not a baby. I thought that animals that live in groups are smaller and weaker," she said in wonder. "Hey, listen to me. I'm not a baby." Asafa tried to correct her. "Then how big do you get?" she asked, totally ignoring him. Asafa's claws came out of his pawns. He was seriously pondering whether he should just get rid of this weird black panther. "Hey, answer my question. Don't you know it's rude to be rude to your elders?" she said with haughtiness in her tone. Her demeanor changed now that she knows that he is a baby. "You are quite shameless, aren't you?" Asaf said, sounding exhausted. She walked up to him and gave a slap on his back. "Listen up, kid. It seems like no one taught you manners. From now on, you can call me Tiak. No, call me Master. I'm going to teach you all I know," she said with newfound pride. After all, she's the elder around here, so she have to have the patience to overlook a child's misbehaving. Asafa just stood there with his mouth slightly agape. He couldn't fathom as this panther could be so shameless. "Asafa, are you here?" Suddenly Pumba's voices was heard as he, Timon, and Simba arrived. Instinctively, Ammani got ready to fight for her life as she thought that Asafa had really tricked her and that his pride had come to eat her. "I knew it, you tricked me." "Huh, I didn't. Now, there's food delivery here," She changed her tone as she saw the fat and juicy Pumba arriving here with the side dish Timon. Both Timon and Pumba felt instinctive fear for their lives as they laid eyes on the Black Panther that stood beside Asafa. "They're not food, they're my friends," Asafa said as his paw slapped her head to get her out of her predatory stare. "Yeah, Asafa, who might this lovely, not hungry-looking canine be?" Timon asked with a shaky voice. Maybe it was a bad idea to pick up 2 lions after all, Pumba whispered with shaking legs. "What an ugly lion," Simba said. "How rude, brat, slapping your master. Do you want me to beat you up?" Ammani shouted in anger at Asafa. "Geez, calm down, everyone. This is Pumba, Timon, and Simba, my family, and guys, this is Ammani, a strange stranger." Asafa introduced so that there won't be a misunderstanding. So that's how it is," Timon said as he came to realization. He said family, Pumba said with a tear in his eye. Simba still looked unconcerned. "We got worried about you, kid. You were gone for a long time." Pumba explained why they came searching for him. "Sai, let's return then," Asafa said, and as they started walking back. After walking a few meters, Pumba started getting the shivers. Looking back, his heart almost stopped. Behind them, the Black Panther was following. "Yeah, Asafa, your friend." He couldn't continue because of instinctive fright. "Hey, why are you still following me?" Asafa couldn't help but to let his annoyance be known. "I'm your master now, so of course I need to follow you," she said while looking away. "Fine, but if you try to eat us, Asafa and Simba will show you a lion's true might," Timon said with guts. "Hey, you're also a lion? I thought you were a spotless leopard," she said as she happily walked up to Simba to observe him. "What's a leopong?" Simba asked. "That's like a lion but with spots and things like that." Timon used his rocket science to explain. Oh, for some reason, Ammani also joined their group, and she was very adamant about being Asafa's master, although he refused her every time. In another 2 years, the lions had grown enough mane to show that they were young lions. Their group of 5 had become very family-like. Whenever they slept under the big tree, Ammani would climb up and sleep on one of the branches. Asafa had found her climbing abilities very impressive, so he started copying her, and with his superior strength, his climbing abilities started rivaling her. As for Simba, although he also copied and could climb tree, his agility was a far cry from hers and couldn't climb as good. Where's Asafa?" Ammani asked one her OMG as she woke up and found the trio having another contest. "He gone for another week," Simba answered. "Again? Why didn't he tell me?" She complained. Asafa had started disappearing for 1 week every month. This had been ongoing for 5 months now, and no one knew where he went. "TSK, it seems like I need to teach him more manners when he returns," she said annoyed. As for Asafa, he was on his way back to the Pride Lands. 5 months ago, his guilt felt so bad that he secretly returned just to take a look. And things were getting bad. In just 3 years since they escaped, everything had fallen so low. In anger, he secretly found a group of scouting hyenas and attacked them. Although he hadn't fully grown, he still was as strong as a normal adult male lion, which made it possible to fight those 5 hyenas. He got seriously harmed in that fight and gained a small scar on his arm, but in the end he killed the 5 hyenas before escaping. When he returned home, his companions got worried about him, but he wouldn't tell them what happened. Since then, he went back to the Pride Lands to hunt hyenas, but he himself was unaware that this act was actually developing his hunting and fighting skills. Roar! Another attack? How incompetent can you be? Scar shouted at the lions and hyenas as they had gathered. No one answered him, as they knew answering would just make Scar even angrier. "Did you at least find out who the attacker is?" Scar calmed down and asked the lionesses. "It's a male lion from outside the Pride Lands. We don't know his identity." Sarabi spoke out. She knew that if it was someone else, Scar might become even angrier. "Increase the amount of scouts. Make sure you guard this territory better." Scar spoke with an eerie calm. "Yes, my king." The hyenas spoke. As Asafa arrived in the Pride Lands, he was surprised to find the smell of lions not long after he enters the lands. This was unusual, as they usually weren't this far out to hunt. Asafa took precaution and chose a longer path where he could more easily hit his traces. As he got closer to his central pride lands, he started searching and hunting for hyenas. But to his surprise, their groups had doubled in size. It seemed like they got wary of him. Hiding on a tall tree, Asafa silently listened in on a passing group of hyenas. Scar got so angry. Scary. One hyena chuckled. The best part is, did you see the faces of the lions, Guaha? Don't you just want to kill them all, as you see their expressions? Asafa just listened in on their banter as he silently watched them from above. He closed his eyes and tried listening further to see if there were any more close by, but he couldn't hear anyone else. Once he opened his eyes again, his predatory gaze didn't leave the biggest hyena. Should I attack? Should I not? He pondered, but his body was in perfect stance to pounce. Although he was debating in his mind, it seemed like he had already unconsciously made a decision. Just as they passed under the tree, Asafa moved. Using his legs, he picked himself down towards the biggest hyena, and before they could react, a lion had landed on their leader. Asafa bit right through the neck of the hyena and killed him. And before they could react, he slashed his sharp claws towards the closest hyena, blinding him. Only then did they react, but Asafa was faster and blinded another. Now he had decreased their fighting power to 7 hyenas. They surrounded Asafa and used their usual tactics to attack him from behind, as a few of them distracted him from the front. Hyenas have a cruel method of biting and ripping of the balls of lions from behind. This is to weaken the lion and harm him, but this also has the effect of stopping him from reproducing if he survives the encounter. Asafa was aware of their tactics and used the tree to his behind, and just as one of the hyenas in front of him was about to feint attack from the front, Asafa attacked him, catching him off guard. Asafa bit through his neck and then slashed another hyena. He tried backing up to the tree again, but got jumped by another hyena that bit his shoulder. Asafa didn't care and instead pounced the hyena he had just slashed and killed him as well. The fight continued. The hyenas died one by one, and when there was only 3 of them left, they tried escaping. But would Asafa let them? He caught up to another one and bit right through his spine, paralyzing the hyena. Just as he was about to chase the others, he heard the sound of 3 lions roaring in the distance as they came as backup. So Asafa turned around and was about to escape the scene. The hyena that got paralyzed from the spine down realized what's going down and bit onto Asafa's leg, hindering him from running away. Asafa felt the pain of the hyena's biting power and tried to release his leg with a kick, but the hyena refused to let go. So Asafa turned around and bit down on his neck, killing him. As he was about to run away, a horrible pain assaulted the leg which the hyena had bitten into. Hyenas have one of the most powerful biting forces in the world, and the hyena had cracked the bone in his leg. Realizing that he wouldn't be able to run away, Asafa hurried to the big tree he had hidden on before and climbed up. Although lions can usually climb small and easy-to-climb trees, they are not capable enough to climb this type of high, hard-to-climb tree. Only monkeys can do that, so he assumed that the lions wouldn't expect him to be hide there. He silently laid down on the highest branch and steadied his breathing. Soon the 3 lions arrived at the scene, and the 2 hyenas that had run away joined them. He was here. The bastard attacked us all and took us by surprise. The hyena cried out. The lions didn't answer and simply started sniffing the dead bodies. Asafa was watching them closely, and to his surprise, he found 2 of the lionesses familiar. Ayana, Nala, to think that you've grown so much. Asafa thought to himself as he watched them silently. All lions of Pride Lands had come to detest Scar and his rule, but there was nothing they could do about it. There were no adult males of royal lineage that could overtake Scar. Nala and Ayana were 2 of the lionesses that found pleasure in the fact that an unknown lion had come to their territory to attack hyenas. Although they did find it annoying, since it's their instinct to protect their territory, and the fact that an outsider had come to their territory to kill. But their pleasure in the destruction of hyenas is greater than their will protect the lands they once cherished. Scar had ruined it all. Food is become harder to come by. Unjust rule. The hyenas are out of control. All this has even led to less rain on the land, which had led to less growth. That's the worst thing that can happen, as the herbivore will then move away. That fact, in addition to the fact that hyenas have been overconsuming, has led to the dire state they are in today. Nala and Ayana are quite different in personalities. Although both rejoiced in the harm that has befallen hyenas, Nala would still attack the intruder with all her might. Ayana, however, is more laid back. She'd close one eye if it benefits her. Enemy of an enemy is an ally. But this was unknown to Asafa, and that's why his heart stopped beating for a second when Ayana instinctively looked up and met his eyes. At that moment, a surge of emotions drowned Asafa. Would she recognize him? Would they attack him? Would the truth come out? But Ayana simply turned her head away as if she hadn't seen anything. "Let's go southeast. I think I got his trace," Ayana shouted, and they all hurried after her. Although Ayana decided to give the intruder a helping hand, she couldn't help but to frown. She felt like she recognized the male lion in the tree, although it was hard to see because of all the leaves, and although she only had eye contact with him for a second. She couldn't put her claw on it, but something was eerily familiar. As they ran away, she couldn't help but to look back one last time towards the tree, but it was impossible to see anything because of the leaves. Nala noticed that Ayana was frowning and noticed her gaze towards the tree they had passed under. And she also looked back with furrowed brows. Then they continued onward. She didn't recognize? Asafa felt a hint of relief, but at the same time he felt slightly sad because of it as well. Maybe on some level, my heart longs to go back, Asafa realized as he looked towards the Pride Rock in the distance. After a while he climbed down and hurried back where he came from, but sadly his leg was really bad, so he couldn't run as fast as he wanted. This time it was a close call. Maybe I should wait with coming back here for a while, Asafa thought in worry. It didn't take long for Asafa's leg to heal, much faster than what is normal for lions. It took a few days longer to return home because of the injury, but by the time he had returned, it had almost healed completely. Simba, Ammani, Timon, and Pumba got slightly worried when he was later than usual, but got relieved when they saw him. "To think that you'd leave again without telling your master. I think I should teach you more manners," Ammani shouted furiously. But her words fell on deaf ears as Asada just walked past them. "Sorry guys, I need rest," Asada said as he continued back to their sleeping place. "Huh, he seems blue," Pumba said. "More like brown," Timon corrected. "But you said that blue means—" Pumba was cut off. Pumba, my old friend, it's in these times we shouldn't worry about specifics," Timon said. "Oh," Pumba understood. Simba walked past them and followed Asafa. Ammani was about to follow, but Timon stood in her way. "We should probably give the brothers some time to talk." "Tisk, fine, but then I'm beating him up." Simba arrived to see his brother laying down with shut eyes, but he knew that Asafa didn't have the time to actually fall asleep. "Asafa, you leave without telling us anything. Fine, we understand. But then you come back harmed. You think we'll just keep silent?" Simba said. If his brother is going through something, he wants to be there for him. "Hey, do you really have to put up walls with us?" "With me?" Simba continued. Asafa heard the hurt in Simba's voice when he said that, so he opened his eyes to look at him. "Simba, it's not that I'm putting up walls, it's—" "Never mind, you wouldn't understand," Asafa said as he stood up and tried to leave. After all, how could he explain that he'd been back to the Pride Lands and hunted the hyena army of their evil uncle? How could he explain that the drive to do that is because of the guilt he feels? How should he explain that Simba isn't really in the wrong? It was the plot of their uncle. But in the end, Asafa had the ability to change the outcome, but he didn't, so he also carries guilt. Moreover, Asafa himself has conflicting emotions that he hadn't really resolved. What should he do when Simba inevitably returns to the Pride Lands and takes his place as king? Can he ever show his face there? What would his father say if he aware of everything Asafa knew? We despise him? What wouldn't I understand? Simba got annoyed. His brother tells him that he isn't putting up walls even though he clearly does. Then he goes about and tells him that he wouldn't understand. "Simba, you've got your place in this place, but I—" Asafa turned back to his brother and spoke, but he couldn't finish. You think I have a place in this world? We're the same. We're both. Simba tried to reason with him. Simba. Asafa roared slightly to get him off his back. Asada turned around and angrily left. Simba also turned around and went the other way, clearly frustrated with his brother. They're in this together. What's the point of keeping secrets between them? Simba felt angry and sad at that. After all, his brother is the only kin he has left. The trio that stayed behind found Simba returning with a scowl on his face. I didn't go as planned, I see. What's going on? Timon asked nonchalantly, but on the inside he was worried sick. Not now, I need to think, Simba said before walking off. Geez, it's like he ate a bad bug or something. Pumba commented. So, this is a rebellious phase of a teenager, huh? Ammani said. Oh, I get it now. Timon said, as if he had a brilliant idea. What? Both Pumba and Ammani turned towards him. Don't you guys see? Look at their mane. It's growing rapidly. They're in their teens. That explains the attitude. Timon said. I just said that. Ammani said deadpan. This fight between the brother was the first Rella fight they've had since they left the Pride Lands 3 years ago. And neither truly spoke about the fight again. They buried their discussion deep and pretended that they hadn't fought. It wasn't until a year later, when Asada restarted his hyena hunt, that he found Simba on his way to the Pride Lands. So you were really going back to the Pride Lands? Simba said, his suspicions proven right. Both their manes had grown enough that they could be considered real male lions. Asada was bigger and had a much fuller mane, but even Simba was big for his size. The Lion King was often chosen because of their physical strength and wisdom, and the Pride royal lineage always produced the biggest and strongest lions, so Simba was bigger than most lions his age. But even then, he hadn't fully matured yet. How did you know? Asada just asked. He didn't try to deny it, since it was pointless. Ever since our fight last year, I was worried about you, so when you restarted your monthly trip, I tried to follow you. Took me a while, but I figured it out. I'm sorry for keeping it from you. Asafa said. I just don't get why. Simba asked, trying to understand. It's complicated. Asada said he didn't want to tell his brother that the Pride Lands had fallen. Their Uncle Scar has brought it down with hyenas. That talk again. Fine, I won't get involved anymore. But know this, Asafa. I don't think it's good for you to return there. After all, Simba didn't continue. But his eyes said it all. We're criminals. We no longer belong to that place. That's what it said. I'm not going back to return. I have no place there anymore. But there's something else, personal. Asfor explained. Simba nodded and returned. Asada kept going to hunt the hyenas, but he was way more careful after the Hakuna Matata. No worries. For the rest of your dayness. It's a problem-free philosophy. Hakuna Matata. The group of 5 sang along as they walked through the forest. They had been out doing the usual. Hey, this is the good life? I hope nothing ever changes. Simba said as they reached their new dwelling place. It's as Timon once said, the whole forest is their bed. They can go wherever, whenever. As for Simba, his voice had changed considerably. His mane has become full. Don't worry. In this place of Hakuna Matata, nothing ever changes, Timon said, proud over the fact that they lived a life of no responsibilities. Who would ever think that predators like us would build a family with food like them? Ammani said nonchalantly. Hey, I'm not food, I'm a fine dish. Pumba said while showing his big, juicy bacon. Pumba, that's not the problem here. Timon rolled his eyes. You're right, Ammani. Timon, be careful so we don't accidentally eat you in our sleep, Asafa said while showing his big fangs with a grin. Timon got shivers up his spine and climbed atop Simba's mane. SS Simba, your brother, is at it again, he said, shivering. Asafa had grown the biggest. Ammani had become a full-fledged adult. Simba had grown bigger than her. Timon and Pumba, who led their group of 5, suddenly stopped, making Ammani walk into them, and Simba into her. Hey, why did you suddenly stop like that? Ammani complained. Is that what I think it is? Pumba said. We should probably run, right? Timon answered. Yee. Wait, don't we have 2 lions and 1 weirdo with us? Pumba realized. Who's the weirdo? Ammani got angry. Both Timon and Pumba hurriedly ran back behind Asafa and the gang. That's when they saw what had scared the two. It was a green snake as long as a human arm. It laid unconscious in the middle of their path. It had a scar above its one eye, and it looked quite young. Simba, I chose you, go eat it, Timon shouted as he pointed at the snake. EW, you go eat it. Simba passed the roll to Ammani. And oh, it might be poisonous. Asafa, you go eat it. She denied hurriedly. Snakes are sneaky, and she didn't want to deal with them. Don't wanna. Pumba, you go fart on it. Asafa passed the responsibility to Pumba. Wait, is it even alive? Timon said as he picked up a long tree branch and poked it. The snake is probably dead. Should I use him as a scarf? Timon said as he relaxed and started walking to the snake. As for the snake, he was a young teen, had almost died in a fight against a carnivore bird that attacked him. He escaped the bird attack, but fell down from the tree that he was on, which led to the fact that he fell unconscious. As he heard the commotion made by the five, he started waking up, and the first thing he hears is, the snake is probably dead. Should I use him as a scarf? Suddenly the snake erected and showed his fangs in anger. SSSS, who dares to make me a scarf? He said angrily. Timon, that had started walking towards the snake, stopped in fright, and when he saw the snake look at him, he fainted. Timon, I'll save you, Pumba shouted in fear as he ran forward. But when he saw the snake, he also fainted. These two, are they doing it on purpose? Ammani asked. Wahaha, my power levels has risen, I see. The snake said proudly. He figured that his last fight must have broken his limits and become more powerful than any snake before him. That's why the red pig and yellow rat died by a simple gaze. You three, if you met me just an hour ago, you'd be able to eat me up, but things have changed. I'll pardon you if you accept me as the king of this forest. Ammani just dropped her jaws. She has found someone even more shameless than her. I'll think about it, if you can bring those two back to life. Asada said seriously, with a glint of mischief in his eyes. Simba's eyes just twitched. Bring back to life? The snake repeated. He slithered to the meerkat and swine, looked at them curiously. If I can kill them with one look, then I should be able to bring them back with one touch. He whispered. His tail nudged Timon a few times, and then Timon started to awaken. It worked. The snake fell back in fear. I see. My powers are even greater than I originally believed. The snake realized. As Timon awakened, he looked around in confusion. When he realized what has happened, he ran behind Ammani for protection, which awoke Pumba as well. Waha, this Lord SSS name is Hamu. What will you say? Will you make me your leader? The snake asked proudly. Amazing, you can kill with one gaze and bring back to life with one touch. That means that you're Super Snake. Asafa said, amazed. Super Snake? Indeed, I like the sound of that. He said proudly. Even lions and panthers seemed to adore his greatness. But Simba, have you ever wondered? Asafa suddenly turned to his brother in askance. Wondered what? Simba looked at him skeptically. How a Super Snake tastes. Asafa said with a bit of drool coming out of his mouth. It was at this point Timon and Pumba fainted again. Why you? Don't you dare. I will look at you super hard. The snake shivered and said. Asafa started walking towards the snake. Hamu instantly tried to use his new powers and stare the big lion to death. But it didn't work. What? What did you do to me? Where are my powers? Hamu shouted in fear. When you almost killed me with your stare, I also awakened superpowers. My power is that I can cut off other superpowers, Asafa said, as is disclosing his last and final card. I see. I lost before I even began. Hamu realized. Asafa, why are you teasing this dumb snake? Simba said while rolling his eyes, ready to head on. Don't say that, brother. You should be the first to congratulate me. After all, if I didn't awaken my powers, we would all have been killed by the super snake. Asafa retorted with a teasing tone. Indeed, your brother is right. The lion called Simba. Sai, you really are lucky. Go ahead, kill me. The snake said, finally giving in. Are all snakes brainless? Ammani asked while pointing a claw at the snake. Maybe snakes and panthers are related? Asafa started walking towards the snake. Hamu closed his eyes and readied himself to get swallowed, as all snakes inevitably do. Make sure that you swallow me whole and don't spit out my bones. Hamu said. afraid of the pain of getting chewed on. As he closed his eyes, he waited and waited, but he didn't feel any eating being done to him, so he opened one eye carefully to see what's going on. To his surprise, the panther, 2 lions, pig, and rat had disappeared. What? Where did they disappear? Did I awaken another power? But he heard footsteps behind him, so he looked back and found that the gang had just walked past him and were disappearing into the forest. Huh? How dare you not eat this super snake? He shouted as he followed them in anger. Not another one, Asafa said as he noticed the snake coming after them. How obnoxious! What kind of brainless creature follows strangers like that? Ammani said, displeased. Hey, wait. How dare you not eat me? Can't you see that I'm a super snake with super taste? The snake angrily chased them. How dare they treat him like something that didn't taste good? He is a snake with excellent meat-to-fat ratio, perfect for grilled meat. Should we just ignore him? Maybe he'll go away? Ammani asked. Try that already. Didn't work. Asada said. Huh? When? She asked. They had just met the snake. Way before when you started following us. Asada said nonchalantly. Disrespectful punk. This is why I chased you. To teach you some manners. You should be eternally thankful to me. If you ever get rich because you inherited your parents' money, then don't forget to pay me back. She was unaware of how close she was to hitting home. Timon, shouldn't we teach Asafa some manners as well? Pumba said worried. Ammani had complained a lot about Asafa's manners, but Pumba wasn't completely aware of what it meant, so he started to get worried. Manners? Can you eat it? Pumba, don't waste your time on such trivial things. Timon waved his argument away. Oh, Ammani, I for one agree with you. Asafa is a bit cheeky for his own good. Simba complained. Of course. Why would I otherwise join your group? She said. But all of them had understood that her mother died when she was young, so she must have been very lonely before meeting them. How dare you ignore me? I'm super tasty. Hamu tried once again, and once again he was ignored. A month later, Hamu had integrated himself in the group and become the self-proclaimed lord of their group. Life had only become more joyful since Ammani and Hamu had joined. They competed, debated, taught each other, but mostly they were there for each other. Oh, I see, that's smart. Hamu exclaimed. And I'm the brain behind it all. Timon said proudly he explained how he came up with the idea to take in Simba and Asafa as their own. The idea had just hit him from nowhere, as if someone else said it right before he did. And now we don't have to worry about anything anymore with lions guarding us. Pumba added happily. Mwahaha, brilliant. But where's those 3? Hamu asked, looking around. Asafa usually goes to the lake to eat by this time, and sometimes Ammani follows. As for Simba, he lazes around. He should be nearby. Timon said as he dug for some juicy, crispy bugs. It's surprising how lazy lions can be. Even more than me. Pumba happily quipped in. Then how about? Hamu stopped in his tracks. One of the abilities that snakes have is that they feel the ground vibrate, so they know when other animals are around. What's wrong? Pumba asked, noticing Hamu's odd behavior. I can't find the right one. I want one that is crispy on the outside and juicy on the inside. Timon said as he picked up a bug that didn't seem to satisfy him. Not you, him. Pumba clarified. Oh, Hamu suddenly shouted, hurry back to the camp. As he turned around and slithered as fast as he can, Pumba and Timon looked at each other. They don't need another warning as they hurried after the snake. Suddenly from the bushes, a big monstrous gorilla stepped forward looking angry. This gorilla had scars everywhere on his body. He was a warrior since he was a child. He was born a bit bigger and stronger than everyone in his troop, family, and dominated with power. He fought the previous alpha and killed him. And since then he governed with an iron fist. Many tried challenging him, but he violently disposed of all of them. His violent tendencies led to years of dissatisfaction amongst his troop. In the end, they all turned on him and attacked him together, but even then they couldn't kill him since he's in his prime. He was unaware of this himself, but being the alpha of his troop wasn't just about physical strength. It was also about popularity. It was common in ape families for an oppressive leader to be replaced by a weak member that was well liked by everyone. After being chased away, His violent nature couldn't be quenched, so he chose a random direction and went straight ahead for a year, challenging everything in his path. After a year of travel, he had arrived in this place, and he had challenged almost every animal, from birds, hyenas, other gorillas and apes, panthers. He even found a lonely old lion that must have been thrown out of his pride, maybe replaced by a stronger, younger one. He killed them all, and now he arrived here, hoping for new challenges. But he hadn't found anything yet. Just as he was about to move on from this territory to the next, he heard small animals brazenly move about without worry in his close proximity. He was already angry about the fact that he found no opponents to fight, and here was these small creatures with guts big enough to behave so relaxed in his presence. Roar! He roared as he hit his chest with enough power to shake the leaves from the tree above him. Then he sprinted towards the puny creatures. The trio ran for their lives. Timon was on Pumba's back, and they ran past Hamu. Timon picked up Hamu as they passed him, and then continued running while shouting all they had. Soon they arrived close to where their sleeping area was, and what met them was a lion that was hurrying towards them in worry. Pumba! Timon, what's going on? Simba! Hamu shouted in pure bliss that he had befriended an apex predator. Help you, Uis! They shouted as they ran past him and continued running without looking back. Simba stopped in his tracks, but it didn't take long for him to understand what's going on. Roar! Simba felt the hairs on his body stand up as he noticed the big gorilla arriving in front of him, looking berserk. The gorilla stopped as well as he noticed a lion that seemed to be mature. Finally, a worthy opponent. Roar! The gorilla showed no intention to be friendly. Simba had fought with both Ammani and his brother before, but he hasn't been in a serious fight all of his life. So he instantly felt both a rush of adrenaline going through him and a bit nervousness. Yet the male lion instinct of protecting his pride, group, and family kicked in, and his fighting will could be seen as he roared back. You made a mistake chasing my friends, Simba said with a growl as he started walking around the gorilla, staring right into his eyes, showing his fangs. The gorilla was even slightly bigger than Simba himself. Before the fight could break out, a sudden rustling of leaves could be heard from above. The gorilla that had lots of experience in fighting instantly looked up while sidestepping. He found a black panther leap towards him from a branch up above. Her fangs tried reaching for his neck, but she missed as he moved aside. Before she could even land, the gorilla used both of his heavy arms to punch and push her as hard as he could, resulting in her being punched towards the trunk of the tree. Thud! Ammani! Simba shouted in worry as she lay by the tree unconscious. Puny creatures, you better give me a better fight. The gorilla got even angrier that the panther couldn't even warm him up. Simba noticed the overbearing strength of his foe and couldn't help but to fully focus. Suddenly, the gorilla sprinted towards Simba, trying to grab him, but Simba was agile enough to dodge. After dodging, Simba took his chance to counter and instantly went for the killing bite towards the gorilla's neck from the side. The ape saw it coming and simply raised an arm to his neck. He would have dodged, but he isn't agile enough. Simba bit down on the ape's arm and tried to break his bone with his biting force, but the muscles on the gorilla's forearms seemed to barely be able to stop his brawn from breaking. As soon as Simba bit down, the gorilla instantly waved his arm in response to the bits, trying to throw the lion. Simba fell down, but instantly stood up. He lost his breath slightly as he was thrown to the ground. The gorilla stared angrily at Simba, with his arm bleeding heavily from Simba's bite. You are my greatest foe so far, the gorilla said with a mad grin. He was happy to meet a strong opponent, and would be happy to rip him apart. Somewhere a bit further away, Asafa was sleeping soundly, enjoying a nap by the lake after he had eaten his fill of fish. But it didn't take long before he heard unfamiliar roars from the direction that his crew was at. Asafa stood up slightly confused, but as he heard more roars, he definitely understood that something is wrong, so he hurried and ran as fast as he could. Just as he came to where the sound was coming from, he saw his brother trying to bite a big gorilla by the neck, but the gorilla stopped him by protecting his throat with his arm. As Simba bit down on it, the gorilla used his chance to throw Simba to the ground, very hard. "Simba!" Asafa shouted as he came from behind the ape. Looking around, he instantly understood the situation. "Take care of Ammani. I'll take care of him," Asafa said as he stared down the gorilla. "Another one, huh? A bigger one even? Not bad. I was getting bored with this one," the gorilla said, excited at the fact that he can kill even more today. The gorilla walked in a half circle to the other side of where Asafa was so that he could have both Simba and Asafa in his field of sight. Asafa copied the gorilla and also walked in a half circle, effectively changes positions with the gorilla so that he can have Simba and Ammani behind him. Then they both rushed towards each other, and the ape grabbed Asafa by his dark brown mane and tried pushing him down to exhibit his superior strength. But he wasn't ready for what came after. Asafa pushed back. The gorilla expected the lion to lose out on strength, but to his surprise, the lion that had just arrived was slightly stronger than himself. The ape tried with all his might to push down Asafa as he held onto Asafa's mane, but he was getting pushed back, step for step, as Asafa stepped forward towards the gorilla to keep pushing him. Now that we have competed in strength, it's time to understand why lions are the apex predator, Asafa said while instantly using his claws to cut the chest of the gorilla. The gorilla saw it coming and tried to back off, but it was too late. Asafa's claws were sharp and cut into his chest deeply, giving the gorilla a horrible wound. 3 deep gashes on his chest. The gorilla was shocked. He had many scars on his body, but he had never received such a bad wound before. He raised both arms to smash Asafa to death, but before he could even go through the movements, Asafa attacked again. This time, his claws went for the leg of the gorilla. After all, Asafa understood that all the power from the upper body comes from the lower body. The cut from his claws ripped into the muscles of the gorilla's right leg, leaving the gorilla in an awkward position. And at that moment, Asafa saw his chance and took it. His fangs found its way to the gorilla's throat and bit down on it. The gorilla's eyes widened in surprise and instantly tried to punch and push with all his might to get rid of the lion, but Asafa wouldn't let go of his hold. The punches and wailing form the gorilla got annoying, so he bit with all his might until he felt a crack. At that crack, the whole gorilla went limp and fell down, slightly convulsing and quivering. Asafa had bitten through the gorilla's throat and broken his spine. As that was happening, Asafa was snarling like mad. Yet even then, Asafa was still biting onto the gorilla's neck until he felt his prey going. Simba had made sure that Ammani was alive before turning his sight to the fight. He made sure to stay by her side to protect her in case something went wrong. He couldn't help the feeling of his blood boiling as he saw the fight going on. His lion instincts made him want to join. In the end, Asafa bit through the gorilla's neck and broke his spine, and then held on to it until it died. Simba stared at his brother in awe. Asafa had blood around his mouth and his claws and looked unharmed. Simba hadn't seen such a scene since he was a child, and his parents showed him how to hunt and to kill. Since he arrived here 4 years ago, he hadn't hunted an herbivore once. He ate insects, bugs, snails, and fish. But swing the blood of the gorilla made his cells scream at him, shout at him to consume. And seeing his brother with liquid gold around his mouth and claws made him remember the feelings he had when he was young and wanted to grow up so he could hunt and become a skilled lion. "Are you well?" Asafa asked after he realized the carcass of the gorilla. Seeing his brother being in a daze worried him. "Yes, I just remember something from when we were young," he confessed. "I see." Asafa felt relief that his brother wasn't hurt, and he could understand what he meant with those words, as he also felt his natural instincts kick in after he hunted hyenas for the first time. "Is she fine?" Asafa asked worriedly as he looked at Ammani. "Seems like it. I think she's just asleep," Simba said as he couldn't see any obvious wounds. Suddenly, Pumba, Timon, and Hamu ran out of the bushes with weapons in their hands, ready to fight or die. Pumba stopped in his tracks when he saw the Sen in front of him. On top of Pumba stood Timon with a sharpened branch, holding it like a spear. Beside Timon was Hamu, holding onto rocks with his tail, ready to throw them. "You already defeated him?" Timon asked. "Maybe I accidentally killed him with my super sight," Hamu questioned. But as they saw Ammani laying down like that, they all hurried towards her, each pushing and showing her trying their best to awaken her, and it seemed to work. Yawn. Ah, what a good nap. Why did you wake me up? Ammani said as she grudgingly woke up. What nap? You worried us sick. Timon admonished her. Wait. Suddenly she stood up and looked around frantically, remembering what happened. Don't worry, we took care of it, Asafa said, and only then did she notice the dead gorilla. Yeah, we totally did, Pumba said proudly. Well, we did most of the work. Asafa helped out a bit, Timon said as he walked up to the big lion. Just as he was about to pat him in an endearing way, he noticed the blood that was dripping down from Asafa's mouth. Half his face had blood on it, and the Timon's sight fell down and saw Asafa's pawns full of blood. His sight went back up and saw Asafa's face again. Only now did he realize that there's a full-blown predator in front of him. Asa, he simpered before passing out. Oh, what's wrong with him? The lion asked, confused. Pumba, realizing what's going on, went to pick up the meerkat. Timon, don't worry. We have tamed Asafa and Simba. No worries, Pumba said, when Asafa heard that he felt his eyes twitch. What should we do with that? Ammani asked, her sight dead on the carcass with drool coming out of her mouth. Her diet used to consist of merely meat before, but now it had been reduced to bugs and fish. Only occasionally would she hunt secretly. That, you guys go ahead, we'll return first, Pumba said as he realized that all the predators seemed slightly uncomfortable. Pumba realized that they wanted to eat. After Timon, Hamu, and Pumba left, Asafa walked over to the gorilla and went straight to the guts. Simba and Ammani also walked up to the gorilla, but they waited as the gorilla was Asafa's kill. There was a strict hierarchy regarding consumption in groups amongst feline predators. For the lions, when game was brought home, the leader would eat first, then followed by the second rank until the lowest in rank are last. Asafa looked at the body, and his instincts told him that the gut area was the juiciest. The most energy and nutrition for lions was not in the muscles, but instead the organs. He started licking the area he wanted to dig into. His tongue ripped part of the skin off, as lions had very rough, sandpaper-like tongues to help rip of delicate part of the body. After taking a few licks, the skin was ripped open and the organ poured out. Asafa went for the one that seemed the tastiest. Saying Asafa start eating, Simba went for the head and bit off the skull for each the luscious brain. Ammani went for one of the legs with lots of muscles. I missed the taste of blood and gore, Ammani said in a cute voice as she happily ripped into the flesh of the gorilla. Simba had not tasted something this good since he was a child, so he didn't even notice the surrounding as he dived right into the brain. It took a while for them to consume the whole body. After all, the gorilla was about 230 kilograms, and if you disregard the skeleton, feet, hands, and other parts that wasn't desirable to eat, then there was probably about 100 kilograms of good stuff on the body, including muscles, organs, and blood. They consumed it all, with Asafa being the one that ate the most. I feel like I won't need to eat again for a year, Simba said with a yawn. After a good meal, one should always take a nap. Let's go back and rest for a bit, Ammani said. Asterisk cough cough asterisk, maybe we should wash up first? Asafa advised as he saw how bloody they had gotten. He didn't want Timon to pass out again. All three of them stood up and went to the lake to wash up. And as they walked side by side, it looked like three pregnant felines because of their bulging stomachs. After returning, there was a bit of an awkward atmosphere. It's like meat eaters sitting in the same room as vegans. But it soon disappeared as they took a nap together. Things went back to normal. Asafea, Pumba shouted as he ran to him. A month had passed since the gorilla incident, and it had been 2 months since Hamu joined in on their group. Pumba and Hamu had gone out to explore a bit, and they found something exciting. What? Let me sleep a bit more. Asafa moaned as he tried, putting his pawns on his ears. We found something amazing, Hamu said excited. Didn't anyone teach you to never wake up a napping meerkat? Suddenly, an angry Timon crawled out from the warm and cozy mane of Asafa, looking quite angry. Oh, Timon, no time to relax. We found an even better place to relax, Pumba said. A better place to relax. Timon's attention was caught. Yes, we've never explored that direction of the forest, so me and Hamu went there as far as the eye can see until we came out of the forest. Pumba spit out as if he was in a hurry. And what did you find? Suddenly Simba and Ammani arrived, hearing their loud voices from far away. Simba, we found a volcanic mountain, Pumba said with vigor. At this, Timon stood up very excited as well. Oh, what's so good about that? Asafa asked. Asafa, you ignorant cub. If this is going where I think it's going, then you're in for one of the best times of your life. Timon said expectantly. Timon, you're right, Pumba said. Everyone looked at them, not quite understanding the big deal. There is a huge mist around the mountain, Pumba shouted. Yo, Timon shouted as well. A mist? What's so special about that? Ammani seemed bored of the discussion. Ammani, you ignorant mutt. If there's a mist, there is a... Timon said mysteriously. Hot spring, Timon and Pumba said together. Now, all their attentions were totally caught. Asafa, Ammani, Simba, and Hamu had never seen such a magical thing before, but they were aware as both Pumba and Timon had told magical, mystical, fantastical tales of such a place. And now it seemed like they were about to witness it with their own eyes. Let's go then. Asafa stood up, very excited. Everyone agreed. They all left. Although they had explored most of the forest, they hadn't explored so far east before, and before long they arrived at the outskirts of the forest where they saw a mountain in the distance, or rather a volcano. Surrounding it was a lot of mist, and there was even smoke going out of its head. Didn't I tell ya? Pumba said proudly. Smack, smack, this bacon still got some brains, huh? Timon said, while slapping the backside of Pumba. Hey, I'm more than a bubble butt. Pumba took offense. And that's why I haven't eaten you yet, Ammani said proudly. They all started moving towards the mountain, and soon they found themselves at its feet. Excitement could be seen in all their eyes. Perfect place to enjoy the sunset, Simba whispered. They all started walking up the mountain in hopes of finding the hot springs. As they walked up, they could feel the temperature rising. Isn't it too hot? Asafa questioned. No, this is even better. This is what they call sauna. Timon explained. Who are they? Pumba questioned. You know, the others in other places. Oh, as they went 1/3 way up the mountain, they found a small area with enough hot water for only a few. Before the three felines could react, Pumba, Hamu, and Timon rushed in. Huh, that's cheating, Simba complained as he noticed that there was only enough room for one more animal. As he was about to suggest who should go in, Ammani got a fearful expression on her face as she looked behind them. It was as if she had seen a great foe. Instinctively, both Asafa and Simba looked back for any signs of danger, but what met their sights was nothing. Splash. Ha, fools. Instead of complaining about the rules, you should learn to play the game, Ammani said as she tricked the two cats so that she could get in before them. Asafa looked speechlessly at her. No, she is not to blame. She was born shameless and tricky. I can only blame myself. Asafa whispered a mantra to calm himself. Hey, you played dirty, Simba complained. Blah. Go further up and find another hot spot, Ammani retorted. Simba looked at Timon, Pumba, and Hamu for support. Sorry, kiddo, life's unfair, Timon explained. There was nothing he could do about this. Well, technically he could offer his spot to one of them, but will he do it? Zero chance. Sai, let's go up, Asafa said. But, fine. See how I'll take my revenge later on, Simba said with a grin, as if he had devious plans for Ammani. Oomph. You're a billion years too young to prank me. Hush, go away. She waved them away. The two brothers locked eyes and instantly knew that they would have to prank the others sometime later. Let's go, Simba said, as the two started their climb again. After they continued climbing for a while, the mist became so heavy that they could barely see anything in front of them. Wait, I think I found it, Simba said excited. Finally, so how should we take our revenge? Asafa asked as he walked into a pool of water. It feels so good. How about? Simba fell into contemplation. Both were enjoying the warm water. Maybe we should feed them something spicy, or set their tails on fire? Asafa said seriously. Simba's eye twitched. Isn't that going overboard? Isn't that dangerous? Or we'll pour honey on them. Simba tried changing their plan into one that wouldn't put the others' health at risk. I got it. We could put a trap in their path, and when they walk over it, a big boulder will fall on them. Asafa said, as if he got a brilliant idea. In the heavy mist, Simba could barely see his brother. Only his shadow could be clearly seen. As for his expressions, they were blurry. That's why Simba was feeling a bit scared that his brother wasn't joking. If his pranks are this dangerous. I hope he never pranks me, Simba thought, still unsure if his brother is joking or not. Maybe we can push them into a cold lake during a cold day, Simba suggested. Or we'll throw them into a lake with alligators and sharks and piranhas. I think it's better to not prank them, now that I think about it. Simba got afraid for real. Or we could push them into lava. Asafa felt like he really found the right prank this time. Harmless, but fun. Gulp! Let's wait with the silence overtook the brothers as they relaxed in each other's company. They could only see each other's shadows, as they say, in the hot spring with heavy steam and mist. Asafa, Simba said with a low tone. Yes, brother. Feeling that they couldn't see each other's faces made it easier for Simba to speak about something that had been on his mind and chest. Thank you. It should be me thanking you instead. Asafa answered, feeling like the grateful one should be him, not Simba. No, you don't get it. After kill, losing our father, I could see no light after that if I didn't have you by my side. Simba couldn't continue his sentence, but nothing needed to be said more, as Asafa understood. I can only say the same. The world doesn't feel as lonely when I have you by my side. Asafa admitted. They had never opened up like this before. Maybe it was the heat getting to their heads. Maybe it was the fact that they couldn't see each other's faces, which made it a bit anonymous and made them a bit braver. Even with the others, Timon, Pumba, Ammani, and Hamu, I will eternally be thankful for them. But having your blood, your kin, your brother beside you, I have no words. Thank you, Asafa. The guilt of believing that he had killed his father was a heavy burden to carry, but having Asafa by his side eased the pain. Simba, there might come a day when we may not be beside each other, but know this, even if I'm not right by your side, I'll always be by on your side. Asafa said, fearing a fateful day when Simba will take his place in the Pride Lands. Asafa could hear his brother change from a relaxed position to serious one. Asafa, promise that you won't leave my side, Simba said, not liking the tone of his brother. Promise, he said, slightly anxious. I promise that you'll always find me under the trees of this forest, Asafa said, playing with his words and feeling slightly guilty about it. Simba seemed to relax once again. How do you think the others are doing? Simba asked. They were probably telling tales of their bravado before we met each other, Asafa said, thinking that Simba was asking about Timon, Pumba, Ammani, and Hamu. Oh, yeah, probably. Simba didn't explain what he meant, feeling that it was unnecessary to ask about their past lives. Silence took over once again as they both relaxed. After a long while, Asafa yawned and stretched. These so-called hot springs are really as good as Timon and Pumba claimed, Asafa said with a sleepy tone. Brother? Asafa found that his brother had fallen asleep. Just as he was about to wake him up, he stopped. His nose had picked up a weird smell, a burnt sulfur-like smell. What's this? He whispered as he tried to look around. But because of the mist and steam, it was impossible to see anything, and the sky had started to darken. Asafa got a weird feeling. He started to feel anxious. Simba, wake up. He suddenly got to his brother and pushed him awake. Oh, what's going on? Why did you wake me? Simba complained with grogginess. I think we should get back to the others. Asafa said, I want to sleep a bit more. He said, before they could continue debating, they both suddenly felt an intense shake. It was as if the earth had erupted in rage as a powerful earthquake shocked the very mountain they stood on. Both instantly got out of the hot spring, but they could barely find their footing as both fell down. The earthquake was that powerful. We need to get down this mountain. Asafa shouted. You don't say. Simba responded. Now is not the time to be a smartass. Asafa got irritated. They could barely move as the volcano shocked so fiercely. Finally, when the shaking receded slightly, could they try to escape. But before they could run far, both felt an ominous heat coming from above. Looking up, they couldn't see clearly because of the steam and mist, but they could figure out what was going on. The mist had darkened as a black smoke seemed to mix into the mist, and from within it, one could see a red glow flowing down the mountain. Both Simba and Asafa's eyes widened in horror, and their hearts almost stopped. "It's a volcanic eruption, Run," Asafa shouted as they awoke from their stupor. The lava was flowing down the mountain like a river, or a furious beast charging at them in hunger to consume them. Both ran as fast as they could, but it wasn't very fast since the volcano was violently shaking and the path was steep. Simba was behind his brother, and they went down as fast as they could. Both looked worried and extremely focused as they concentrated on where they should put their next paw. As Asafa ran first, he suddenly felt the ground shake heavily and a rift started opening right in front of him. Instinctively, he jumped towards the other end. When he landed, he turned around to see if his brother could make it as the rift grew bigger and bigger. "Hurry, you can make it!" Asafa shouted in worry. Simba had stopped because when he reached it, the rift had become wide. Just as he was about to jump before it grew too wide, magma burst out of the rift. The magma started flowing down towards Asafa, forcing him to reluctantly back down further from the rift. Simba saw how his brother didn't want to leave him, but had no other choice. He shouted, "Asafa, runs down. I'll find another path." Time was running out. Lava was flowing down like a river from the top of the volcano, and now a rift opened up between them, and another smaller river of lava started flowing, splitting them apart further. Simba turned to another path and started running as fast as he could. It didn't take long for Asafa before he couldn't see his brother, as dark smoke had replaced the former mist. "Simba!" Asafa roared for his brother in absolute horror and worry. The lava continued flowing down, forcing Asafa to continue his sprint down. There was still a long way to go since they had climbed. "What's going on?" An antelope asked another as they noticed the ground shaking. "Maybe an earthquake had occurred. Look over there," the other said, looking towards the horizon where they could see heavy smoke filling up the sky, all originating from a volcano that had erupted far away from the antelopes. "Let's hurry away," the antelope said in worry. Even if a natural catastrophe was far away, the sight of it was scary to anyone that laid eyes on it. And right in the middle of the volcano, a lion was hurrying down an unknown path. Simba had been split from his brother, and he had to take another path, longer path, circling the mountain. The lava had almost reached him and was flowing very fast. Simba could barely see anything in front of him because of the smoke, and his paws started to burn as the volcano was heating up. He didn't know what path he was taking since this was far away from where they had climbed. He just hoped for the best. As he ran, he found that the path he took down led to a valley on the mountain. He had no choice but to continue. After running for what felt like years, Simba felt the temperature raising even more. Confused, he looked back and found that the lava was flowing even faster because of the valley-like path he had chosen. It was closing in on him, and he had no choice but to run even faster, although he could barely see where he was going. After sprinting with all his might, his paw stumbled on a rock, and he fell down, rolling down the valley that had become very steep. He tried to stabilize, but before he could stop his plunge, the valley opened up and he came to a cliff and tumbled over. Simba only felt his body rolling and plummeting down before the ground underneath him suddenly disappeared, and suddenly there was only air underneath him as he fell from the cliff. He instinctively roared as he fell. A lion's mighty roar can be heard from 8 kilometers away. His mighty roar echoed throughout the mountain. His fall was over 9 meters, and he crashed into a small tree, compellity breaking off the tree. Both Simba and the 3 fell on top of a big rock. When he fell, he hit his head first, and because of the hard collision, Simba fell unconscious. The lava continued flowing until it reached the cliff where Simba fell, and it flowed down like a waterfall. From a cliff, a big rock broke off from the cliff and fell down, crashing into the ground, breaking into many parts. A fragment of the rock, as big as a basketball, soared through the sky towards Simba. Fortunately, it only hit his tail. The rock fragment clashed against his tail so hard that 70% of Simba's tail got cut off. The lava started flowing down like a waterfall and filling the area, and soon the lava started running down the mountain like a flood again. The big rock that Simba had fallen unconscious on suddenly split into two parts because of the heat from the lava. One half standing still where it stood and soon got swallowed by lava, and the other half of the big rock, which Simba was laying on top of, the rock Simba was on, had started floating down with the lava river down the mountain. The rock Simba was on slowly got swallowed by the lava as it floated downwards. A few km from where Simba fell off the cliff, Asafa was running his fastest, hoping to get away so he can meet his brother again. As he ran, he soon heard the screams and shouts from Timon and the others. Asafa could hear how they were shouting for him and his brother as they ran down. Soon he caught up to them. Hama was on top of Pumba, crying out, and Timon was riding Ammani like a horse. Both of them shouting for either Simba or Asafa, hoping that they were fine. Asafa heard the anxiousness in their voices. "Hurry up, ran faster." Asafa shouted as he ran by their side. They were relieved to find him safe and sound, but soon they noticed that Simba wasn't with him. Timon was just about to ask him about it, but he noticed how perturbed and uneasy Asafa seemed, so he kept his mouth shut so that he wouldn't make Asafa lose focus on where he was stepping. Everyone had gotten black or gray from the dark smoke that they ran through, and Asafa got the darkest because he was further up the volcano than the others were. As they were running, Hamu suddenly fell from Pumba's head and stumbled on the ground. It was hard for Hamu to keep himself on top of Pumba as he had no arms. Pumba was about to stop and pick him up, but Asafa, who was the furthest back, shouted for him to continue. "Yes, continue. Don't mind Emmy. It's better that only I die than both of us." Hamu shouted, willing to give his life so that the other can survive. Sadly, his heroic spirit was broken as Asafa came to where Hamu was and picked him up with his mouth and continued running. Never mind. I'll survive with you." Hamu corrected himself. Suddenly, all of them heard a mighty roar from a distance. All of them realized that it was a lion's roar, and it sounded very dismayed. This roar made all of them halt and look back, all very worried. Asafa froze as he remembered what he had seen that day. That day when his father fell from the cliff, his roar at that time sounded eerily similar to the roar now. "Asafa," Timon shouted, noticing that he seemed in a haze. Pumba and Timon looked at each other in worry and seemed to realize that it was more than just a brotherly worry. He shouted once again to try to get back Asafa to the right mind, but it seemed like Asafa had fallen into a mental maze. Ammani got to Asafa and slapped him hard. "Now's not the time to worry. We have to run or we die," she said angrily as the lava was closing in. It seemed like it worked as Asafa came back to reality and took the lead in running. "Simba, you better be all right," he thought, and although he looked like he was focused on running, his chest was constricted and heavy. Asafa, Timon, Pumba, Ammani, and Hamu finally made it down the mountain in one piece. But they still continued running for a kilometer before they stopped, just in case the lava continued flowing towards them. When they stopped, all of them were panting and coughing as they had breathed in smog. "Pant, pant, pant. Cough, cough. We cough should search for Simba," Asafa said as they had stopped for nearly 20 seconds. His worry couldn't be hidden. No one disagreed with him. Even though they were all exhausted, one of their own was missing. So they all started walking towards the side of the mountain that they heard the lion's roar and started searching. And they searched and searched. "Maybe he went back to the forest?" Timon said as he looked up to the sky. The sky had turned bright from all the shining stars and the moon. They had searched half the night by the foot of the mountain, trying to find any trace or trails of Simba, but nothing was found. Asafa had occasionally roared, and his roar reached double that of an ordinary lion, so from all around the mountain he could clearly be heard. If Simba was near, he would know where they are. Ammani also looked up to the stars. The volcano had calmed down, and the smoke had cleared. The night had become so calm that they could barely believe what they had just survived. All of them were exhausted and tired, endlessly searching for Simba. "You guys can turn back if you're tired," Asafa said without turning around. He would not stop until he found his brother. "No way. Simba is someone important to us as well. We won't stop. Timon explained. He only suggested that because maybe Simba had returned back, not because he wanted to stop looking for him. Should we search in groups instead of together? We can cover more ground. Timon suggested. That's a good idea. Me and Pumba will go this path, while you three go ahead. Ammani said. Their search continued, and it wasn't until dawn, when the sky started to brighten up before the sunrise, that Pumba and Ammani found something horrible. Since they couldn't find anything at the foot of the volcano, and since the volcano had completely calmed down, they decided to venture up the mountain to see if they could find anything. And they did. Both started weeping and crying profoundly. Should Sniff we keep this hidden? Pumba asked, as he knew how this would completely destroy Asafa. He wasn't as oblivious as he seemed. The day he and Timon picked up Simba and Asafa, they understood that the two lions, the race that's always in prides, must have lost important people. They saw how Asafa and Simba kept each other going by being there for each other. So Pumba understood that the moment Asafa sees the scene in front of them, he would probably be very hurt. We shouldn't. Protecting him from this might do him more harm. And he'll be fine. We will be there for him. Ammani said as tears continued falling down her eyes. She had completely fallen in love with their group. And now one was gone. Pumba heard her, almost stoic, voice and looked at her. That's when he understood that she was putting on a strong front. I'll go find them, Pumba said as he turned around to leave her alone for a while. Pumba searched for his group, and by the time that the sun had started rising, he found them. Pumba, where's Ammani? Did you guys find anything? Hamu asked as he noticed Pumba, almost dragging his feet towards them. Pumba, Timon said in askance, saying that Pumba had cried and seemed slightly depressed. He hoped that they hadn't found Simba, because if they did find him and Pumba was behaving like this. Asafa looked at Pumba for a while without showing any expression except the exhaustion on his face. Pumba stopped in front of Asafa and just looked at him. Silence overtook them. Show me the way, Asafa simply said, without any emotion in his voice, although the others could hear how devoid his voice was of hope. Pumba turned around and kept dragging his feet to where he and Ammani found Simba. Soon they climbed up the mountain and arrived to where Ammani was simply sitting and where Pumba had left her. When they arrived near, they noticed that the rock they were walking on was very hot and slightly soft, understanding that this had been lava before it cooled down. When they arrived beside Ammani, they saw it all. The lava that had hardened into a stone seemed to have swallowed 80% of a big rock in a tree, and on top of the rock was lots of blood and a lion's tail. All of them froze as they recognized that tail. Asafa also halted for a second before walking over to the swallowed stone and sniffing around, until he came to the tail that seemed to be stuck to the ground that was once flowing lava. Although he was certain of what had happened here, he still had a minuscule hope of it being another lion. But sniffing the tail, he knew that it was Simba's tail. Backing up, he looked at the ground. Seeing how uneven and bumpy it was, he started going around the bumps, almost as if trying to identify where his brother was. He tried finding a bump big enough, so he'd know where his brother was swallowed by the lava. Soon he came to where the tail and blood was, and simply laid down beside the rock. He was exhausted, more mentally than physically, but with mental exhaustion, the physical follows. Asafa laid, curled up around the tail, stuck on the ground. And right now, it was as if he was once again a cub under his father's arms. Once again, in that valley, beside his father's dead body as it slowly lost its heat. A small cub no bigger than a pup, laying under the mighty lion that seemed to have lost all its might. But now, it was a big lion laying around a small tail on a bump on the ground that might have been where his brother got swallowed. He laid there, but no tears could come out. It was as if he had depleted all. They all cried and came to where Asafa was and sat beside him. And they stayed like that for a few hours. I think it's time for us to return, Timon said. They had cried and grieved, but they couldn't just keep staying here eternally. So he spoke out. Asafa had fallen asleep around his brother's tail. You guys go ahead. I'll stay with Asafa until he wakes up. Pumba said. I don't want to leave either. Hamu said. He hadn't known them for long, But it wasn't the quantity of time, but the quality of time that mattered. Ammani and Timon went down the mountain, but it took no longer than an hour before they returned. Not empty-handed, of course. "We brought food. Hey, you wake up," Timon shouted and kicked a sofa so he would wake up. They hadn't eaten since the day before, and Timon wouldn't allow them to starve themselves. "I'm not hungry," Asafa mumbled before trying to fall asleep again. Timon furiously kicked him again, but to Asafa, it was like a light slap from a 1-year-old. "Ammani worked hard to get you this food," Timon said as he handed Asafa a big piece of meat. Asafa looked at Timon, slightly surprised. Timon had never before supported him eating a carnivorous diet, but now he's handing over the meat himself. Looking over to Ammani, she seems fatigued as well, so Asafa felt obligated to eat what they had brought. There was food for everyone, and all of them started eating. When they were done eating in silence, they had all regained a bit of energy. Timon worried that they would keep staying here all blue, as Asafa seemed totally uninterested in standing up. But to his surprise, after everyone ate their fill, Asafa was the first to stand. "I think it's time to return," Asafa said as he started walking. He said his goodbyes, and he couldn't keep staying here, making his other family members worry. He finally noticed how saddened they were about Simba, and worried sick they were about him when he ate. So he decided to be strong for them. Everyone looked at each other before they also stood up and followed him. Every now and then, Asafa would stop and look back, before finding his resolve again and keep walking. As they silently walked back, they were all in their own line of thought. For Asafa, he was so deeply pondering that he almost forgot that he wasn't alone. The question, how could Simba die, kept repeating in his mind, but in the end he came to a startling realization. In the end, what is canon doesn't even matter anymore. Asafa halted. As he looked around at those behind him, he came to another conclusion. Those around me are real persons. I can't control how and when they die. I can't protect them from things that are above my capabilities, no matter how much knowledge I gain from my former life. Asafa thought Slinel as he looked at his crew that all seemed to be in deep thought as well. As he came to accept his new understanding of life and death, he was about to continue walking, but that's when another thought struck him like thunder. Then my father's death. Can it still be partially blamed on me? If I can't control things that are beyond my capabilities, then his death is solely to blame on my uncle. The others stopped because they noticed that Asafa suddenly seemed to get very serious, as if he's about to hunt prey. Then the atmosphere changed back to the normal, and Asafa continued walking. Life continued for the crew of 5, although it took a few weeks before their spirits completely lifted and everything returned back to how it used to be. Well, almost. Without Simba, they were one less person, and ever since that accident, Asafa didn't laugh as much and he seemed more mature. Although he did still play around, play, but they all noticed that he seemed to... They couldn't put their fingers on it. It seemed like he was maybe waiting for something. He seemed ready for something. The big forest they lived in was east/south of the Pride Lands. And further east from the forest was the volcano in which the accident had occurred. Further east of that volcano, very far from it, was a lone walking. This lion only had 30% of his trial left, a big burn mark all over the left side of his face and upper body. This lion kept walking east, not knowing who he is, where he is going, and to what purpose. All he remembers is that he woke up because of an intense burning in an area filled with lava. His whole body was in pain, and when he woke up, he couldn't remember anything. All he knew was that he is a lion, saying the situation he was in. He did his best to survive, and when he came down from the mountain, he chose a direction and kept walking, hoping to regain his memories and find his home. 10 months since the last accident. One lovely night, the 5 laid together, stargazing. The ringing of bugs could be heard in the grass. Together with the calming wind, things felt very peaceful. The 5 laid on their back with the sky filled with stars as their cover. Timon and Pumba asked, looking at the stars. "Yeah. Ever wondered what those sparky dots are?" "Pumba, I don't wonder, I know," Timon said with a calm certainty. "Oh, what are they?" he asked. "They're fireflies." Fireflies that got stuck in that big, bluish-black thing. He said with depth wisdom beyond his years. Oh gee, I always thought that there were balls of gas burning billions of miles away. Pumba, for you everything is gas. I, for one, think that there are evil ghosts that are stuck up there and can only be seen in the night. Hema said, Ghosts? Pumba questioned. Yes, those evil spirits that want to bring harm to us. Every now and then, they succeed in escaping their prison, and then they cause natural disasters for us. Hema said, Oh, that's why. Sometimes you see one of the falling down from the sky. That means that the ghost escaped and will cause chaos in the coming days. Hema said he was sure of this as he had heard this from his parent before they got killed. You might be right, but from what I've heard, they're the dots of all past panthers that have ever lived. Ammani said, looking up with nostalgia. Oh, then what if Asafa looked up to the sky and gazed at any stars, hoping to get a glimpse of something familiar. But nothing happened. Asafa. All right, I believe that they are suns, same as the one on the day, but these are very far away and appear smaller. Asafa said, Suns? But haha, you're right. Then we would never have nighttime. Timon laughed. Is that so? Asafa said, not caring about Timon's dismissal, still looking closely at the night sky. What do you think? Simba would have said. Pumba asked. Silence overtook them. Asafa sat up and looked up to the sky. Someone once told us that the great kings of the past are up there, watching over us. Asafa said while he sat up, looking up to the sky. Really? Ammani asked, pondering if Simba would really give such an answer. A bunch of royal dead guys are watching us? Ha! Asafa, you're killing it today, ha ha ha. Timon continued laughing while slapping his legs. Hamu and Ammani laughed with him, while Pumba was looking up to the sky in wonder. Asafa suddenly turned and started walking away. The four looked at each other, wonder if they hurt his feelings or something. Was it something I said? Timon asked. As for Asafa, he wasn't hurt by their words. No, rather, he just felt nostalgic and wanted to be alone. When he arrived far away from his crew, he once again looked up to the sky. He knew that his father was looking down. Are you disappointed in me? He whispered as he looked up. I'm not the man you hoped I'd be. Asafa said. There was still no answer. Simba was supposed to be all that. But now that he's gone, Father, I'm sorry for your death. I'm sorry that I couldn't protect Simba, and I'm sorry that I'm all that is left of your legacy. Asafa said, looking up. He had hoped that he could meet his father one last time. But I am the last of your legacy, so this burden will fall on me. Sigh. What did I expect? Asafa muttered as he turned around. Suddenly the winds got stronger and the night got colder. Asafa looked up once again and saw something that had truly shaken him. Up in the sky, the clouds started to form. As soon as Asafa saw this, he started sprinting with all he had so that he could be closer to the clouds. What he saw truly made him feel small. The clouds turned into the form of his father, looking down on Asafa. Father! Asafa shouted. Asafa, the mighty voice of the former Lion King, reverberated through the sky. Asafa had carried the guilt of his father's death for so long, most of his life, and now he could finally meet his father again. Although he had decided to let go of his guilt, he still felt sorry. Father, I'm sorry. Asafa's voice got softer as he spoke. Mufasa simply started at his son for a second. This is not your place. Mufasa said, I know, but how can I return? Asafa spoke, as if his father knew what he was going through. It does not matter, for you are my son, and your responsibility is to protect the Pride Lands. Father, I'm sorry, Asafa shouted, this time with all his might. Although in his head, he had come to peace with everything that had happened, yet the heart doesn't always listen and sometimes holds on to a feeling that is better forgotten. You are my son, is all Mufasa answered. I know I'm your son. What does that have to do with anything? You have not understood, and it is time for you to do so. Mufasa said as he started to turn around. Father, wait. Don't leave me just yet. Asafa started chasing with all his might, although he knew that it was pointless. I never left you nor your brother. Remember, you are my son. Asafa finally stopped when the clouds disappeared and the winds calmed down. He sat down and stared at the sky. He didn't know if what he experienced was real, as it felt so surreal. "I know I'm your son. Why did you have to repeat that so many times?" Asaf sighed. Although his guilt had completely disappeared after meeting his father, now he were left with more questions than before. In a far, far away tree, just in the outskirts of the Pride Lands, a baboon was standing on a branch as he took in a big breath. He had just been awoken by the disturbance in the air, as it got windy and cloudy all of a sudden. After taking in a big breath, he held it for a bit before his eyes widened and coughed out the air he had in his lungs. "Mufasa?" he shouted in confusion. He was Rafiki, one of the close friends and advisors of the former Lion King, Mufasa. Sadly, Mufasa and his 2 sons had died 5 years ago, leaving the Pride Land in the hands of an incompetent king, the brother of Mufasa. This had led to corruption in the lands. Yet right now, he felt the essence of Mufasa in the air. Rafiki was a spiritual being. He knew and understood that this wasn't Mufasa in the flesh. Looking up to the sky, Ha saw on the furthest horizon the clouds that seemed to dissipate. "Why have you showed yourself, and why over there?" Rafiki said with a big smile, as he could feel the change in the horizon. After a rainy day, a sunny would follow. "Oh ho ho, old friend, you left this Rafiki a gift, didn't you? But I have to work for it, huh?" Rafiki said with a grin. Jumping around in joy, Rafiki couldn't help but to feel excitement in his bones. He didn't know what it was yet, but the fact that his old friend has appeared meant something good was about to reveal itself. "I would have made foo-foo out of you if you weren't already dead, ha ha ha." Rafiki laughed at Mufasa in happiness. The next day, the group started the day with some bathing in the lake. Then when midday was arriving, they decided to head out to get some food. Ammani disappeared as usual. She hunted her food alone, far away. Asafa followed since he had already had his fill of fish in the lake, so he could do with a few bugs as dessert. Hamu slithered away to find a rat or mouse he could munch on. "Asafa, you seem slightly out of it since yesterday. I didn't, hurt you or anything, right?" Timon asked. Although he tried to seem nonchalant about it, it was clear that he was worried that he might have said something to hurt Asafa. "No, it's not that. I just have something on my mind." "Oh, what is it?" Pumba asked. "What does this mean if your father constantly tells you that you're his son, even if you already know that?" Asafa asked without thinking about it. Both Pumba and Timon stopped in their tracks looking at each other. "Do you think that someone of his pride came to retrieve him? His dad, for example?" Pumba asked in a whisper. No. Well, maybe, but we can't let him take Asafa back. He is our family now, plus we basically raised him. He's also our greatest protector against other predators." Timon whispered back in worry. "We need to trick him into staying." Pumba whispered. "Hey, I got an idea. We should probably trick him so that he'll stay with us." Timon whispered. "You." "Okay," Pumba agreed. "About your question, those kind of people is best to ignore." Timon said to Asafa that seemed to be deep in thought. "Ah, yeah, Timon is right. They only want to come back to your life when you're rich and successful." Pumba explained. "It's not like that." Asafa dismissed them. Saying this, Timon and Pumba got even more worried. "Asafa, you little sassy brat. I'm telling you, parent are like. Past troubles. It's better to leave it in the past." Timon said, trying to sound convincing. "The future only holds the future." Pumba gave his wisdom. "As I said, it's not like that. Don't worry about it. I'll think about it for myself." Asafa said before taking another path to ponder in silence. "Sigh, they grow up so fast." Pumba gave up. "Hakuna Matata," Timon said with a raised fist. "Hakuna Matata." Pumba bumped his fist. As they walked around and picked up different delicious bugs, they couldn't help but to relax and leave all problems to the future. Asafa found a good tree that he lay beside as he slightly dug the earth. There he found lots of bugs crawling around. Although he filled his stomach on fish, he was fine with some bugs as candy. After slurping a few, he closed his eyes and tried to nap, but he couldn't. "You are my son." Asafa whispered the words that kept echoing in his mind. How can I relax and enjoy the simple life when those words keep hunting me?" Asafa thought in irritation. His life goal had always been simple. First, it was to enjoy the benefits of being the king's brother and laze around. Then it was to enjoy life with the crew, far away from troubles. And now, both his superior plans had failed. What was he to do? As he was contemplating, he hears the soul-piercing shriek of a familiar swine he had known for about 5 years. Then the soul-piercing shriek of a meerkat followed. Since Asafa was deep in thought, he didn't realize what might be happening right now. He stood up and started sprinting towards his companions without thinking. He was sprinting towards the shouting that seemed to be running towards his direction as well. Soon, because of his speed and because Pumba was running for his life, they both passed each other. Pumba was shouting for his life and didn't even notice that he brushed past Asafa. Asafa saw the meerkat on Pumba's back safe and sound as well. To Asafa, because he OF his speed, it was as if a red flash went by, so he halted. "Pumba," he whispered as Pumba disappeared behind him. Yet before he could make sense of it, suddenly an apex predator followed Pumba and also seemed to ignore him. "Lion!" Asafa instantly ran back, chasing the lioness that was chasing Pumba, and it didn't take long before he caught up and punched her from behind, pushing her down. He didn't even need to use his strength to hold her down, as his superior size and weight did the trick. She fell to the ground and laid sideways as huge paws held her down. A look of pure horror overtook her as she realized that she couldn't move and how big those paws were. Roar! She gave her best roar in anger and fear. Asafa held her down and frowned. As she was under him, he could make out who this was. "Oh, BOI, drama incoming," is the only warning sign that went inside his head. Pumba kept running without noticing that the lioness had been caught by Asafa. Asafa looked down and was unsure what he should do now. Could he let her go when she looked so fierce? Just as he was pondering, another roar came from behind as another lionessa appeared in full speed, pouncing towards him. Asafa just instinctively turned his body, making the other lioness that jumped towards him miss him and crash head first into a tree right in front of them. Asafa still held down the other lioness and looked at the two. The one under him has pale fur with turquoise eyes, which seemed to be the perfect mix between blue and green. Looking up at the dizzy lion that had crashed into the tree, she was a darker shade than the one under him, almost the same color as Simba was. Her eyes were ocean or cyan blue. The lion that crashed into the tree seemed to regain her balancing and started growling at him as she started to walk aggressively towards him, making sure he sees her fangs. Which one is which? Asafa wondered, as he couldn't really put his finger on which was Nala and which was Ayana. They looked similar and Gad changed much since they were cubs. He assumed that the one under him, the pale lioness, was Nala, but it was hard to know since they looked eerily similar. "Let go of my sister!" The lioness shouted as she pounced him again. Asafa raised his paw and simply pushed her down as well. He was sitting on one and holding down the other by her neck. Nala struggled to bite him, and as he held down her sister, she finally got her chance to turn enough to bite his paw. Asafa felt the lioness under him suddenly bite him hard, so he let go in reflex. Nala took her chance and sprung up, growling. Right now, both Nala and Ayana were frightened by this lion who was at a size which neither had ever seen before. Not even the former king, which were hazy in their minds, but still the biggest lion they had formerly seen, could compare to the one in front of them. As she growled, she didn't attack him instantly. Instead, she observed him, which made her realize how familiar he seemed. Nala stared at the lion that looked eerily similar to the former king from her memories, except that the lion in front of her was noticeably bigger. His fur was brown, and his mane was dark brown. His eyes were piercing green. As for Ayana, as she was held down, she could only see Asafa from underneath him. As she looked up, she got a feeling that they had met before. It's you," Ayana shouted as she realized who this is. Did she recognize me this fast? Asafa started to worry about what he should say to his childhood friends as he let go of Ayana. He backed up and sat down looking at her as she stood up. Nala stopped growling as Ayana seemed to recognize this big fella. "It's you, isn't it?" Ayana said, slightly excited. Asafa didn't answer, He wasn't sure how he could tell them, "Yep, it's me, Uncle Asafa. Me and my twin survived, surprise. All right, my twin died recently, another surprise?" That reply wouldn't fly. "It's you, the one I saw on the tree. The one hunting the hyenas." Ayana realized. Only then did Asafa realize that she hadn't recognized him truly, only his secret identity at hyena hunter. A royal crown prince during the day, and a hyena hunter vigilante during the night. Cough, cough, yes. He didn't know what to say at this moment. How should he tell them that he is their long-lost friend? Nala frowned at this. Ayana seemed to recognize him when she herself hadn't seen this line before, which was weird because she felt like she also recognized him from somewhere. One have to remember, these three hasn't met each other since they were cubs. Even then, Nala is 1 year older than Ayana and Asafa. So she remembered those events slightly more clearly. While in Ayana's head, although she remembers Asafa whom she had a crush on, and Simba the Crown Prince, she couldn't remember the time they spent together clearly, nor their looks. Only hazy shadows were left in her mind, but she early remembered their friendship. Nala got even more concerned when she realized that Ayana knew an outsider without telling her, which made her protective alarms go off. "Ayana, who is this?" Nala sighed in a dangerous voice. "I don't really know him. I just saw him hiding from us when we were hunting the hyena hunter," she said, her eyes still vigilant on Asafa. Ayana instantly felt her sister's eyes turn dangerous as she looked at her. Gulf, she knew that Nala would deal with her when they got back. "I knew I shouldn't have kept this secret back then." When they were young, Nala was the misbehaving ball of energy, while she, Ayana, tried to be more aloof like her childhood crush Asafa. But when they lost the two royal princes, their best friends, Nala changed into an overprotective sister, way too mature for her age. "Why are you hunting the hyenas in our turf? And why did you attack us today?" Nala asked the hyena hunter, with aggression in her voice. She didn't treat him as a friend for simply hunting the hyenas. After all, it was still in their territory. Other lions are not welcome, no matter how bad their situation was. Since Asafa wasn't sure how to explain why he hunted hyenas, he started with the second question. "I didn't attack you first." "You obviously did." Ayana got angry. At first she thought that the hyena hunter might be a good guy, but now her image of him started to change. "No, you guys attacked Timon and Pumba, my family," Asafa said seriously. "Timon and Pumba? What kind of lion names are those? And when did we attack other lions?" Nala scoffed. "Not lions, a pig and a meerkat," Asafa explained. "Those two? How can you be friends with food?" Ayana got even angrier, thinking he was lying even more, to come up with a false reason as to why he attacked them. "Roar!" Asafa angrily got up and roared to show that. That's where he draws the line. Both Nala and Ayana started to growl. "They're not food, they are my family," Asafa said angrily. "After all, if someone tries to kill someone dear to you, you would get angry lest you don't really hold precious feelings to them. Fine, we'll accept your excuse. But let me ask you in advance. Are the other foods in this jungle your so-called family?" Nala said with anger. She assumed that what Asafa meant was that this forest was his territory, and only he could hunt here. Hearing her question, Asafa realized that they misunderstood. "Sai, Timon, Pumba, get over here," he shouted. He had heard the two sneakingly return here after they heard his roar, and he felt like it was better to resolve any misunderstanding that might occur between them. After all, he knew that soon he'd have to return and defeat Scar and retake the position as king. He understood this since the day Simba died, no matter how unwilling he was. The throne could not be under Scar. It had become his responsibility, and it's better not to create conflict with these two. Yes, sorry for eavesdropping. I'm Timon the Bones with barely any meat, and this is my stinky, rotten bacon friend Pumba. Not tasty at all. Nice to meet you." Timon meekly introduced themselves as they got behind Asafa. Both Nala and Ayana dropped their jaws at this. A lion, a meerkat, and a big family? It didn't make any sense at all, yet here they were. "Then, you really weren't coming up with excuses so that we wouldn't hunt in your turf?" Ayana asked, still bewildered. "You're still as silly as ever, Ayan," Asafa stopped himself as he realized what came out of his mouth. Growljar, both of them got defensive, ready for aggression, when they realized that he knew their names. After all, if a stranger suddenly comes up to you and know your name, you'll get very defensive. Saying how he screwed up, he might introduce himself before things got trickier. Nice to meet you again, Ayana. My name is Asafa, he said slight. Nice to meet you again, Ayana. My name is Asafa, he said slightly nervous. How would they react to him still being alive? At first, Nala and Ayana tried to figure out how the stranger could possibly know their names unless he was an enemy spying on them. But only after a few seconds did his introduction finally set in. Their defensive aggressiveness receded, and what overtook them was confusion. Ayana looked skeptical. How could this stranger have the same name as him? Nala frowned heavily, trying to overlap the face in her memories with the one in front of her. Only then did she realize how similar they were, and only then did she realize why the lion in front of her was so similar to their former king. Asafa, Nala asked in nervousness. Could it be true? Could it really be true that he had returned from death? Her eyes filled with tears as uncertainty overtook her. She hoped that she was right, but what could be the odds that this lion that looked like him and had the same name as him wasn't him? Still, she didn't dare to hope too much. It's me, Nala, Asafa said with a tone of softness in his voice. He had really missed these two. Asafa, she shouted as she pounced him, this time to showcase her relief and sorrows. They put their head together and rubbed them in nostalgia. Asafa felt like his heart relaxed. Sister, don't be fooled by him, Ayana said, still skeptical. Yet she couldn't bring herself to completely stop her sister as she saw how relieved her sister seemed. Can it be really him? Oh boy, Timon whispered. Timon and Pumba had hidden themselves in the bushes when they noticed the bad atmosphere. But things turned worse for every second Timon looked on. Isn't this good news, Timon? Pumba asked, wondering why Timon seemed so down. No, Pumba, it isn't, Timon said with wisdom beyond his years. Asafa and Nala hugged and enjoyed each other to show affection. Only after a while did Nala back up, with slight tears in her eyes. How are you still? Alive? She asked, barely able to believe this. Wait, let me ask you something, Ayana proposed. The scrutiny in her voice was clear, obvious to all of them that she didn't believe this at all. After all, it is possible that he is a spy, and that he had overheard them talking about Simba and Asafa. Nala and Ayana occasionally reminisced about their past, and it's possible that this lion had overheard them while spying. Go ahead, Asafa said, excited to start teasing little Ayana. Well, she isn't so little anymore. I once asked you, Asafa in private, if he wasn't worried about not being the crown prince. If you're really him, tell me what you answered me. She somberly said, hoping that he could answer, yet didn't let her hopes up. Nala frowned. Even she wouldn't remember the details of specific conversations she had with someone so far back. How can he remember something so trivial? In fact, even Ayana only remembered that moment because his words left a big imprint on her heart that day. Asafa started thinking for a while before a sad smile overtook his lion lips. He remembered Simba. Asafa wished that Simba could also meet these two again, but he can't, he will never. Being king is no good, having to work hard and take care of everyone. It's better to be the prince. Same royal treatment, but no responsibility. Yes, only a dummy wants to be king. Asafa said in a chuckle as he remembered his youthful words and how he was picking at his brother at that time, since he was going on about becoming king. Only a dummy would want to be king. Ayana repeated with shock in her eyes. Nala looked on, worried that Ayana wouldn't agree, but Nala knew in her heart that this was definitely Asafa, son of Mufasa. As for Ayana, the words that had once echoed in her youthful heart echoed once again. She remembers how those words were so shocking to her at one point. After all, being king seemed like the biggest achievement for her when she was young. Yet her crush told her that it's the opposite. It's better to let someone else be a king. Only dummies want to be king. Those words really had an effect on her. That's why she remembers it so clearly. You're him, aren't you? She finally said in disbelief. I've been trying to tell you. Asafa said with a soft smile. Suddenly, she pushed him as well, and since Asafa was relaxed, he allowed her to push him down and start to show her affection and how much she had missed him. Both Nala and Ayana seemed to have completely forgotten their troubles as they started hugging and rubbing heads with him and licking each other, as this was how lions showed affection for each other. After a while, Ayana finally come to her senses. Hold on, if you're the hyena hunter, why did you never return to the Pride Lands? She finally asked. Even Nala stared at him, not understanding the situation. It's complicated. Asafa tried to avoid the subject. Explain it. We have been under immense grief from the belief that you died. You owe us at least that much. Nala said. Fine. It all started the day my father died. Asafa said, trying to choose his words carefully. Both Ayana and Nala listened closely. That was a painful day that changed the whole Pride Lands. That day led me and Simba to falsely believe that it was our fault for our father's death. Asafa said in a somber tone. Both looked confused at this. In the end, the guilt of believing that we killed our father made us run away, escape from the Pride Land to never return again. Asafa explained. Wait, both of you survived? Both Ayana and Nala realized what he said and spoke out. Simba looked slightly sad at this. Yes, we escaped as far as he could and found this place, which became our home. Then where is he? Nala asked. Gone. He died a few months back in an accident, Asafa said with a hurt tone. Both realized that he was still in pain and started rubbing heads against him. Come, let me show you how I've lived for the past 5 years, Asafa said in excitement as he stood up. The size difference between him and the two was staggering. You really did grow much bigger than expected, Ayana said as she stood beside him. She remembers that he was bigger than them back then as well, but the difference wasn't this big. Follow me, Asafa said in a smile as he showed them the way to one of his favorite places. Ayana and Nala looked at each other before following him. As they walked behind him and stared at him, they couldn't help but to feel like this was all a dream. All had gone south for them ever since that day. The king died along with his 2 royal sons, their best friends. Then the king's brother took over the throne, but he wasn't ideal. He invited the hyenas to the Pride Lands, leading to less food. The king was harsh and overworked the lions. In the end, their lives had become a misery. But here they were, walking behind their dead friend, the rightful king. Would the Pride Land now return to what it was? But if Asafa was here all along, and he knew the situation back home, and he refused to return, would they be able to convince him? Nala and Ayana were both deep in their thoughts. Be careful here, Asafa said as he stepped over a big root of the tree that deformed the ground. Yet neither of them heard what he said as they were too deep in their minds. Both fell down, making Asafa turn back and look at them weirdly. What's going on? Can't you even walk properly? Asafa asked, looking at them. Both of them felt embarrassed and stood up. We're not used to walking in the woods. Ayana tried to find an excuse. Nala just looked away. Fine, be careful, Asafa said as he continued leading them until they reached an opening where a small waterfall kept pouring water into a lake. Wow, what a beautiful place, Ayana said, excited by the beautiful scene. Go look in the water, you'll be surprised by what you'll see, Asafa said mysteriously as he stood aside, giving them room to go to the edge of the lake. Nala and Ayana looked at each other and nodded before they walked towards the edge of the lake. What are we supposed to find? Nala asked as the two looked down to the water. But Asafa didn't answer. Just as they were about to turn around to see why he didn't answer, they both felt a paw pushing them from behind into the lake. Splash, splash. Ha-ha, still as gullible as ever I see, ha-ha, Asafa roared in laughter. Both Nala and Ayana swam up in panic. They weren't used to playing in the water. They hadn't done that since they were cubs. Seeing him laying on his back laughing, both felt elation as they climbed out of the water. TSK still as immature as ever, Ayana complained as she shook off the water from her fur. And here I thought that maybe you had matured, Nala said. Me, immature? Now, Way, I think you got the wrong lion. Maybe you were thinking about him, Asafa said while pointing towards the other side of the lake with a serious tone. Both Nala and Ayana looked back in the direction of the lake, but they didn't see any lion there. That when they realized, but it was too late. Splash, splash. Ha ha ha, fools. You really are brainless without me around. Ah ha ha. Asafa roared once again. His laughter echoed throughout the forest. Maybe he had gone back to his childish ways now that he had met his childhood friends and reconciled with his past, and that might be why he felt so childlike right now. Soon he stopped laughing when he noticed that then two were still underwater. Huh, don't you two know how to swim? He shouted, but no response came. Me guys, Asafa said worriedly as he went to the edge of the lake and looked down, trying to see if they had drowned. Just at that moment, both Nala and Ayana came out and dragged him down into the water. After they successfully threw him in, they climbed up. Nala, next time, let's not meet people that died when they were children. It seems like they stopped maturing for some reason. Sound like a good idea. We don't want to catch their immaturity. They spoke to each other as they shook their fur. HAA, you got me. Congratulations. This is the first and last time you'll get me. Asafa said as he swam out. Is that so? We'll see about that. Ayana said, feeling challenged. Thought the Nala look at him. Ayana laughed as she saw how Asafa's wet mane covered his whole face after getting out of the water. Nala looked at him and chuckled, trying to not laugh. She didn't want to fall to their level. Asafa started turning his head and shaking of the water, splashing Nala and Ayana after they had almost dried up. Hey, stop it! Ayana shouted as she backed up, not wanting to get his mane water on her. Asafa stopped, and his face was hidden except the big grin on his lips, showing his dangerous fangs. I really missed you guys, Asafa suddenly said. Both stilled. Asafa lifted his wet mane from his eyes with his paw to see the two, and that's when they came to him and started rubbing their heads on his again. Ayana suddenly pushed him, making him fall over, bringing Nala with them. In the next moment, Asafa was over both Ayana and Nala, looking at them, and only then did he notice that they were no longer cubs but adult lions. They stared at each other for a moment before Ayana licked the side of his face, making his eyes widen. Then Nala licked the other side of his face. Asafa realized at that moment that both of them looked at the current, adult him, and probably saw their king, and with that, their mate. He could feel an intimate gaze from both of them, one of care and love. Asafa felt his heart beat harder and his blood rush as he looked at the two. It felt like there was something in the air between them. Something of excitement, slight embarrassment, and something intense. Cough, cough, an angry cough was heard, making the three look to the side. There stood a disappointed meerkat with folded arms, a swine looking angry, a snake shaking his head in disappointment, and a black panther signing, as if she had failed her mission as a life coach. This is not what it looks like, Asafa said. We leave you 5 minutes, and his is what you do. Ammani asked. I won't accept this under my trees. Timon said. To think that you've demoted me to the second biggest snake here. I'm disappointed. Hema said. Asafa, you should introduce us. Pumba tried to ease the situation. Nala, Ayana, and Asafa stood up awkwardly. It's Timmy and Polly. Nice to meet you again. Ayana greeted the two she had seen earlier, Timon and Pumba. So let me get this straight. You three grew up together as the king's servants, and Simba was the queen. Hemu asked while scratching his head with his tail. No, they were slaves, and the queen attacked them and made everyone think they died. But who got scarred? Ammani said. No, they are twins and happen to know who Simba and Asafa Rez, then they thought that they died. So they scarred the king. Pumba tried to make them understand. Guys, calm down. Nothing has changed. I'm still me. It's just that I used to be childhood friends with these two. And the king died, so me and Simba had escaped because we believed that we were the guilty. Asafa tried to explain. I see. Wait, you kill the king. Timon flew up in fear. After all, if Simba and Asafa were criminals, and he shielded them from lions nonetheless. No, it's not like that. No wonder your brain didn't develop if you grew up with these people. Ayana said angrily, dragging down everyone including Asafa. Hey, I'm the great leader Hamu. It is anyone's honor to be with me. Hamu complained. Asafa, You need to return and take your place as king. Nala suddenly turned to Asafa and spoke in a serious tone. Their home is on the brink of never being able to recover. KK King. Times four as the crew shouted in surprise. Ha ha ha, lady. Now I'm sure you've got the wrong person, Asafa. King? Puffs. I've been teaching this brat manners since he was in diapers. There's no way he's king. Right, Asafa? Ammani said in a chuckle. Right, Asafa? Saying no res pawns, she asked again. No, Nala is right. I am a prince. Asafa said with some guilt. He never told such an important part of his identity. Although he trusted them dearly, it was more to do with the fact that he didn't want anything to do with his past. But now that fact had changed. They all dropped their jaws. Timon looked like he was thinking hard about something. But, you don't want to return, right? Pumba asked with worry in his tone. Asafa was like his little brother. They AHD become family. No, I don't. Asafa said to the surprise of everyone. Asafa, you have to. Ayana cried out. If he refuses, then they be doomed. The crew breathed out in relief. But I have to, Asafa said, making all of them perk up. My uncle has destroyed my homeland, and as the rightful king, have to return and take my place as king, Asafa said, making all of them look at him in both sorrow and admiration. They had never seen him with such a resolve. The kid has grown, Timon soullessly claimed. Timon, you once said that one should leave the past behind them, but my past has come to confront me. It's standing right in front of me. Should I turn away and leave everyone to die? Or should I stand and help those that I care about? Asafa challenged Timon on his philosophy with a question that he knew would make Timon understand. I see. Then we have no choice but to say our farewells here. Timon said sadly. Why would it be a farewell? It's only a goodbye, and I'm not returning today. Really, all of them got happy that he would stay at least another day. Asafa, we can't stay too long. Nala said, Understand. He nodded. That night, the gang returned to their sleeping quarters, all in different moods. Nala and Ayana were excited. Timon and Pumba were the saddest, while Ammani felt like it wouldn't be long before they met again. Hamma was thinking that all this was a prank to test his intelligence. Asafa had a hard time sleeping, so he carefully stood up and silently left the yard to get some alone time. He walked to the opening where his father had shown himself previously. Asafa looked up to the sky in wonder. You are my son, huh? Asafa spoke the word his father had repeatedly told him. He felt like his father meant something more with those words. No, my dad is a baboon. A weird voice said from beside Asafa, making him jump slightly as he hadn't noticed the monkey beside him. I must have been in very deep thought to not notice him. Is this? What was his name? Ratsitsiki. Asafa wondered as he looked at the monkey that was staring at the sky while sitting beside him. Asafa doesn't remember every detail of this world since it had been a lifetime since he last saw the Lion King in his former life. But he knew that this monkey was a friend of his father. Oh, who are you? Asafa asked. Not your son. Are you my son? The M.O.K. asked while tilting his head while looking at him. No. Asafa's eye twitched. What's your name? Asafa then tried asking him again. My name is... Rafiki started looking around as if he was afraid someone else was going to hear him. Then he waved Asafa to come closer as if what he was about to say was a great secret. Asafa came closer. The question is, who are you? Rafiki whispered. TSK. Monkey, are you trying to get eaten? Asafa asked in oration as he felt slightly tricked. Has this monkey eaten some bad shrooms or something? My name is Asafa. The monkey claimed before standing upright and shouting, and Mufasa is my father. TSK. Monkey, stop playing around. I'm Asafa, son of Mufasa. Asafa said while scratching his ear that hurt by the shouting of the monkey. Getting him baboon to talk straight was harder and more annoying than he would have thought. Rafiki said, surprised by what Asafa said. I thought you were. He then hugged Asafa closer and whispered, Come here, it's a secret. When they were closer, Rafiki said, A sandasana, a squash banana, one nana lala lala, as he started jumping around in excitement. You crazy monkey, I'm about to eat you. Haha, not a good idea to eat your son. The monkey claimed. Tisku is my son, you monkey. Asafa retorted. The only reason he didn't leave is because he knew that this crazy baboon was his father's friend. Who is your son? You don't know? Mufasa is your son. Rafiki suddenly stopped and said, Mufasa isn't my son. He's my father. Asafa said as he got tired of the monkey. But what if Mufasa was your son? The monkey said slowly, as if he was about to reveal something groundbreaking. Would you hate him if he got into trouble and you had to save him, even at the cost of your life? Rafiki asked with a serious tone, as he for the first time so far looked straight into Asafa's eyes. Of course not. It's my responsibility as his father to protect him even if I die. If it was my son. Suddenly Asafa's eyes widened as he realized something. Asafa at this point realized what his father was telling him. Whatever you feel guilty about, it does not matter. You're my son, and die to protect you is my responsibility, and I will never hold that against you. You are my son. That's what his father was telling him. His father understood that Asafa felt guilty about his death, but it did not matter. Even if he truly was the root cause of his death, a father would never blame his son. I'm his son, Asafa whispered, but he had fallen deep into contemplation and seemed slightly out of it. Rafiki smiled and looked at the sky. So this is the gift you left for Rafiki. A good gift indeed, old friend. Rafiki shouted at the sky with a wide grin. Asafa didn't even notice that Rafiki was shouting at the sky. Chuckle. Indeed, I'm Asafa, son of Mufasa, Asafa said with conviction, no longer holding any feeling of responsibility for his father's death. If I died protecting Simba, I would never feel that it was his fault no matter how dumb Simba was behaving. That's because he is my brother. At the same time, father would never feel that I'm at fault because I'm his son. Asafa thought with a smile. As he stood up, he noticed the monkey sitting down in meditation. Monkey, thank you, Asafa said, realizing that the baboon wasn't really as crazy as he seemed. My name is Rafiki, a friend of your father. Rafiki said while his eyes were closed. I figured. So what will you do now, my king? Rafiki said while opening one of his eyes. First, I need to take back what belongs to me, Asafa said with conviction. Rafiki nodded. Then I'll ban all crazy baboons from stepping into the Pride Lands, Asafa said as he turned around, getting ready to leave. Swish! Asafa heard the sound of swing, and he dodged the staff Rafiki had swung at him from behind. Oh good reflexes, Rafiki said, quite impressed. Asafa simply smiled at him as he continued leaving. Asafa had been gone for a long while, and when he returned, he found all of his gang discussing something. It seemed like they couldn't sleep as well. I see. So his uncle is an evil king, Pumba said. Finally, you get it, Ayana said with an eye roll. But how can I be his uncle if I'm a snake? Emma seemed even more confused. How? Did you arrive at the conclusion that you're his uncle? Ayana almost lost it when she heard this. Yusa said that his uncle is king. I'm the king of this forest, so I'm his uncle? Hemu used his super logic. Nala and Ayana stared at his with their mouths slightly agape. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Ammani confirmed Hamu's hypothesis with a paw under her chin as he pondered his words deeply. No. His uncle has a scar, Pumba said. No, listen up. Asafa's uncle, a lion, became an evil king of the Pride Lands. Now we need Asafa to return and save the Pride Lands, Nala said as she felt that her sister would soon go on a killing spree. Oh, why didn't you say that? Timon said as he realized. We did. Times two. Wait, so let me get this straight. Asafa is really a king? Ammani asked as she came to realization. Yes. Nala was also slowly losing it. Ammani's eyes widened. She suddenly hugged Timon, Pumba, and Hamu together and whispered something to them. I think we should follow Asafa and defeat the evil king with a scar. She whispered to the team. Are you crazy? Didn't you hear her? It's a fight between lions and hyenas, both of which wants to eat us. Timon disagreed. Besides, they have help from their uncle that can defeat the evil king. Hamu gave his 2 cents. No, hold up, guys. Look, if Asafa becomes king, just imagine the royal life we'll have. Ammani explained her reasoning. Wait, I just got an idea. If Asafa becomes king, and we're his closest friends, imagine how luxuriously we'll live with many lions that'll protect us. Timon came up with a brilliant idea. All of them suddenly fell into contemplation. The lifestyle here in the forest was good, but a royal lifestyle? That's even better. Ahem, I think, as Asafa's closest friends, we shall be selfless and help him out when he's in need. Hamu said loudly and bravely. Agreed. Ammani said. Agreed. Timon said. Agreed. Pumba said. Nala and Ayana looked at each other and felt that something was off. They couldn't hear what the crew whispered about, but their gut feeling told them that these guys were just behaving shamelessly right now. It would mean a lot to me if you followed, Asafa said as he heard their last statement as he arrived here. They all turned to him. I didn't want to ask you to leave your lives here for me, but it means everything to me that you're willing to follow me, Asafa said with a smile. Your Highness. The crew bowed down to show their loyalty. We don't do that here, Asafa said while waving his paw. Hamu also bowed. That's when he realized something of importance. How could he, a super snake, king of the forest, bow to others? At worst, he was equal to Asafa, and at best, he was a super king and was superior to Asafa's normal kingship. If you tricked me, Hamu said in a huff. Asafa ignored him and started walking to the sleeping area as he had gotten sleepy. He needed rest, as tomorrow they would start their travels. Don't ignore me. Tell me the truth. You want to get my defenses down so you can usurp my throne, Hamu said while pointing his tail at Asafa, but he noticed that everyone ignored him and started walking to their sleeping area. Huh, is he not after my crown? No, I won't be tricked by you guys, he shouted and tried to catch up to them unwillingly. After all, the best place to sleep is in the soft and cozy mane of Asafa, and if Timon got there first, he might take his favorite spot. Vile creatures, you tricked me, so you could take my spot, Hamu cried as he caught up then. They slept well, and after they awoke they ate and drank their fill and then started their journey back. If Mufasa ran alone, he could get back to the Pride Lands in half a week, but since they were traveling in a group, it would take them at least a week, maybe even more. As they were traveling, Asafa seemed lost in thought. This didn't go unnoticed by Nala or Ayana. They understood that this was a great moment in Asafa's life. He would return to his birthplace and home, fight his uncle for the position of king. But they were unaware of the fact that Asafa was thinking about how he should expose the fact that Scar killed his own brother. Asafa had so far avoided telling Nala and Ayana that Scar killed Mufasa. He had only told them that he and Simba escaped while falsely believing that they were guilty for their father's death. But he never told them that Scar directly killed Mufasa. After a week, they finally reached the Pride Lands, and in the horizon, they could see the Pride Rock. So that's your home, the place you're king? Timon said as he looked around. The whole place seems so dead and gray. My kingdom is prettier, Hema said. This place seems so blue. Pumba said. Pumba water is blue, not this place. It's gray at best. Timon corrected. But I meant... Pumba tried explaining, but he got cut off. No buts. You have enough of that already. Oh, I see, Pumba said. Which way should we take? Ammani asked as she looked around. Everyone turned to Asafa, but his sight was on another place. That way, Asafa said as he looked at the Great Rift, where his father had died. That's a long way. It's better if go right. Nala advised. It doesn't matter. There's something I want to see there, he said, not explaining. They all nodded then followed him. Soon, they arrived at the beginning of the rift. That's when Asafa slowed down and started walking with heavy steps. It wasn't until they reached a third way into the rift that they stopped by a big rock that was in the middle of their path. Asafa walked closer to it and just stared at it, reminiscing about that day. Asafa, are you okay? Ayana asked. What's going on, kiddo? Timon also asked as they noticed his somber mood. It was a sunny day when my Uncle Scar brought me and Simba here, Asafa said. Everyone perked up at this, especially Nala and Ayana, as they weren't familiar with this story. He told us to wait here because our father had a big surprise for us, one to die for, Asafa said. The crew listened on waiting for the rest of the story, but Nala caught on to some hints by his words and started frowning while getting bad feeling about this. Me and my brother competed in our roaring while waiting for our father right here, Asafa said as he chuckled at the memory of his brother while walking up to he big rock. That's when the ground started shaking and the rift started to fill up with wildebeests running for their life. It felt like there was a million of them. Asafa then started walking in the direction he and his brother ran. The crew followed while Nala and Ayana looked at each other in shock. Scar had told a similar story, but he never told them that he was the one that brought Simba and Asafa here. They realized that something was wrong, very wrong. As they continued walking down, Pumba asked them, "And what happened then?" Not understanding that the story Asafa was telling was the death of Mufasa. We ran for our lives, but our small legs could only take us so far before the wildebeest caught up to us, he said while pointing further down the rift at another rock with a broken, dead tree beside it. We reached that place and climbed up, Asafa said. Soon they reached the half-broken, dead tree. Our father then ran down into the horde of wildebeest to save us. He picked up Simba while I climbed his back, Asafa said with a bitter smile. They continued walking, but both Nala and Ayana looked bloodthirsty at this point. They realized that Scar had lied about the story and that it was his fault that the accident had happened. But they weren't yet aware that it wasn't an unintentional accident. Soon they stopped as Asafa looked up the side of the rift, the cliff. "See those marks? My father climbed up there and left us on that rock right there," he said while pointing at a specific rock. They all looked up at the marks made from Mufasa's claws and the rock where Simba and Asafa had been dropped off. They looked like they could see the scenes in their minds. Father continued climbing up as he couldn't fit on the rock. Simba tried to climb up as well, but I stayed as my eyes couldn't leave Father, Asafa said. At this point, the crew understood that this story was the story of that day, the day Asafa's father died. They all listened closely. When he reached the top, a pair of claws gripped his claws, holding tight. I'd recognize those claws any day, anywhere, Asafa said. "Scar," Nala said in understanding, and Asafa nodded in confirmation. But if Scar was there, how did Mufasa die? Ayana asked what everyone was wondering now. They'd never guessed that Scar would kill his own brother. Indeed, my uncle was there, holding into my father. But he was also the one to pusk off my father, right down to the horde of wildebeests. Asafa dropped a bomb on them. Everyone's eyes widened, aghast at what they had just heard. Nala and Ayana was the most shocked at this, as they grew up hearing a whole another story. That Scar had found Asafa and Simba being mischievous again, running towards the horde of wildebeests and getting themselves into trouble. So he hurried to get the king to save them. That's when they accidentally got Mufasa killed, and then they also died in that horde. Now it made sense how Simba and Asafa had lived throughout this day, Scar lied. When they came back to their senses, they realized that Asafa had walked further down. So they hurried to him, still shaken by what they had heard. And right here I found him laying without a breath, Asafa said as he stood where his father died. Yes, his goal was with visiting this place was to explain what had happened on that day. Both Ayana and Nala came up to him and rubbed their heads against him to show empathy. The crew also came up to him and showed care. Asafa, Scar is an usurper, a corrupt king and a traitor. You need to punish him, Ayana said, lastly with a dangerous flint in her eyes. Nala had a very dangerous glint in her eye, but it couldn't compare to the one in Ayana's eye. It was as if she had her eyes set on prey. Nala did have better self-control. She had to have that in order to take care of her younger sister, and the younger one never controlled herself. She went wild, and that's the difference between the two. Asafa saw their eyes and understood that an execution had to happen, unlike how it would have gone if his brother had returned instead. Asafa saw that everyone had the right mentality and seemed ready to ride or die. So he didn't waste any time and took a small path from the end of the rift that led right to the side of the Pride Rocks. Simba had shown him this path to the rift that day when Scar had called them there. It hid them well and was secretive, and it wasn't until they had reached very close to the Pride Rock that their plan was set in motion. Pumba jumped up with Timon and Hamu on his back, making a ruckus, then running away when they gained the attention of the hyena. When Asafa saw that they succeeded in working as bait to lure away the guarding hyenas, he nodded to Ammani, giving her the signal that it was her turn. She nodded back and started chasing Pumba from a distance to protect them. Only then did Nala and Ayana start to climb the Pride Rock. Their mission was to first assemble the lionesses, and then Asafa would come up a minute after them. Asafa saw them climb up and waited. Only when he heard the angry roar of Scar echo down, which made his blood boil, did he stand up, ready to climb. Just as he was about to climb up, two hyenas walked down the cliff. "Ha, Scar is angry again. It's better to escape before he releases it on us instead." "Ah, you're right, huh? Where is everyone?" the other hyena asked, as they found the foot of the Pride Rock empty. "Maybe they took a leak." "All of them?" the other questioned. Right at that moment, a big brown flash passed them by, pushing down one of them to the ground by his neck and biting the other in the neck. Asafa bit through the hyena's neck and felt a crunch. Then the hyena went limp. So he reached for the other and bit him as well, but he noticed at that point that the other had also died when he pushed his neck slightly too hard, breaking it. Asafa turned around and started to climb, and when he was almost up, he heard their discussions. "Yes, we found the hyena killer," Nala said with an eerily cold tone. Ayana was keeping silent, as she didn't have the self-control to not reveal everything. "And did you kill him?" Scar said dangerously. Sarabi and the other lionesses were looking at the two in worry. Scar was having an especially bad day today. "No, we couldn't," Nala said. "And why exactly is that?" Scar said in a growl as he walked closer to Nala. "Because I am him." A heavy voice filed the assembly. Everyone turned towards the path down, and soon found a gigantic, brown lion with even darker brown mane walk up. All of their eyes widened in slight worry, as they had never seen such a huge lion before. But the weird thing was that everyone felt that he was very familiar. Sarabi would have shouted her husband's name because of the similarities between the two, had it not been for the size and color difference. Even Scar took a step back as his eyes widened. "Brother," was his first thought. Their voices were too similar. "Who are you?" Sarabi suddenly asked. "He's the hope we found." Ayana turned to everyone and said, "How dare you come into my kingdom?" Scar suddenly felt enraged and roared at Asafa. "Your kingdom? Or Mufasa's?" Asafa shouted back. His shout was so powerful that they almost felt the ground shake, and everyone took a step back. Even Scar stopped in his tracks. "Mufasa is dead. This is mine." Scar said he was getting ready to give the order for everyone to attack this intruder. "Dead, and you killed him," Asafa said, making everyone snap their heads to Scar, barely following the words. "How dare you make such a claim? Everyone kill him," Scar said in a cold voice. But to his surprise, Sarabi had stopped everyone from moving. "Young man, why would you lay such a claim on our king's head?" Sarabi asked Asafa, without knowing that it was her own son she was speaking to. "Because I was there that day and saw him kill my father," he said, slowly letting his words sink in, and everyone, one for one, started to realize the nature of his words. Scar was the first one to lose his calm. "Simba?" "No, that's Asafa," he realized. "Mother, I'm back," Asafa said in a soft voice. Sarabi's eyes widened as she didn't dare to believe it at first. She rushed to him and rubbed her head with his. "Asafa, how are you alive?" she cried. Asafa rubbed her head back before taking a step closer to Nala and Ayana to explain to everyone. "That day was planned by my uncle, his plan to usurp his brother and kill the princes." Asafa said to everyone, "Lies, it's impossible. I saw my nephews die. Who are you?" Scar got nervous and tried to make everyone suspicious of Asafa, even though he realized that Asafa was really alive. "That day you sent the hyenas after me and my brother, but they didn't do their work properly," Asfa said. His words seemed to clear up Scar's own suspicions. "Why didn't you return?" Sarabi questioned. "Because I knew our uncle would kill us even if I returned, so I had to bid my time so I could grow," he said. "That's not true. Nothing would make me happier than if my nephews returned alive and well," Scar said with a relieved tone. He realized that everyone believed in Asafa's identity, with only a few looking skeptical still. "It doesn't matter. Now that he's here, he's the rightful king," Ayana shouted. "You disgusting little..." Scar got angry and was about to slap her, but before he could, Asafa arrived near her and slapped Scar so hard he fell 3 meters back. Everyone was absolutely shocked at Asafa's speed and power. Scar slowly stood up feeling dizzy. That's when everyone saw it. Flap, 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 a blue bird was flying towards the Pride Rock. Bad news. The hyenas are chasing a pig, a meerkat, and a snake. Huh. The bird landed near Sarabi and shouted in panic. But he got confused as he looked around. What's going on here? He asked. Zazu, welcome back. A strong lion's voice was heard. Thank you, Mr. Sir, Zazu said with manners, until it clicked in his head. Who are you? He asked in surprise and worry. Looking at Asfa, he found him similar to Mufasa but browner. Wait, don't tell me you're his, Zazu said as his eyes jumped from Asafa to Scar and jumped between them a few times. Ha, no, Zazu. He's my uncle. Asafa laughed. His laughter was similar to his father's, which made Zazu relax in nostalgia. Zazu heaved a sigh of relief. Uncle, I see. That's good. I couldn't handle another of him, Zazu whispered, but then he flew back 2 meters in surprise. Uncle, Zazu shouted in askance. Yes. Don't tell me you don't remember me, Zazu. Asafa? Yes. Asada confirmed with a smile. Zazu flew towards him like a cannon and hugged him. Young master, is all he could say. He couldn't find his words. Everyone, I am Asafa, son of Mufasa, rightful king of the Pride Lands. Today I have returned to execute the traitor and usurper, Scar. Anyone that sides with him will share his punishment. Asada roared out. No one seemed to take Scar's side as they all walked behind Asafa and shows their allegiance. Asafa, is violence all you know? Can't we handle this? Politely, Scar asked softly, but his tone got darker for every word. He took his time so he could wait for all the hyenas to gather, and they did as they filled the Pride Rocks. Time for peace has ended. Everyone, take care of the intruders. Asafa roared as he rushed towards his uncle. Scar turned around and left, dozens of hyenas taking his place and rushing towards Asafa. Asafa didn't waste time and rushed towards the hyenas. This action caused the other lionesses to worry, especially Sarabi, Nala, and Ayana. But in a few seconds they were left aghast. Asafa rushed into the group of hyenas and attacked them. His striking speed was so fast that the hyenas couldn't dodge, and every slash he made left deadly injuries. Asafa slashed at the head of one of the hyenas, which opened up his head in 4 parts from Asafa's claws. The hyena fell dead instantly. Asafa didn't hold back and attacked them all with all he got, and it didn't take long until he killed all of them. The lionesses saw this and realized that Asafa could handle himself well and focused on the hyenas in front of them instead. Seeing the corpses around him, Asafa hurried after Scar. As he followed the path Scar had taken that led to the backside of the Pride Rock, he finally caught up to Scar. Scar wasn't overly worried about his life. He knew that from this day on, he would have to escape and reassemble his army before taking over the Pride Rock once again. But he was sure he could do it. He wasn't worried about his nephew catching up, since about 15 hyenas had attacked him, and it would take a long time for Asafa to handle them. By then he, Scar, would be long gone. What made Scar angry right now was that the hyenas were acting up, refusing to listen. Scar, you haven't held up your part of the deal. Why should we offer our lives for you now? Some of the leaders asked. TSK, now is not the time for this. We need to escape so we can regroup our forces. By then we can take over this place fully. Scar said angrily. By then I see no point in you being king. You promised us riches and food, but there's nothing for us here. You imbecile, you want to give up the Pride Lands? Scar got angrier. Imbecile? Scar, it seems like you've forgotten that the only reason we joined you was because of benefits you promised us, not because we loyally serve you. The hyena got angrier as well. Suddenly both their ears picked up the sound of paws running towards them at super speed. Scar, the hyena leader, and a few underlings all turned back, and they could barely react before Asada pounced the hyena leader and killed him in one bite. The next thing Scar saw gave him the fright of his life. Asada simply slapped one of the hyena's heads, and his head turned in a very unnatural way and he fell down dead. Asafa within 3 seconds killed all the hyenas. Asafa. This was all a misunderstanding. Scar tried with his kindest voice to calm down the beast in front of him. No, Scar, there is no misunderstanding. Stand properly. This is a death match. Asada said in a growl. A death match between 2 family members? That couldn't be. You see, this wasn't my plan at all, Asafa. This was those disgusting dogs. They forced me to do this. This was all their plot. If I had a choice, I would have killed them all. There's no point in blaming anyone else, Uncle. Asafa said as he jumped towards Scar. Scar stood on his hind legs and attacked Asafa as well. But to Asafa, he seemed way too slow. Asafa dodged every slash and attack Scar made. Asafa felt like an adult fighting a 6-year-old. That was the difference between himself and Scar. Yet he also understood that Scar was not known for his physical prowess. After playing with Scar for a while, Asafa slashed Scar's jaw, which made it rip off. Scar fell down and roared in pain. Asafa stood above him and looked down on Scar, the person that killed his father. You plot to kill my father, you plot to kill my brother, and you plot to kill me. This is the result of your evil ways, Scar. Asafa said as he looked down on his uncle that couldn't speak because his jaw had been ripped off. Scar had fear all over his eyes as he tried crawling away. How did it feel to see your own brother fall down to his death? Asafa asked as he walked even closer to his uncle that tried to get away. To me, it felt like the whole world fell apart. Asafa said. Scar looked at his nephew and tried to speak, but he couldn't. How ironic. You can't even beg for mercy. Asafa raised his paw and slashed Scar's face with such power that his claws ripped right through his skull, making brain matter explode from his head. Scar lay there dead, looking like half his head had been blown off. Killing you truly didn't bring any inner peace to me, but at least it will bring peace to these lands. Asafa said as he took a last look at his dead uncle. Turning around, he hurried back to where the battle was taking place. And when he arrived where the other lions were, he found them overwhelmed by the amount of hyenas. Asafa hurried into battle and started killing more hyenas. He was like a tank on turbo that couldn't be stopped. He himself turned the tides and made it easier for the lions to fight back. In the end, when the hyenas were down to their last 20, they stopped fighting. It was at that point that the lionesses stood behind Asafa, waiting for his decision on what would happen. Asafa looked at his pride and saw some of them hurt, and all of them seemed tired. Asafa took in a long breath before roaring with all his might. The roar shocked the very rock they stood on and was heard from the Pride Rocks to the horizon. The hyenas fell down, holding their ears in pain. After the roar, Asafa looked at the hyenas and waited for them to gather themselves. Scar has been killed for his traitorous acts. You have been punished as well. If you want to keep fighting, I won't spare you. But if you escape from this lands and never turn back, I'll spare you today. Asafa said with finality in his voice. The hyenas looked at each other. There was no fighting left, so they nodded at each other, coming to terms with how the battle had ended. Thank you for your mercy. A bigger hyena said bitterly before turning away and escaping, followed by the other hyenas. Today had been a great loss to the hyenas and the lions alike. Asafa turned to look at his family, and it was at this moment that the cloudy sky finally let down its rain to quench the thirst of the ground. Asafa, Sarabi cried out finally when things had calmed down as she hurried to put her head against her son's. Mother, I'm finally back, he whispered. The rain got heavy as it started pouring. It was impossible to know whether tears fell at that moment. It is time for the king to return. A joyful voice cried out. Asafa looked up and found Rafiki sitting on a rock looking down at them with a gigantic smile. Rafiki, Asafa smiled, and so did the other lionesses as they recognized the advisor of the former king. He hadn't shown his face in these lands since Mufasa died. Some of the younger lions didn't know who he was, but didn't act rudely because how their elders were being respectful. Rafiki climbed down and hugged Asafa as well. Your Majesty, suddenly Timon, Pumba, and Ammani said as they came up to him in smiles. Hamma was also smiling, but he didn't call Asafa as king. Asafa saw that Hamu was relieved that everyone was fine. Nala and Ayana also came up to him and showed their affection. Cough, cough, Rafiki fake cough to gain their attention. And when he got it, he looked towards the peak of the Pride Rock, where the Lion King would show his kingship. Asafa nodded and started walking up there in the rain. His long mane was wet because of the rain, and he slowly walked up. Asafa couldn't help but to feel nostalgic, as the last time he was here was with his father, and at that time, everything seemed so easy. But at this moment, as he walked up, he felt heavy as he understood the responsibility that would befall him. When he reached the peak of the rock, he looked over the Pride lands. All of it would fall under his protection. Looking back at the others, he saw hope, joy, and relief in their eyes. Asafa looked forward and once again roared with all his might. A mighty roar that reached the ends of the Pride lands, which was soon joined by the roars of the other lionesses as well. Soon, every animal in the Pride lands knew that a new king had been chosen, and a new cycle had started for the circle of life. Soon everyone saw the dark clouds in the sky turn into a lion's face that was smiling down on the Pride lands. Mufasa. Sarabi was the first to react when she saw this smiling face in the sky, but the face only lasted for a few seconds before turning into clouds once again, but this time with the rays of the sun going through them and shining on the Pride lands. For a second, Sarabi thought that she was imagining it until she saw how everyone else also seemed to have the same look of recognition. Sarabi then smiled as she understood that the former kings have accepted Asafa as the rightful ruler. "So what will you do now, Your Majesty?" Zazu flew to Asafa and bowed. "I'll first make a new law that everyone have to bow down to me when they see me," Hamu said as he puffed up his chest. Wham! Rafiki hit the snake on his head. "We'll go through some hardship for a while. It'll be hard to eat until the grass has grown and attracted more life here," Asafa said while thinking about the future. Zazu smiled as he felt pride, saying how the cub had grown into such fine lion. "Yes, indeed. Hardship is on the horizon," Zazu said with a gigantic smile. He said it as if it was no problem at all. In fact, it seemed like all his problems had disappeared. Asafa chuckled when he heard Zazu say it like that. He picked up the bird and hugged him. "Why, Your Majesty, this is highly improper." Zazu panicked. Asafa laughed at the bird, and the others laughed as well. "But our king, I have one question." A lioness walked forward, looking confused. "Yes." Zazu jumped out of Asafa's embrace and answered for him. "Did you bring us food? When can we eat him?" she asked innocently as she pointed at Pumba. I knew it. It was a bad idea to adopt a lion cub." Pumba shouted in fear as he heard those words. Waha. Timon fainted. "These people are my friends, not food." Asafa smiled at the lioness. The next day, Asafa had to wake up early to start his work. The first thing he had to do as the new Lion King was to make sure that the lionesses weren't pregnant with Scar's babies. And honestly, Asafa sighed in relief when he found out that Scar hadn't impregnated anyone. Asafa didn't think he had it in him to kill unborn children. The lionesses seemed unworried since Scar didn't seem to have any interest in anyone except for Sarabi, but she was too old to have children. After that, he took a few lionesses with him to the borders of his land. He had to urinate around the whole territory, so other lions would know where his territory's borders were. He also had to roar around the borders to chase off other lions and predators. For the first day of his work, all went good. His stamina was excellent, and no other lion could compete with him in that regard, so it was the lionesses that got tired before him. Asafa came back around midday, and there he found a long line of animals that had come to seek him out. Most of them wanted to know the kind of king he was, whether they should move back to these lands or if they should stay. Asafa stood on the Pride Rocks and explained who he was and what his rule would entail. It was not much different than what Mufasa did. So many animals had decided to move back. It wasn't until about a month later, when the news of a new king had reached the ears of bordering lion territories, that trouble started brewing. The lion leaders from other territories started eyeing the Pride Lands. The Pride Lands had always been the biggest and greenest territory, much to the envy of other lions. But no one dared to attack with kings like Mufasa around, and Scar had an army of hyenas, which repulsed other lions from attacking. But now, a new king had come, and the hyenas were gone, which meant that other lion prides were eyeing the pride lands. Asafa laid with Nala and Ayana in the morning, cuddling when Zazu flew and panicked. "You Majesty, bad news." He looked totally afraid. "Zazu, what's wrong?" Nala was the first one to speak. Asafa still seemed nonchalant about it all. "Other lions have come to the borders of our territory," Zazu said in fear. "Have they crossed it?" Asafa asked while rubbing head with Ayana, who seemed to care less than even Asafa. "Not yet, my king, but I heard from my network that they are about to," Zazu said. "I see. Let's go take care of it then," Asafa said as he stood up. A few of the hunter females also stood up. This fight was usually between males, but since there were no other males in this pride as Scar had chased them off, the females had to come as backup. Zazu was very worried about this fact, and so was the other lionesses. Zazu flew on top of Asafa's head and whispered to him, "My king, there are about 6 strong lions that have come. What should we do?" Zazu didn't want to worry the other, but right now, their pride was weak. "Don't worry, I'll take care of it," Asafa said as he started running, with Nala, Ayana, and 6 other lionesses following. Gulp Zazu worried still. This was the first great challenge that Asafa had to overcome as the new Lion King. Timon, Pumba, and Hamu were relaxing at the foot of the Pride Rock, enjoying a joyful morning. Every now and then a lion would pass them. At that point, Hamu and Timon would call for the lioness and show off Pumba with a knowing smile. They knew that the lions couldn't kill them. So to see an apex predator see a juicy pig like Pumba, but not being able to eat him, it made their whole day. So they did this every time they stopped a passing lion and showed off Pumba. "Oh, look, Timon, a group of lions are coming down. Let's see how many of them turn sour when we show off Pumba," Hamas said. Pumba puffed up in pride. "Hey, lions, look at Pumba. He is the tastiest." "Huh, Asafa, where are you going?" Timon asked as he noticed that Asafa was leading the group. Asafa ran past them with a frown on his face. He didn't even notice them. "Sigh, the kid has grown to even ignore us like that," Pumba said with a sigh. "What kind of lion passes you, Pumba, without giving you a second look? His arrogance is through the roof." Hema go the most offended. He felt like lions had to stop and give Pumba a second look. Pumba looked sad when he heard that. He stood up and tried to look at his bum. Did it become smaller? He asked with a sad tone. "Pumba, don't worry about it. This is natural at our age. Lions are just more interested in younger, fatter pigs nowadays," Timon said in a sad tone. "Ah, I see. No, look here," Hamu said angrily. Smack, smack, he smacked Pumba's butt twice. Bounce, bounce. "See, Pumba still got it. The wrong is not on our side. Asafa has changed since he became king. I think we should teach him a lesson. Usurp him and make me king instead," Hamu said angrily. His sense of justice wouldn't let him keep silent when he saw this kind of behavior. Timon put his hand under his chin as he thought about it. "Let's go complain to his mother about this," Timon said as he came up with a brilliant plan. "Yes, maybe she'll make me king," Hamu agreed. As for Asafa, he hurried to his borders according to the directions of Zazu. When he arrived, he stopped and looked around. "It seems like they haven't arrived yet, my king," Zazu said in relief. "No, Zazu, they have," Asafa said in a frown as he could smell the distinct smell of other male lions. "Oh, where?" Zazu got frightened, and the female lions behind got ready for a fight. "Stop hiding and show yourselves," Asafa said in a bored tone. Soon from the tall grass, 6 lions stood up looking at them with a predator's gaze. All the lions had manes. 3 of them had thin manes as if they had just recently become adults. 2 other lions looked bigger and more mature. But their leader was the biggest and strongest lion. His mane was yellowish while his fur was vanilla white. He looked the most mature and seemed to be in his prime. "This is the Pride Lands. You should know what it means to cross my borders," Asafa said in a warning tone. "Indeed we knoweth. Why did you bring your women?" The leader spoke up, slightly offended that the women had been brought into this. It wasn't that he considered them not a threat. Female lions were excellent hunters and most definitely a threat, especially in groups. Rather, it was looked down upon in the lion world to bring the women to fight, because when males fought for territory, they also fought for the right to the women, so they could have more children. But if the women also fought, there was a chance that they would get harmed, and then they would risk the chances to have children, which was the biggest reason for the fight from the start. So it was heavily looked down upon. The world of lions is harsh. They have to fight to have children, and they fave to fight for territory. All the lions understood this. This was why it wasn't just male lions that would get nervous whenever other lions came into their territory. The female would also get nervous, as they would be the final prize for the winners. And if the opposing lions won, they would kill all the cubs and mutilate the unborn children in the stomach of the pregnant female, and then the female would belong to the new king. Asafa didn't answer, as he knew that today a serious fight would break out. Do not think badly of us. We act only out of necessity. Their leader said to Asafa, swing how Asafa seemed young. Kill him. The leader commanded his lions. You guys take on one of them, I'll handle the rest. Asafa said, gaining the surprised looks of both his pride and of the enemies. Don't worry, I can take care of them. Asafa said as he saw the worry on the lioness's eyes. But they had gotten their command. They would hold back one of the lions, and Asafa would take care of the others. They still couldn't help but to worry, since if Asafa fell here today, they would fall under a new king. They knew how strong Asafa was against hyenas, but they didn't actually see his real fight against Scar, so they didn't know how much stronger he was than the average lion. Pompous and conceited. The enemy leader spat out as he heard Asafa's command, feeling that the lion was young and inexperienced. The lion leader stood back and looked as the lionesses attacked one, while the other four circled around Asafa. Before they could attack him, he attacked them to their surprise. They thought he would be on the defensive since they had the number advantage. Asafa jumped forward while slashing one of the lions, making him fall to the ground. Then he turned around and slashed another one that attacked from behind. His claws cut through the mane and made the male lion bleed from TH's neck. The other two lions attacked at the same time from the side. Asafa was faster and bit one of them through the mane and pushed the other away. The one he had between his jaws struggled but couldn't break free. The enemy leader saw all this and felt his heart pound. He had never before seen a lion with this speed, strength, and reflexes. He instantly understood that they would all die if they continued fighting. He was experienced and understood all this. Fall back, the leader shouted, and all his underling hurriedly fell back behind their leader. The one that fought the lionesses wasn't harmed, only a few small slashes. But the first lion that got attacked by Asafa had a deep slash mark on his face and laid where he had been slashed from the beginning. Another one that stood behind his leader was bleeding from his mane as Asafa cut through his mane with his claws. Seeing this, the leader got even more nervous. A lion's greatest shield is his mane. It's almost impossible to cut through and make a lion bleed from his mane area. And the fact that Asafa had done just that showed his strength. And then there was another one that was struggling while being held in Asafa's mouth. Asafa was holding one of the young male lions in his mouth while giving the enemy leader his predatory look. We surrender, the lion leader said. Asafa let go of the lion that he held between his teeth, and the lion hurried to his leader with his tail between his legs. Asafa saw that the leader wanted to leave, but he wouldn't let him do that so easily. Asafa stepped on one of the lions that was still laying on the ground while bleeding from the gash that Asafa had given him. Asafa pressed his paw on the lion's head, and his head exploded. Do you think that it's that easy to step into MY territory and claim MY women? Asafa asked with anger lingering in his tone. The leader understood that they'd have to pay a heavy price today to leave with their lives intact. As for the lionesses, they were looking at Asafa with newfound attraction. A lion that could protect his pride with prowess is what would make any lioness look up to him. We have 3 young females that have not yet bore any children, the lion leader said with a heavy tone. Asafa looked at him in the eyes, and after a minute of thinking he nodded. understanding that the enemy leader was offering 3 female lions to give him. You have until the sun reached that point to bring them here, otherwise we'll follow you, and make sure to take over your whole territory. Asafa said while pointing at the sky. The leader nodded and hurried off with the remaining lions. Today he had paid a heavy price for his loss. He lost 1 young male lion and 3 female lions. When the male lions had disappeared far away, the lionesses all pounced their king in pure bliss. "Why you were like pow," Ayana cried out in surprise. "And then weigh him as you slapped him," another one said. "Then whyish as you slashed him," another lioness said. "Since when were you this strong?" Nala asked with skepticism. She had never heard of a lion this strong before. "Buffs, Nala, please, since when were I not this strong?" Asafa said, turning the question on her. She was about to argue, but remember back, she realized that they had never won against him in any physical fight. They all looked at him like they were looking at gold. For female lions, their point of attraction is a strong male that can protect them and their offspring. That's why a big lion might be attractive, as that is a sign of someone strong, or an arrogant one, as the arrogant ones are usually like that, because they have not taste loss before. As for male lions, they are attracted to female that can carry. One male lion arrived at where the fight took place, and he brought 3 young, but adult females that seemed slightly worried. The male lion nodded at Asafa in worry and hurried back after leaving the lionesses there. "My king, we are under you. We will follow you from now on," one of the female lions said. "She is pale, almost white, rather vanilla white fur and yellow eyes." Asafa found her pretty, but she seemed shy. The others were yellow and had green eyes. "From now on, you belong to the Pride Lands," Asafa said as he turned around and started walking back. The 3 followed after him, and then the other lionesses followed. The truth was, he found it awkward, so he used less words. But there was one thing that struck Asafa. He found a slight similarity between the white lioness and the leader of the lions that attack. "Is your father the leader that attacked us?" Asafa asked her as he walked. Gulp. "Why, yes, my father's name is Takufu," she said as she lowered her head in worry. She was worried that he might kill her for the actions of her father. "I see. Well, you don't have to worry. I take good care of those that I have promised to protect," Asafa said, trying to relieve her from her worries. He couldn't understand why the lion leader had sent him his daughter. In the end, when they arrived at Pride Rocks, they were welcomed by all the lionesses that were worried for the outcome. Ayana was the first one that rushed into the others, so she could tell what happened. And the 3 new lions were about to walk inside them Pride Rock Den. But Asafa stopped the daughter of the leader that attacked. "The others can go in. I need to speak with her," Asafa said as he saw how Sarabi welcomed the new lionesses. The other walked into their cave while the white lion held her head down. "What's your name?" Asafa asked. "Zahara," she whispered. If it wasn't for Asafa's supreme hearing, he wouldn't catch that. "Why did your father send you here? Is he plotting something?" he asked. She jumped up at that. "And no, I heard from the lions what had happened. To make sure that the rest survived, he offered the only females that hadn't been pregnant yet. But there was only 3, me included," she explained, worried that another war between territories might start. "So that's how it is. You don't have to worry about anything. This is your home from now on, Zahara," Asafa said, trying to sound welcoming. "You rascal. You brought more women home? Come here and let me beat you up." Suddenly the voice of a panther cried out. Asafa's face dropped. "Fisk, she's pretty as well." "Shame on you, Asafa," Ammani said as she came up to Zahara and inspected her. Zahara was totally confused. What was a Black Panther doing here? And being so disrespectful to the mighty king of Pride Lands? "Ammani, not now," Asafa said in a tone that asked her to go away. "When then? When she's already pregnant with 5 cubs? You shamelessly horny little thing. Let me teach you some manners." Ammani got even angrier, ready to fight. Zahara hid her face beneath her paws when she heard those shameful words. "Oh, wait. Sorry, Asafa. She got angry when you disappeared again. Hold her, Timon." Pumba cried out as he hurried to Ammani and held her back. "Sigh. Trouble follows wherever you go," Asafa whispered to himself. "Zahara, let's go inside and meet everyone." Asafa said as he walked inside the cave. Zahara simply nodded while still hiding her face bashfully. Don't you dare escape from me. I'm not done with you until I teach you to not conquer women like that. Ammani shouted while Pumba, Timon, and Hamu held her back. Life continued on for Asafa as seasons changed. He worked hard to make sure his land become fruitful again, and stories of his strength and bravery reached far and wide. Amongst his pride, all the females, even the older ones, looked at him like a piece of meat, which worried Asafa dearly. As for the 3 women that had recently joined, they were warmly welcomed, and it didn't take long for them to settle in. Zazu always gave a knowing smirk to Asada whenever the ladies kept surrounding him like flies, which started to annoy Asafa, and life continued as usual. Far, far away, a yellow lion with a light brown mane and a scar above his left eye was looking at the other lions in front of him. He looked back at his tail, or at least what was left of it, as he had lost most of it. "My king, have you remembered your past?" Another lion asked. "My name is—" The lion with a scar and without a tail said while frowning, deep in thought. "My name is Simba," he said as he finally remembered his name. His memories had started coming back to him slowly, and now he finally remembered. Simba stood up and looked far into the horizon at a volcanic mountain, finally remembering what had happened that day. "My king," another lion asked. Simba had walked a lonely path without his memories until he met other outcast lions. They fought, and Simba won over them until they were enough lions to call a pride. In his new pride, there were 4 young males and 2 older ones. In addition to that, there were 3 older female ones and 3 cubs. All of them had found shelter under Simba's protection, as all of them were outcasts, unwanted. They barely escaped death in their prides before escaping and finally finding each other. There were many fights about the leadership position, but Simba won them all. And they were happy with that, since he was a fair and strong leader. Now that his memories had returned, his sight couldn't leave the direction which he believed his family was at: Timon, Pumba, Ammani, and Asafa. "My king," another lion asked as he saw tears fall down Simba's eyes. Simba kept silent, while thinking deeply about what he should do. His sight turned to his new pride, those he was protecting. Looking at all of them, he felt like he was stuck. He wanted to return back to his brother and family, and life of no responsibilities. But he couldn't. He had become the one thing he tried escaping. "I need some alone time," Simba said as he turned around and left to think. The lions looked at each other, not understanding why their leader had become like this. Maybe his memories revealed a painful past. A lion asked. Simba arrived at a small tree, and he jumped atop of it and lay down. His mind is telling him that he is no longer the Simba that he used to be with his family and brother, but now he was a leader and king. He has responsibilities right now that he had to fulfill, but his heart is telling him that he wants to return to the forest, to Hakuna Matata. Simba had fallen into deep waters and felt stuck between a rock and a hard place. Simba had asked his pride for advice, and he told them the honest truth about everything. His pride got worried, because to them he is their roots. He is their protector and provider. Without him, life would become even harder. Saying their worries, he explained that he wouldn't leave them, but he also confessed that his heart longed for his brother and family. So they had long discussions about what they should do. 6 months later, on top of a cliff that overlooked the Pride Lands, stood the current Lion King, Asafa. He looked down on all the animals that had gathered in front of the Pride Rock. Today was a special day that required all of their attendance. A bird landed in front of the mighty Lion King and bowed. Asafa just smiled at him. All animals looked at Asafa. He was a great lion and even greater king. During his reign, the animals had food to eat and water to drink. The borders were protected from other predators. They all hoped that the next Lion King would also respect the circle of life. Soon Rafiki walked up on top of the cliff called Pride Rock and bowed beside the bird. Asafa smiled brightly as he looked at the two that had once stood beside his father. "Rafiki, let's start the ceremony." Asafa spoke. Even though he sounded wise and calm, Rafiki saw through Asafa's calmness and saw excitement for this very day. Yes, my king. They walked back to the lionesses of the pride. Rafiki found Nala, Ayana, and Zahara, all with cubs in their arms. Nala had 2, Ayana had 3, and Zahara had 2. Yes, during the last 6 months, the lionesses had become pregnant with cubs, and they had recently been born, as female lions are only pregnant for 5 months. And today was the day that a prince would be crowned and crown prince. Your Majesty, Rafiki sees that you're a hard worker. Rafiki said with a grin. Asafa looked away, pretending to not hear. Which one is the crown prince, Your Majesty? Rafiki asked. He hadn't known about this, since this was his first time meeting the newborns. He would rarely involve himself in these matters except for such events. Rafiki, what was the name of my grandfather? Asafa asked as Ayana pushed forward the firstborn son of Asafa. Mahatu, my king. Rafiki answered while looking at the cub that looked exactly like a child version of Mufasa, only he had pale fur like Ayana, but a dark mane like his father. Then his name is Mahatu from this day on, Asafa said with a loving smile as he looked at his children. Mahatu, good name, Rafiki said with a big smile as he carried the crown prince. Rafiki opened up a fruit and used its juices to mark the crown prince on his forehead. The others? Rafiki asked. Kiera and Simba, Asafa said, introducing Nala's children. Nala was the first confirmed to be pregnant. They believed she would give the firstborns, yet Ayana beat her to it by 1 day. In addition to Mahatu, Mufasa, and Imamu, Asafa told the names of Ayana's offspring. She only had sons, Zawadi and Takuf. Asafa introduced his children with Zahara. Zawadi was his second daughter, while Takufu got the name of Zahara's father, the lion leader who attacked their land. Rafiki looked at all of them, trying to understand all their different personalities. Both Kiera and Simba seemed the most energetic and wanted to crawl out of their mother's arms. Most fitting names. Rafiki laughed. Then Rafiki turned towards Asafa and patted his back. Rafiki recognizes Mufasa in Mahatu. Rafiki said as he looked at the cub in his arms. Asafa couldn't help but to smile brightly as his son looked like his father. Asafa and Rafiki walked to the Pride Rocks cliff. They stood there as the ceremony started. Beneath the cliff, all the representatives and elders of different animal kins had gathered to see the next king. Rafiki held up Mahatu, and all the animals then bowed down. Asafa and the other lionesses were smiling, but even then, Asafa couldn't help but to feel that there was something lacking. He had always believed that such moments would be shared with his long-dead brother, so right now, it felt slightly empty. Asafa didn't mind at all too much. Looking at all his sons and daughters, a new generation would soon rise up, and soon, he would also soon take his place under the ground and one day meet his father. Under Nala, Ayana, and Zahara, the cubs looked around with curious eyes. After the ceremony, Asafa had lots of meetings and gatherings to take care of, so he only arrived back in the Pride Den in late hours when the skies had turned dark. He found the cubs in the arms of their mothers. He couldn't help but to feel pride and joy, thinking back to the times when he was a lost youth, and now he was king and had lots of children. He is in the phase of his life where it's soon time to teach and prepare the next generation of kings and queens. Another 3 months flew by, and by this point, the cubs had started exploring and running around. Asafa spent a lot of time playing with them, as he found it absolutely amazing how he had gotten himself kids. The cubs weren't allowed to leave the lion's den yet, as it was dangerous for them, so Asafa had to spend time inside whenever he had time over. Asafa laid on the ground with all the small cubs around him. He was looking at them and inspecting them while they experimented with their abilities. Simba and Kiera were the two that seemed as if they were on drugs, as their energies never depleted. Asafa chuckled at this. Nala was the most energetic as well when she was younger. Sadly, the belief of his and Simba's death changed her into the calm and mature one. This led to Ayana becoming more childish and challenged to her older sister. Asafa thought back and remembered how Ayana was the calm one. All thought their personalities had changed much. Their genetics didn't. Nala's kids were energetic and challenging to look after, while Ayana's children, Mahatu, Mufasa, and Imamu, were the calmest. Zahara's children, Zawadi, seemed to want to copy Kiera, while Tukufu was the one that Asafa was the most worried about. He had a look of intelligence in his eyes. But there was also something else. Asafa saw a hint of bitterness in his eyes as he watched his brothers play. Asafa hoped to one day fix this, so his child doesn't grow into becoming the second Scar. Flap, flap, flap. Your Majesty, bad news. Zazu flew in, and as usual, he seemed to be frightened and in panic. Zazu, calm down. You aren't young anymore. You need to relax more, Asafa said with an eye roll. This bird seemed to love being dramatic. No time, Your Majesty. Another lion pride is on the attack. Again? Who is the fool this time? Asafa said to himself as he stood up. It's a scary-looking lion warrior with a scar on his eye, and he has even lost his tail. Zazu cried out. Sai, if he doesn't return, he'll lose more than his tail, Asafa said as he walked out. Simba was walking to the Pride Lands with his new pride, although he was in a confused state. A few months back, he decided to meet his brother and the crew in the forest, but to his surprise, he found no one there. At first he panicked, but his pride calmed him down, telling him that they'd help him search for his brother. Simba was left wondering why his brother never searched for him, or why he had left the forest, but he tried to stay positive, believing that Asafa must have had his reasons. In the end, they made the forest their base, and everyone helped search for any information or sign of Asafa. It took a while, but 2 of the lions searched near the Pride Lands, and their gang of lionesses found them near the borders and got ready to attack. The 2 lions backed off, saying that they had no intention on crossing the borders, and explained how they were searching for a lion called Asafa. This surprised the lionesses. They got even more wary and told them that Asafa is the king of the Pride Lands. The 2 lions looked at each other in confusion. Even they knew what territory the Pride Lands were. It was the biggest land in all of Africa. So after they returned, they told Simba of their findings, thinking that it was just a coincidence that the king was also called Asafa. But Simba fell into deep contemplation and then later explained who his real identity was. This caused an uproar amongst his new pride, but in the end, it didn't matter, as he was their leader now. Simba felt confused and reluctant knowing that his brother had returned to become king. Asafa, why did you return? And what happened to our uncle? Simba wondered. He suspected that something must have happened in the Pride Lands which forced Asafa to return, because he knew that Asafa, just like himself, had no intention of becoming king. In the end, Simba decided to return to the Pride Lands and ask Asafa himself, and he'd figure out the rest of the plan after hearing what Asafa had to say. This is how Simba found himself at the borders of Pride Lands, with his new pride, about 9 to 10 months after he regained his memories. As they neared the borders, his pride stopped, looking hesitant. Simba looked at them confused. What's wrong? He asked, not understanding why they looked too reluctant. Invading into someone else's territory is often a sign of an attack. One of the older ladies explained, Yes, it's better if we stay here and wait for the king, your brother, to arrive. Another lion added, I didn't know that. Simba admitted. He hadn't been educated on matters regarding lions. Or rather, both him and Asafa had been educated, but he didn't care about those matters when he was young. He felt like those lectures were unnecessary, so he never listened when Zazu or his father tried to teach him. Simba then decided to stop and wait until his brother would come here, so that no misunderstanding would happen. Simba walked to the elderly and the young to make sure that they were fine after traveling such long distances. The truth was that he should be on guard, waiting for his brother, but he was too nervous, so he distracted himself by interacting with the elders and the young. As for Asafa, he hurried to where Zazu had found an invading force, and he had a bunch of lionesses behind him. Soon they came to the borders, and there Asafa found a pride waiting. But what made Asafa frown was that the majority of the attacking force were elderly and young, not fit to fight at all, and none of them seemed aggressive. So he slowed down and started walking toward the pride to figure out what's going on since they didn't seem aggressive. Who is your leader? Asada asked as he neared them. All of them stilled in fear as they saw Asafa, It was the biggest lion they had ever seen. His mane was also huge, making him look even more majestic. All of them stilled for a second as they took in the mighty sight of Asafa. They were left completely aghast. Asafa saw that they seemed slightly out of it and waited for them to come back to their senses. But their senses were too far gone, so Asafa coughed to gain their attention. Only then did they move out of the way to show their leader, a lion without a tail and a scar above one of his eyes. When Asafa saw him, he stilled. This time, he was the one left completely aghast. The lion in front of him looked like a completely copy of his dead brother. Did father play around with other lionesses back then? Was he only thoughts circulating Asafa's mind? Zazu saw how Asafa seemed out of it. Maybe Asafa had become scared because of this unknown lion's scary Yakuza look with his scars and no tail. Zazu flew beside Asafa and looked arrogantly at the sky. Not going to greet the king of the Pride Lands? Let me educate you on. But as he was about to scold the lions, the lion with scars stepped forward and cut Zazu off. Long time no see, Zazu, Simba said, before moving his sight to his brother. Zazu halted his speech and suspiciously looked down to the lion in front of him. That's when he noticed it. Mufasa, he asked suspiciously, if Asafa could come back from the dead, can't his father as well? Aren't you going to greet your own brother? Simba said with a cheeky grin as he nervously looked at his brother. Impossible, Asafa said as he took a step back. He had seen his brother's place of death. He had even seen his brother's tail. His tail. Asafa noticed that the lion in front of him didn't have a tail. In his mind, he was certain that his brother was dead. So right now, confusion was of the highest order. All the lionesses looked at Asafa, wondering what was going on, as they hadn't met the king's brother before. They wondered why their king seemed so flabbergasted. What do you mean impossible? Simba retorted with a mock tone. After all this while, and his brother could only express impossible. You died? I saw your tail, Asada said as he still felt that this was impossible. Oh, I lost my tail in that incident, and I think I hit my head because I also lost my memories for the longest while. Simba said awkwardly as he scratched his head with his claws. But he did finally feel some kind of relief as he realized that his brother believed that he had died, which means that he had betrayed him or left him behind. Otherwise, why would Asafa stop searching for him? And why would he move back here while his brother was lost? So Simba did worry about what actually had transpired after he lost his memories, and right now he was relieved to know that they actually believed he was dead. Otherwise, they wouldn't stop searching for him, and they wouldn't move without him. Asafa finally accepted that his brother was alive, so he rushed towards him and hugged him in happiness. Simba showed the same brotherly love back. Although Asafa was joyful at this, but he felt like Simba had changed somehow. The Lions of Pride Land had assembled for a meeting that was called by their king. Simba stood beside Asafa. As the pride, they sat in around them, listening. The small pride that Simba had brought with him sat behind him while looking nervous. Asafa had introduced and explained Simba's identity to everyone, and the most joyous was Sarabi. She had both her sons back. But that left a new problem. Simba used to be the crown prince, and now that he's alive, what would happen to Asafa? That was the worry of the Pride Lions. There was also the fact that Simba had brought his own pride of 12 lions that wanted to join their pride. Not only were all of them old, young, and or weak, but they would take a large portion of their food reserves and would need protection. Adding so many lions that couldn't help the pride would only become a burden on them. So all of them were in worry right now with what would happen. The truth is, I never had the ambition to become king. The crown always belonged to my brother, and he should take my place as the rightful king. Asafa said after many minutes of awkward silence. They all looked shocked to hear the words of their king. He had thought deeply about this, and this was the best solution he could come up with, so there would be no chaos. Asafa, this is not acceptable. Because of circumstances, you are our king now, and rightfully so. The title of crown prince is not definite, but the fact that you are our king is. Sarabi walked forward to retort him. She disagreed with his decision. Furthermore, Mahatu is the crown prince. We can't change that after the ceremony has taken place. Ayana also stepped forward and spoke her mind. Asafa, I agree with Mom and Ayana, and saying the expression of everyone else, I'm guessing that they do as well. Simba also disagreed with Asafa. Asafa looked at his brother in surprise. Asafa always assumed that Simba wanted to become king, but that he had only hidden that ambition ever since escaping the Pride Lands. So the fact that he simply accepted his brother as king without any bitterness about it stumbled Asafa slightly. Saying his brother's facial expression, Simba felt that he had to clarify. I know I wanted to be king, but that was when I was a cub. He started saying as he looked around. But that ambition died, and truthfully, I was always jealous of you, Asafa. Simba said with a smile as he looked at his brother. Because I always knew that you'd make a better king than I could ever be. Simba said. He continued as he saw that Asafa was about to retort to that. You're way more mature than me, smarter and stronger. If I had to choose one between the two of us that should be king, it is without a doubt you. Simba stated before sitting down again. I see. Asafa said. He offered the king's crown to Simba because he didn't want any bad blood between them. Asafa did love his brother, and he would rather be prince than allow any bad beef between them. And truthfully, now that Simba had come with his own pride, Asafa was slightly worried that Simba would seek out the throne of Pride Lands as well. That thought did hit him as he realized that his brother had returned. And if Simba did seek kingship the traditional way of challenging the king to a fight, then there were only 3 outcomes. The best outcome would be a similar situation to what happened to Mufasa and Scar. Scar challenged Mufasa in their youth and lost, gaining the scar he became known for, and his original name was replaced by his new nickname, Scar. Even though Scar lost the fight fairly, he could never overcome the loss. And the bitterness led to their relationship worsening day by day, until Scar became what he did. The second outcome is that Asafa would have to exile Simba from the Pride Lands after defeating him. In the worst case scenario, Asafa would have to kill his own brother. He would never lose against Simba no matter what. Not because he wanted to be king, but if Simba did challenge him for the throne and won, Simba would have the right to kill his sons and take his women as the new king. Asafa didn't think Simba would ever do such a thing, but he wouldn't allow for Simba to be in a situation where he had any possible chance of actually being capable of doing that to his family. Therefore, Asafa would never concede if Simba wanted to challenge him. That's why there are only 3 outcomes for such a challenge. And that's why Asafa chose to rather give the throne to his brother and take the easy way out. Although is the easy way out, it is also the most beneficial to Asafa. Since he didn't care about being king, he never did. He wanted to live life as royalty and enjoy riches while his brother worked hard as the king. Sadly, his dreams stayed just as that, dreams. But to his surprise, Simba didn't want to be king. Furthermore, I have been a leader for a while now, and it's too much responsibilities for me. I enjoy the life of Hakuna Matata, Simba laughed out. Asafa sighed, as Simba understood how wise Asafa's own ideas were. Fine, then there's only one matter left to take care of. Asafa said as he looked at the 12 lions Simba had brought. We can't and shouldn't burden ourselves with them. Sarabi was the first one to speak her mind again. She was one of the elders and had handled political matter for a long time. So her wisdom was well respected, and everyone nodded at her words, agreeing with her. If they can't stay, neither can I. I took them in, and I promised them security. Simba stood up for them and argued back. Asafa, look at them. There's almost only elderly and 2 cubs. There's only 2 young males amongst them capable of fighting and working for the Pride. If we take them in, it will only burden the Pride Lands. Sarabi reasoned. She understood that it wasn't just about what was moral. Asafa's first responsibility was their well-being. Both Simba and Sarabi turned to Asafa, waiting for his choice. Haven't you all lived through the worst of times? Asafa asked rhetorically. All of the lions looked at each other. How many years did they survive under Scar's rule? Didn't you survive without any food at all? He asked again. We are lions that have survived famine. So why sold you fear eating a bit less and sharing food with others? Asada said. His words did hit them hard, as they knew that they could handle this little hurdle. Since Simba has accepted you, then from now on, I'll also accept you. Asafa said to the 12 lions. All FO them cried out happily. They were outcasts, unwanted by their individual prides. So they were joyous to finally have a real pride with territory again. The cubs were also cheering happily, not really understanding what was going on. Thank you for your mercy, your majesty. One elderly lion bowed down. No need, Asafa said as he walked to the cubs. I have a few cubs younger than you too. Would you like to play with them? Asafa asked them with a big smile. They calmed down as the giant lion stood in front of them. They simply nodded nervously. Ha 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 ha, that would really make me happy. Asafa laughed out as he took a liking to the two cubs. Simba also smiled at this, since cubs were not liked by male lions that were not their fathers. Yet he felt like something was missing. Where was the crew he had missed so much? Timon, where are they? Simba asked skeptically as he followed his brother. Calm down, brother. You'll soon meet them, Asafa said, getting annoyed by Simba's impatience. He was taking him behind the Pride Rock to meet the crew. They had found themselves a good little place there. That's also something that always annoyed me. You call me brother this and brother that. Why can't you just say Simba? Simba said with an eye roll. Asafa rarely said his name and always addressed him as brother. It's called speaking formally. Didn't you listen to anything Zazu taught us when we were younger? Shall I teach you the basics of speaking? Asafa said. When Simba was gone, he missed him. And when Simba was here, he was annoyed by him. This is sibling love. If I ever speak like you, just throw me into a volcano. Simba whispered to himself. You, how can I miss you so much? But then when I meet you, it doesn't even go 2 hours before you annoy me. Asafa said angrily. It's because you got a stick stuck somewhere it shouldn't be. Simba said nonchalantly. His brother was always good and proper. Asafa halted, and Simba just passed him by. At least I get to use my stick. Asafa finally said. This time it was Simba that froze still, and Asafa passed him as he continued walking. Come on now, we're almost there. Asafa told him to hurry up. As they arrived at a beautiful, small lake behind the Pride Rock, there was a good amount of green around it. Soon they walked over to the lake, and although Simba walked with confidence, he walked as if his soul had been ripped out from his body. The stick comment had gotten to him. Saying the state his brother was in, Asafa sighed. It couldn't be helped. Simba was a virgin, and rightly so. Don't take it personally, brother. If you keep doing what you do for a few years, maybe you'll gain superpowers? Asafa said, trying to cheer him up. After all, as long as I'm beside you. Sigh. No woman will give you a second look. Asafa realized in sadness for his brother. Huh, what are you talking about? Simba came back to his senses when he heard Asafa's words, but he didn't understand them. Never mimed. Oh, we're here, Asafa said as he perked up. And that why you should always listen to strangers, Timon said in his wise tone as he was educating the cubs. The two cubs that were slightly older than Asafa's children sat there, listening seriously. No, Timon, I think it is never listen to strangers. Pumba spoke from within the small lake as he was enjoying a good bath. Timon stood beside the lake and educated the cubs. Ammani and Hamu were also in the lake, enjoying themselves. No, Pumba, you might be wrong here. Why wouldn't you listen to a stranger? They might have something good to say. Hamu argued with Pumba, but maybe they have something bad to say as well. Pumba pushed back. Or they might have something good to say. Point is, you never know until you talk to them. Timon explained. The cubs nodded as they took in everything their wise teacher was telling them. Teacher, I got it. When I meet strangers in the future, I'll listen and follow them. One of the cubs was smart and fast on the uptake. Attaboy. Well done. Today's lesson is over. Tomorrow I'll teach you about how to escape any responsibility that comes your way. Timon said excitement. Hakuna, Pumba said. Matata. Hamu continued on with even more excitement. Snore and Ammani snored in excitement. She was so excited that she fell asleep a long time ago. What are you teaching the kids? Asafa asked in horror as he came close to them. Asafa. Finally, I got some complaints about the food being served here. The bugs yesterday were quite dry. Pumba stood up in resistance, and when he stood up from the water, all the bubbles stopped. Smack, Pumba, you can't talk to Asafa like that anymore. He's king now. Timon said. Then he turned to Asafa. Your Majesty, the bugs weren't just dry. They weren't tasty enough. If this is not changed, immediately I will. Isn't that Simba? Timon got caught off guard as he noticed the lion behind Asafa. Simba, puffed Timon, might need some of that irrecitation you were giving the cubs. Hama laughed. Pumba also laughed, but his laughter halted when he saw Simba as well. Guys, turns out he isn't dead, Asafa said with a happy smile. Simba waved at them. Simbaya! All three shouted as they pounced at him in hugs. The commotion woke up Ammani as well. Yon, why are you guys loud so early in the afternoon? She said as she looked at the sun's position. Then she looked down and saw everyone hugging someone that looked eerily similar to Simba. Oh, I'm still asleep, she said as she was about to close her eyes. But soon they widened in surprise as she realized that she wasn't asleep. Simba, she shouted in surprise as she jumped out of the water and rushed to him as well. Guys, I missed you so much, Simba said as he embraced everyone. How are you alive? Pumba asked happily. And are you planning on competing for the throne with me? Let me warn you, even though I'm joyous that you're alive and well, I won't go easy on you, Hemu said as he slingered around Simba's arm happily. They spent the rest of the day together, just Asafa, Simba, Timon, Pumba, Ammani, and Hemu in reminiscence. They laughed, cried, agreed, and bickered. It was as if they were back to being in the forest as young, carefree hips once again. I missed this, Timon said as he laid on Simba's mane. Indeed, this royal snake agrees, Hemu said from on top of Asafa. Finally, we have the good brother back, Ammani said in relief. Asafa was always a source of worry for her, and Simba was way better in her opinion. Ammani, I always wonder how panther soup tastes like. Don't make me actually go for it, Asafa said with an eye twitch. Tisk, Asafa, don't be bitter when the truth has been spoken, Simba said. All right, Simba, have you met your nephews and nieces yet? Pumba asked. Nephews and nieces? Simba stood up in surprise. All right, I forgot to tell you, Asafa said in realization. There's even this one cub that has the same name as you. Timon said. Another year had come and gone. Things had developed well for the Pride Lands, but for Asafa's personal matters, things were looking weird. Asafa was very worried about one specific person, Simba. Simba had spent his time living life behind the Pride Rock with the crew. Sure, he did go on border patrol and mark their territory with Asafa. But the thing that worried him is the fact that Simba and Ammani had been spending more time together. Ammani was like an annoying elder sister that cared deeply for Asafa, but Simba and Ammani hadn't developed the same sibling relationship. This hadn't gone without the notice of Asafa, and now Asafa is worried that Simba had developed a Black Panther fetish. That is very problematic. Lions should only mate with lions. If Simba brings home a Black Panther as his partner, how will Sarabi react? Asafa sighed as he thought about this. He liked Ammani like his own family, but how could he accept her and Simba together? They aren't even the same species. What's wrong? Timon asked. Timon, Pumba, Asafa, and Hemu were laying on the grass, looking at the night sky. Asafa noticed that Simba and Ammani was gone when he arrived here, and that's why he was worried. Do you guys think something is going on between Simba and Ammani? Asafa finally let his worries get known. Oh, you know, when a lion and a panther spend a lot of time together, their brains can get mushy. Timon explained. So, there's something between them? Asafa said with worry in his tone. But Asafa, this should be something good for you, Pumba said. How so? Asafa asked skeptically. Well, lions and panthers can't have children, so Simba won't have any children that'll create political problems with your children later on. Pumba 1,000% of his brain power, creating a miracle, a reasonable argument. Asafa stood up surprised. In fact, that was something he was worried about. He didn't want to forbid Simba from having his own children, but that could create big problems later on. But this could solve all his problems. Come on, lay down again. Let's continue enjoying the big dark thing up there where the fireflies are stuck, Pumba said as he described the sky as Timon had once taught him. Asafa laid down again and enjoyed the night sky. A few days later, Asafa woke up early in the pride den. The sun hadn't risen yet and sky was dark. Asafa woke and looked at all the cubs laying down and sleeping in weird positions. His eyes shifted between each one of his cubs until it reached the biggest cub, a pale-furred lion cub with hints of dark mane on his head. Mahatu, the firstborn son of Asafa and the crown prince. Asafa lovingly looked at all his children with care, but today he was going to teach Mahatu some important life lessons, so he nudged the cub to awaken him. Mahatu tried to wave away his father's paw as he tried to continue his sleep, but Asafa nudged him again, making Mahatu open his eyes and looked around with a hint of confusion as he just awoke. He found his father put his finger on his mouth and make a sound as he waved Mahatu to follow. Mahatu looked around and saw that all the others were sleeping, so he understood that his father wanted only him to follow. So he silently stood up and carefully followed his father out of the den. Ayana awoke and saw both Asafa and Mahatu were walking out of the cave. She smiled as she trusted Asafa and was happy that Asafa would slend some alone time with his son, so she went back to sleep. Asafa walked out and found a slight breeze to the wind. He looked up to the sky, which was still dark and the stars were still visible. Yet at the horizon, light was starting to shine as dawn had come. The sun hadn't risen yet, but it was getting closer, so the horizon lit up. "Beautiful, isn't it?" Asafa said to his son. "It's just the sky, Dad." Mahatu said, still sleepy. "Is it just the sky?" Asafa said in a chuckle. Mahatu looked up in response, but this time he tried to see more. He saw the stars shine bright, but what more is there? There's also stars. Mahatu guessed that's what his father meant. "Stars, huh? Follow me," Asafa said in a smile. Asafa walked down the Pride Rock and continued walking to the savannah. They walked for a while before they came to a big lake. Asafa stopped and sat down when the lake came into their sight. They were still far from the lake. Mahatu followed his father and sat down. Mahatu looked up to the sky again, trying to figure out what his father was talking about, since it seemed like his father knew something he didn't and was playing mystical. But no matter how he looked, he couldn't figure out what his dad was playing at. "Mahatu," Asafa said in a serious tone. Mahatu looked at his father, giving him his full attention. Asafa looked at his son as well. He was very content with Mahatu being the crown prince. Asafa had observed his children since their birth, and he had found that Mahatu was the calmest and fairest to his siblings. He never picked on his siblings and ignored them when they were bickering with him. He was also overly protective of the other cubs. Whenever the others got into trouble, Mahatu willingly took on the blame so they wouldn't get Hershey told off by Ayana, Nala, or Zahara. He was also slightly bigger than the others, although by not much, and whenever they ate, Mahatu secretly made sure that all his sibling ate enough before he himself ate his fill. Asafa looked at the lake where a group of gazelles, giraffes, elephants, and even birds were drinking. All of them had already woken up and started the day before even sunrise. "Look, Mahatu," gazelles, Asafa said. Mahatu turned his head and his eyes searched for the gazelles and found them. "What are they to us?" Asafa asked, his tone serious as he wanted Mahatu to understand that he was teaching him something important. Mahatu thought for a minute, but he could only come up with one answer. "Food?" he asked. Asafa chuckled. "They are food to the other lions, but not to you and me. Can you guess why?" Asafa asked. Mahatu thought for another minute, and the only thing that made the two of them different was that his father was the king, and he was the crown prince, but he didn't see how that had anything to do with the question asked. Asafa saw that his son seemed deep on thought with a heavy frown on his face, but he also seemed perplexed by the question. Asafa smiled. "To the lions they are food, but to a king, they are subjects that we must protect." Asafa said as he looked at the gazelles. "We must protect them? Why don't we hunt and eat them?" Mahatu seemed bewildered by the answer his father had given him. "Yes, we eat them, but what would happen if we ate all of them?" Asafa asked. Mahatu's face lit up in understanding. "Then there would be no more gazelles for us to eat, and we'd starve," Mahatu said as he realized. "And that's why we protect our borders. If other lions come here, they'll eat not only the gazelles, but all other animals that is our food." Asafa said. Mahado seemed to look at the gazelles with understanding. As kings, we must make sure that the animals that live in the Pride Lands are always protected from other predators. And as kings, we must make sure that we don't hunt too much of what we have. If we do, we will doom the other animals and ourselves. Asafa said seriously, saying that his son kept silent and understood. He continued. Look, Asafa said as he pointed at the gazelles, making Mahado once again focus on them. The gazelles that were drinking all halted as they seemed to hear something. All of them suddenly started running as their ears picked up something. See how the mothers are the last ones, as they make sure their children are not left behind? Asafa asked. Mahata nodded. That's because they also have love for their families and friends. They have their lives and their experiences. Asafa whispered as she bowed down to Mahato's level. Mahato seemed to understand as his eyes widened. So we eat them, but we must also make sure that they can continue living in peace as well. Mahato whispered, and not only do we eat them, they also... Asafa stopped here and looked around to make sure no one was close by, as if he wanted to reveal something huge to his son. His son perked up his ears as Asafa came closer once again and whispered, they also eat us. Mahata turned his head and looked very skeptically at his father, as if he had gone mad. Huh? Asafa laughed out as he hugged his son closer. Dad, stop it, you tricked me, he said as he felt tricked by what his father just claimed. That's when Asafa calmed down and grinned at his son. I didn't trick you. This is the great secret of the kings. Asafa said in a cheeky grin. You're right, Mahata said with an eye roll, yet he was still content with what he had learned today. It was something of great importance. Mahatu, I'm not joking, Asafa said suddenly. Huh? He turned to his father with a frown. I'm the king of these lands, and I protect it and eat from it what I need to survive. But one day, I'll grow older and I'll die. Asafa said seriously. Mahatu's eyes widened. What? Dad, I don't want you to die. Promise that you won't leave me. Mahatu expressed fear and worry. Let me tell you something that my father once told me. Look at the stars. Asafa said in his deep, wise voice while looking upward. Mahata followed his gaze and looked up. The great kings of the past looked down on us from stars. Mufasa explained. What really? Mahatu said as he stared at the stars. Asafa secretly looked at his son, and when he saw his expression, Asafa chuckled as she remembered how his father had this very talk with him and Simba when he was younger. Yes, and one day, you'll take my place as king. So whenever you feel alone, remember that those kings will always be there to guide you, and one day, so will I. Asafa said. He sat beside the much smaller Mahatu as they both looked up, staring at the stars. By that point, my body will become earth and turn into grass, which the gazelles consume to survive, and you'll be protecting them while I'll be feeding them. Asafa said. Mahatu turned to his father and finally understood. This is the circle of life, and one day, your son will take your place, and you'll be looking down on him from the stars. Asafa said. Mahatu understood, and he looked down while tilting his body toward his father. Asafa hugged Mahatu closer as they sat like that until the sun rose. When the time had come for them to return, Asafa gave a final advice for his son. Mahatu, always remember, being king doesn't mean that you're able to do whatever you want. It means that you oblige to protect these lands. Asafa said, even if I don't want to, he asked. You can't avoid this. You are part of these lands, and this is part of you, just like I am part of you, he said in a smile. Mahata looked a bit confused, but seemed to get the gist of it. Seeing the confusion on his son's face, Asafa put a paw on his head. You will understand when you are older. Asafa and Mahatu returned to the Pride Rock, and the lions had awoken. Asafa continued his duty of strengthening the borders and taking care of matter regarding the Pride Lands. The cubs played as usual, but they all noticed that their eldest sibling seemed out of it. They even found him staring at an ant nest, just looking as the ants worked and ran around. Mahatu had learnt something great, the circle of life. With his new understanding of how other animals also have their lives, families, and ambitions, he found great interest in other animals, an interest he had never had before. Even ants seemed so interesting to him now. The cubs looked at each other. You think his brain broke? Kiera asked. Maybe he wants to eat ants? Zawadi, the youngest girl, answered. Oh, who cares? Let's play hide and seek, Simba said to his siblings. He was named after his uncle before they knew Simba was alive. Don't you think it's because of the secret meeting he had with father? Tukufu asked with a small frown. They all knew that Mahatu had gone on a small trip with their father, because he was the next in line. Who cares about that? Let's play. Simba rolled his eyes. I'm just saying, don't you find it weird that we weren't allowed to follow? Tukufu said, You're doing that thing again, overthinking. Mahatu is going to become king, so it's obvious that father will spend alone time with him, Imamu said, getting bored of Tukufu's fixation. Imamu was the closest to Mahatu in personality, but he wasn't protective of his siblings. Instead, he had a rivalry with them. Little Mufasa is the only one that seemed to not care at all. Let's go to Uncle Hamu's kingdom. Zawadi came up with a fun plan. They all agreed. They ignored Mahatu and walked toward the small lake behind the Pride Rock, where their funny uncles and aunt were. This place was named Hamu's kingdom according to their snake uncle, Hamu. They always enjoyed playing with Timon, Pumba, Hamu, and Ammani. Even Simba, their uncle, was spending most of his free time there. As they walked, Tukufu halted and looked back one last time at Mahatu. A look of bitterness flashed in his eyes before he turned around and followed his siblings. Tukufu has kept a secret. He found his siblings dumb, and he barely enjoyed their company as they were always shouting and saying dumb things. Even his eldest brother Mahatu, who he considered the smartest of the dumb cubs, was someone he looked down on. And today, he found Mahatu just staring at an ant nest without having the slightest interest in them, which made him feel that Mahatu was even dumber than usual. Why would someone like him be the crown prince, but not me? That thought had been on the back of his mind for a long while now, but today it had implemented itself strongly in his heart. A few weeks had gone by, and new worry had come to Asafa's attention. The neighboring leader, Tukufu, father of Zahara and grandfather of Zawadi, and Tukufu had an invasion. He got badly harmed, and there are rumors of other lions that are eyeing his position. Asafa understood that if Tukufu was harmed, he would neither be able to protect his pride nor his position. The animals were often moving between territories, and a few of them had been to Tukufu's territory before they came here with the news. Thanks for the news. You can go now. Asafa dismissed the birds that had come with the news. They nodded before flying away. Asafa turned around and went back into the den where Zahara was resting. He looked at her but didn't know how to break the news. Zahara, Asafa said as he walked in, gaining the attention of the resting lioness. As her ears perked up, she opened her eyelids and turned her head as she looked at her king in wonder. Asafa walked beside her and sat down. I've got bad news, he said, which made her sit up. Your father was injured in a battle not so long ago. It seems serious, Asafa said, and let her pick up the underlying meaning. She looked at him, and he could see the hint of worry in her eyes. Will he be fine? She asked. Her tone seemed slightly nervous. I don't know. She seemed like she lost her words for a while as silence overtook them. After a little while, she looked at him again. Do you think it is possible to visit him? She asked. Asafa frowned while thinking. They couldn't just walk into their territory, especially since the king seemed to have lost his authority, but seeing the worry on her face made Asafa want to find a way. Fine, I'll find a way, Asafa said as he stood up and walked out. Zazu, Asafa shouted as he walked out, hoping the bird was around. Soon a blue bird flew towards him in a hurry. You called your majesty? He said as he landed near Asafa. I need you to fly to Tukufu's territory and send him a message. Asafa said, Yes, I'll do it now, he said, wanting to fulfill his command. Just as he was about to fly away, Asafa interrupted him. You haven't received the message yet. Asafa chuckled. All right, sorry about that. He said awkwardly, if birds could blush, Zazu would be blushing right now. Tell Tukufu that I'm visiting with his daughter in 3 days. Zazu nodded before flying away. Asafa chuckled slightly at the fact that Zazu was always very fast to listen to orders. Asafa wasn't sure what to do about the situation. This is the life of lions. You grow into your prime, you're strong, then you grow into old age and the young overpower you. But in the end, even though Takufu gave away Zahara, his own daughter, for the sake of the pride, Zahara didn't feel bitter about it. She understood the life of lions, and she still held respect for her father. Asafa would honor his wife by allowing her to visit, although this is very dangerous. Right now, there is a political shift in Takufu's pride, and he might get usurped any second. If they arrive at a hostile environment, Asafa can't guarantee to protect his wife while being attacked by many opponents. He would be fine, but even he can get overwhelmed by numbers, allowing the hostile lions to attack his lioness. Later that day, Asafa took off with Zahara towards a neighboring lion pride. Asafa left Simba in charge of the pride lands for as long as he was gone. It took them a few days to reach the borders of Takufu's territory. At that point, Asafa stepped forward and roared a mighty roar, so that they would be aware of the fact that they were here. A normal lion's roar can only reach 8 kilometers, but Asafa's mighty roar could reach about double that, which is why, when the lions of Takufu's pride heard the roar, they thought a mighty beast had come to life to destroy the world. All of them felt their instincts shout at them to not fight this superior beast and submit for the sake of their survival. Only Takufu understood what's going on, so he stood up and walked with his weak legs as he tried to go to heat borders. Many of his pride eyed him with suspicion and greed as they saw him walk. Only one lion seemed to look at him in worry. One male lion walked forward to Takufu. "Leader, where are you going?" he asked in worry. This was the same lion that was held by Asafa's strong jaws when Takufu tried to invade the Pride Land a few years earlier. Had his leader Takufu not acted fast and made a big personal loss, he would have died. From that day onwards, he had become very loyal to Takufu. The others, in contrast, only felt their greed overflow when they saw that Takufu had become older and had received heavy injuries to his legs. He had lost his ability to fight, and soon, a restructure of the lion hierarchy would take place. So everyone was on their toes. This affected not only Takufu, but all the members, as they seemed to be on their guard. Many fights broke out between different lions in the pride. This was normal for a pride. Everyone has their place. They know who is first to eat of their food, and who is second, third, and so on until the last lion. But since there will soon be a new leader, the whole structure is showing off their might, so they can get as high of a status as they can. The only reason Takufu hadn't yet been overthrown was because many of the lionesses were his daughters and a few were his sons. But even they were looking on with greed. "King of Pride Lands has cometh to visit me with his queen," Takufu said as he kept limping forward. "Leader, allow me to receive them," he said worriedly as he saw his leader struggle with walking. "Then, so shall it be." Takufu looked at him and said before turning around. The male lion hurried to where the roar had originated from. All the lions looked at each other in surprise. They had heard what Takufu had said. This was a cause of worry for them, since a legend had been passed around these parts ever since the failure of Takufu to take over the Pride Lands. The lions returned humbled and in loss. The leader had even given away the only 3 females that had not gotten pregnant, including his own beloved daughter. Soon, the lions spread what had happened in their battle, and legendary stories about the king of Pride Land spread, but most lions just took them as that, stories. They believed that the warriors had come back and exaggerated their stories so that they wouldn't look so shameless for their loss. After all, what lion is as huge as a mountain and can fight hundreds of foes? But the roar they had heard made all of them feel a shiver in their spines. And the ones that felt the most fear was those that had fought Asafa directly. One of them had 4 big scars on his neck where his mane refused to grow out. He was one of those that was looking at Takufu with greed, but right now he was worried because he knew the truth about Asafa's strength. Even if all their pride attacked Asafa, they might be able to defeat him, but the first 10 to attack will die for certain. That's how strong Asafa is. Everyone looked at each other, feeling that things might become. Asafa saw the lion that had come and received them, and recognized him, but couldn't put his finger on it. "That's Solaf Cinder, one of the lions you defeated," Zahara whispered. She once belonged to this pride and recognized most of them. "What a weird name he has," Asafa thought. Asafa looked at the lion and saw that he seemed to have recently grown into his prime as a young adult lion. The others you defeated were Arthur Pendragon, Lemmy Winks, Fallen Ent, Au, and Alexander. She whispered. Asafa looked at her with one brow raised. Their names were very odd. They are brothers and came from another pride. Their father was king. Their father lost his mind his last years and named his cubs as such. When they were old enough, they were thrown out of the pride. She explained their story. No wonder they have such weird names. Their father was a mad lion. Asafa responded. Yes, his people might not have been happy with him, but his battle capabilities were not to be underestimated. He defeated 5 prides in battle before being killed. He was a warlord and was great at battles. In fact, his territory was even bigger than the Pride lands for a short while before he died. She said with a hint of respect. Her father had once told her the story of the Mad Lion, and even he respected the Mad Lion's capabilities in war. Sadly, the Mad Lion loved war too much and died in it. Oh, too bad I never got to fight him in battle, Asafa said, wanting to see how good this Mad Lion was. She looked at him weirdly. What? Asafa asked her, saying her expression. It was your father that defeated him, along with his brother, Zahara said, making Asafa halt. The truth is that he barely knew about his father's reign except for the rules and laws he had set forth. Didn't you know? Your father is famous for stopping the Mad Lion, she said while looking at him as if he had lived under a rock. I grew up in a forest, raised by a meerkat and a swine, Asafa said in his defense, but she gave him the eyes that told him that she didn't buy it. Soon they arrived in a place with a big lake in the middle of the savannah. The lions were resting under a few trees that had grown around the lake. When they arrived, Solaf Cinder showed them the path to Takufu. Asafa felt like everyone was looking at him like he was a celebrity. There were even a few cubs that pointed at him while shouting, "Look, Mom, it's the lion monster." But he did his best to ignore it. Asafa, time has floweth by since the last we saw each other. Takufu was the first to speak when they saw each other. Takufu was laying under a shadow a bit further from the others. Asafa nodded, feeling weird about the way that Takufu spoke. Father, Zahara spoke in worry as she hurried to his side to show her worries. Little flower, you have growneth, Takufu said in a calm voice as he finally met his daughter again. There was a hint of relief in his voice as he saw that she was well. He had heard that she became the child-bearer of Asafa and one of the queens of the Pride Lands, which made him relieved that her fate had been good. But even then, as a father, if he couldn't see his daughter, he would worry, saying how well she looked, and the fact that Asafa himself brought her here meant that he cared for her. That was one of the few worries he had about meeting his end. He worried about his daughter's fate. But now he felt like he could die at peace when that day comes. Father, I've heard that you're hurt. Is it true? She said worriedly as she inspected his injuries. "And not but a scratcheth," he said, trying to make less of his injuries so that she would not worry. But both Asafa and Zahara saw through his lies. "Is it truth that I have grandchildren?" Takufu asked, wanting to confirm the rumors but also wanting to change the subject. Zahara lit up. "Yes, Zawadi and Takufu, our daughter and son," she said, happily telling him about the two. Asafa sat silently while his wife and father-in-law spoke for a while, although it was mostly Zahara that spoke while Takufu listened patiently. When the sun was about to set, it was too late to leave, so Takufu offered them a place to stay. Asafa accepted the invite, so that his wife could spend more time with her father. After all, this might very well be their last meeting. When the morning sun had come, Asafa woke up. Looking at his wife that was sleeping heavily, he smiled. She had stayed late into the night speaking with her father. They even spoke about when Takufu was young and met her mother and all kinds of nostalgic topics. Asafa noticed that Takufu had come to their resting place. "I need to speaketh with you," Takufu said in a low voice as he didn't want to wake up his daughter. Asafa nodded as he stood up before following the limping lion to a more secluded place where others couldn't hear them, but close enough that they could keep an eye on Zahara. "I haveth a favor to asketh," Takufu said. Asafa nodded, willing to hear him out. Recently, One of the lionesses birthed my latest child. Takufu revealed. No one knoweth that I am the father, but I worry about his fate after I'm goneth. Takufu said. Asafa understood his worries. Takufu wanted him to take the cub with him, so that the cub wouldn't be killed when they found out that Takufu is his father. Asafa thought about it for a second before speaking. I can see that you're no longer capable of leading a pride with your injuries and age. So follow me to my pride. Live with your grandchildren and newborn son there instead. Asafa said finally. This could have big consequences, but as he saw how Zahara spoke so happily with her father, he was willing to do this. Takufu, a man that never smiled, chuckled when he heard that. It would be an honor, but it would also be honorless of me to leave my pride. Takufu said, I becameth king at a young age, and I grew our smalleth pride to the size it has today. I was born here, and I shall perish here. If they want to be king, they will have to do it overeth my dead body. Takufu said. With each word, Asafa looked at Takufu and fully understood. As a king, Takufu could never leave his pride. Then it is a loss for both your and my pride. It is unfortunate that your grandchildren will never meet you. Asafa. Takufu nodded, agreeing. That is another wish he had, to meet the cubs of his daughter. Alas, he still received a big gift. The gift of meeting his daughter a last time. Although my son Takufu carries your name, I am afraid that his personality mirrors that of my uncle. Asafa admitted, hoping for the older lion to share his wisdom on the matter. Takufu frowned at this. Everyone knew of how Scar went against his father's wishes and challenged Mufasa to a fight for kingship. But the fact that it was Scar that killed Mufasa was a scandal that only the Lions of Pride Land were aware of. Takufu understood his words as Asafa's son was greedy for the throne. My uncle killed my father and tried to kill my brother and I. Asafa revealed the truth, that his uncle wasn't just greedy, but also had darkness inside of him. Takufu now fully understood Asafa's worries. Takufu thought it through. My advice is that you should speaketh with little Takufu. Discuss his inner demons and make sure to quench it. Takufu said. Asafa nodded, but his worries weren't that big since he knew that he had received the Super Lion Serum. So he knew that he would most likely even outlive his children. Lions didn't live longer than 15 to 30 years, but Asafa knew that he would most likely push that limit because of his superior body. Although he planned to make Mahata king at a ripe age, he would still stay around and enjoy life as he watched over them. That was his plan. But he still didn't want infighting between his sons. And if Takufu is as scheming as he seemed, Heb might find a way to make more trouble than Asafa was willing to face. Worsteth situation, banisheth him from the pride. This is the destiny of many sons of lions. Takufu finally gave his last advice. Indeed, for lions, it was the norm to cast out the young male lions before they reached adulthood. Then they would wander around until they find a new pride where they can either live as an underling or they'll fight for the leadership. Asafa nodded, hoping that it wouldn't come to that. After waking up, Zahara spent her time around Takufu while talking to him happily about everything. Asafa saw this and felt that she knew that his time was soon up. She was just pretending to be happy as she wanted her last memories with her father to be positive. When midday had come, it was Takufu that finally told them it was time to return. Zahara looked at him like he had betrayed her. Asterisk, come on, Dad. We just came here. I've missed you lots. We could go tomorrow, right, Asafa? She said. Her tone was as if she was trying to be strong. Little flower, a kingdom cannot function without its kingeth. It's time you shall return. Takufu answered her. This was because he knew that the longer they spent time together, the harder it would be to split apart again. Last time when he sent her away, it was one of the hardest decisions he had to make. Zahara's happy facial expressions finally broke like glass. She didn't want to cry, but she knew that today was the last time she would meet her father, and she did her best until the end. But there was no helping it. Tears fell down her face as a pained expression overtook her. Little flower, why shalleth you waste tears? Takufu tried to comfort her. Dad, I will miss you a lot, she said, trying to not face the truth of their last meeting. And I willeth miss you. Takufu said in a smile, as he put a paw on her head. She nodded in understanding as she cried, Zahara, a day will come when you'll say goodbye to your own cubs. Would you then want them to feel so pained by your goodbyes? Or would you want them to feel gratitude for every moment that you got to spend together? Asafa said. His words echoed wisdom as they touched her heart. She understood that being happy for the time they had together was better than being sad for the time they wouldn't see each other anymore. She nodded and collected herself before a bright smile overtook her face. Thank you, Daddy, for everything, she said to her elderly father, that had always seemed like an invincible hero to her. Yet at this moment he seemed so aged and weak. Takufu, the man that rarely smiled more today than the last 5 years combined. A smile graces his face. It was a pleasure, little flower, he said. It truly was a pleasure for him to raise such good children, Zahara included. I'm glad we could meet up as friends in this life, Asafa said before turning around and taking the lead in leaving. Zahara was about to follow her king, but she turned around and rubbed her head on her father's head one last time to show her affection. Then she hurriedly ran after her husband and king. When Asafa and Zahara reached the borders, they found Solaf Cinder waiting for them with a cub beside him. Zahara looked with suspicion at Solaf Cinder, not understanding what he was up to. But Asafa simply nodded to Solaf Cinder and walked up to him as he looked at the young cub that seemed to shiver in fear. What are you up to now, Solaf? Zahara said with skepticism, believing he was up to no good. Solaf just looked at Asafa for him to clarify. You could go now, Asafa said to the lion. Solaf nodded before turning around. Asafa looked at Solaf Cinder and saw how the lion took strong strides. His loyalty and kindness seemed to make him look a bit weak, but as he walked, Asafa saw a strong warrior in him. Maybe he will be the next king, Asafa thought. Indeed, Solaf was in his prime, and he seemed strong and kind. He would make a great leader. Solaf, Asafa said, halting the lion in his steps as he looked back. If one day it comes to it, and you're a leader of your own pride, know that there'll be friendship between our tribes, Asafa said in support. Even Zahara looked at him surprised. She knew Solaf as a cub. He was someone that longed for adventure and danger, always claiming that those terms were siblings, and that's why they sounded so similar. She wasn't aware of how much the lion had matured since they lost against Asafa, nor his loyalty to her father. She only knew him as an unruly cub. But she trusted Asafa's judgment, so she said nothing of it. Don't worry, little one. You're safe with us, Asafa said as he petted the little cub. So who is he? She asked. The last legacy of your father and your little brother, he said in a smile before picking him up, carrying him with his mouth. Zahara's jaw dropped. What's his name? She shouted in surprise. He doesn't have one. No one knew that he is Takufu's son, Asafa mumbled. Hard to speak with a cub in your mouth. But Zahara got the gist of it. Then he's a precious jewel. Keto will be his name, Zaharan said as she looked at his pure eyes, full of innocence and curiosity. He was born not long ago. Asafa smiled in agreement to the name. On their way back, Asafa asked Zahara why she didn't ask her father to go with them to the Pride Lands. She chuckled with sadness in her eyes. My father led that pride with pride, and will die with that pride with his pride. That's his personality. It would be useless to ask him to come with us, she said. Asafa smiled at how accurate her understanding of her father is. But he chose to not tell her about his interaction with Takufu and what they spoke about. When they returned, they introduced Keto to everyone and made feel at home. In the end, it took a week before the news of Takufu's death reached them. Zahara wept for her father, but as time passed on, they continued their lives. Asafa looked at his sons as they had begging faces. They had grown a lot during the last 3 years. They had all developed manes, although thin. Their bodies had the size of female lions. Mahadu was the biggest, and he was slightly bigger than a female lion. Come on, Dad, don't be such a bore. Allow us to go hunt these beasts. Simba roared with a hint of challenge. The only beast I see is the one in front of me, Nala said in a chuckle as she looked at her son. Tis. Simba looked away. Ha, brother, how unsightly. Maybe you should just find a hole and bury yourself to spare me this drama. Mufasa said in a mock tone, clear to everyone that he was trying to sound like his brother Takufu. And maybe you should join him. Takufu said with annoyance clear in his voice. The other siblings laughed at this. Come on, Takufu. You're always so bitter. This is our chance to prove ourselves. Imamu said as he brought Takufu into an hug. Please, brother, spare me this drama. His words halted as he realized that he did indeed sound the way Mufasa had tried to portray him. PFTTT ha ha Takufu, you're too easy. Mufasa laughed the loudest, but all the siblings laughed. Takufu was not happy being the butt of the joke, especially by his dumb brothers that seemed to lack a few up there. Even Asafa chuckled at the antics of his sons. Father, this will be a good experience for us. Even Mahatu, the wisest of his sons, agreed. Dad, it's not like we'll be alone. Uncle Simba will be leading us, so he'll keep an eye on us. Mufasa said in his last attempt. Sigh, fine then, you'll follow your uncle's command. Yesterday, a big group of crocodiles invaded their territory, trying to make the big lake of the Pride Lands their new home. Asafa would have allowed them to seek refuge in his land. However, they were overbearing and killed lots of animals in their way. So Asafa was about to lead a battle against them, but his sons wanted to go in his stead, without him, as they wanted to prove themselves. Asafa knew that they had reached an age where they should go out to fight and start accumulating experience so that they can grow strong. But he couldn't help but to worry still. To him, they were just recently the baby cubs crying for mommy's milk. They had grown too fast. Simba just then arrived with 2 male lions that had come with Simba to join this pride. Asafa, we're ready. What's going on here? He asked as he saw his nephews gang up on their dad and mothers. They'll follow you instead of Asafa. Make sure you take care of them. Ayana said in a chuckle and a hint of mischief in her eyes. Don't tell me she's telling the truth. Simba asked his brother. His nephews were too much for him. They always came to challenge him and to fight. They bothered him every second of the day, if they could. Yes, brother, I'll leave them in your care. Asafa said as he turned around. Simba's face fell, and Ayana grinned happily. Asafa, no, I mean my favorite brother, please think this through. They are too young, and trouble flows in their veins. It's better if I go with you instead. Simba pleaded with his heart. Then they're a perfect match for you. Asafa said as he continued walking back to the Pride. He wanted to train his sons to protect the Pride lands without his intervention. Lions are one of the apex predators. They don't fear any other animal. Only a few animals are stronger in a one-on-one battle, such as bears and tigers. Both of those animals are bigger and stronger. Tigers are even more skilled in one-on-one combat. The major difference is that tigers live and hunt alone, whilst lions live and hunt in groups. So no tigers nor bears would mess with a lion, because if there's one lion, there are few others happy to join in on the fight. But even then, a male lion in its prime is still an apex predator that isn't much weaker than a tiger or a bear. A one-on-one fight between those animals might end up in a loss for the tiger or bear, although it's more likely that a bear wins against a lion and a tiger wins against a lion. Asafa is the exception to this. He felt like he could take on 5 tigers, maybe even more, and still win, although he had never pushed himself and actually didn't know his limits. So if he joined the battle against the crocodile invaders, his sons would not experience true war and true battle, as they would be guarded by him. So he left them under Simba's leadership. Asada climbed up the Pride Rock and followed his brother and sons with his eyes until they couldn't be seen anymore. They'll be fine. They've grown into young adults. It's time for them to learn these matters. Nala said, trying to calm him as she noticed that he was worried about his children. You're right, but you know how easily they get into trouble. Maybe I should follow them secretly. Asada said, or you could follow me, she said as she started walking into the den. Asada halted and looked at Benalla as she walked into their pride cave. His eyes went from Nala to the horizon where his children had gone, then back to Nala again. On second thought, they're already old enough to handle such things as men. They should face enemies head-on without their father holding their hands. Asafa whispered before following Nala. Just before he walked inside, he called out to his most trusted aide, the bluebird. Zazu. Yes, your majesty. He seemed very pleased to be called out. It was as if he was hiding nearby, waiting for Asafa to call him. Zazu, follow my sons secretly and keep an eye on them, he said as he walked inside. Yes, sir. Asada enjoyed his day with Nala and the others while his brother and sons were out fighting for the Pride Lands. He only did this for the sake of his sons, so that they'd grow stronger and gained experience of real battles, and definitely not because he wanted to have some grown-up fun with his wives. A lion can never have too many cubs. This is hard work that must be done for the survival of the pride. So whilst his brother, sons, and the other two males were out fighting hard, Asafa was at home fighting hard, in his own way. Asafa yawned as he stretched after working hard today, and just as he was about to take a good nap, a black panther hurriedly walked into the den. Asafa, she said worriedly without the hint of jokes she usually had in her voice. Ammani, what is the matter? He asked as he noticed her worry. The sun is setting. Simba and the others have been gone too long. I'm worried that something might have happened, she said in worry. Asafa stood up and hurried out of the den to confirm what she had said, and indeed, the sun was about to disappear into the horizon as the sky had turned orange. Ammani followed him out. Asafa was speechless. Had he been so preoccupied with his wives that he hadn't noticed how much time had flown by? Simba and the others went on their mission long before midday, so Ammani was right. Too much time had passed by, and there is no sight of them. He has to make sure. I've been waiting ever since they left, Ammani said in worry. All right, wait here, he said as he ran down the Pride Rock at full speed. Ammani was about to follow, but she couldn't. He was too fast. She just looked on wide eyes as he sprinted towards the horizon in full speed. Why does it feel like he could easily outrun a cheetah? She whispered in shock. She had seen him run before, but he always kept his speed so the others could follow. This time he went full speed. Asafa ran with all he had, and his stamina didn't seem to deplete. However, he didn't have to run for long before he saw his sons, brother, and two other males form the pride all walk back, while some were limping. Simba, he shouted to gain his attention. A few were limping, but the worst of all was Tukufu. He had low stone at his feet, and he was bleeding heavily. Simba was carrying him. What happened? Asafa asked in a serious tone as he saw the state that Tukufu was in. He saved us, that's what happened. If it wasn't for him, at least 3 of us would have died, Simba said with admiration, but also worry. Asafa frowned. That didn't sound like Tukufu at all. His eyes went to Mahatu to see what state he was in. Mahatu was halting as well, but he seemed fine except for some scratches and that his head was lowered in sadness. What about the crocodiles? Asafa asked. The details of what happened can be further discussed later. Dealt with, Simba said in a heavy tone. It seemed that he had also sustained injuries. Let me take him, Asafa said as they all helped put Tukufu on Asafa's back. Soon they reached the Pride Rock where the other were waiting. All of them came forward in worry, including Ammani and the crew. Everyone move aside, Asafa commanded. His son was bleeding out, so he didn't have time for their worries. Timon, Pumba, Asafa said. Both of them hurried forward, looking worried. Yes, buddy, Timon asked as he observed the injuries. Do you remember the method I taught you to start fire? Asafa asked. Of course, Timon said, not understanding why Asafa was asking for that. Then please start one as soon as possible, Asafa said as he laid down Tukufu on the ground and pressed on his leg hard to stop the bleeding from where he had lost his flute. The others looked on while being confused. Timon and Pumba hurried, doing their best to start fire. It took a while, but in the end, a fire was lit. Simba, take my place, put you paw here, he said. Simba came forward and did as Asafa said, not understanding why. Asada saw that blood started flowing from Tukufu's wound, so he used his paw to push down Simba's paw. Use this much strength, see how the blood stops flowing. If it starts flowing again, press harder, don't be afraid to harm him, Asada said before moving away. Simba was shocked at what he was seeing. You can stop bleeding by pressing the wound? Asafa ran around looking for a football-sized stone with a flat surface. When he found one, he picked it up with his mouth and brought it to the fire. He put it into the fire with the flat side up and waited. Everyone was confused. Soon the rock got really hot. Asafa splashed a drop of blood onto the rock, and when he saw how it got burnt, he knew the rock was hot enough. "Move out of the way," Asafa said to Simba as he picked up Tukufu. What they all the witnessed shocked them to the core. Some of Asafa's children even looked away. Asafa put his son down near the fireplace. "Simba, Ammani, come here and hold down Tukufu. No matter what happens, don't allow him to move away," Asada said somberly. They walked forward and did as he said, still not understanding why, but they trusted Asafa. Asafa took a big breath and looked at his unconscious son. "Hold on, this will be painful," he thought in worry. Then he picked up the leg that Tukfu had lost his foot on and put it to the burning rock's flat surface. Instantly, all of them looked with horror. Tukufu woke up shouting and roaring, trying his best to escape the pain. Asafa didn't allow him and kept burning the wound. Asafa saw that Tukfu had bled profusely, and if they couldn't stop the bleeding, then his son might lose his life, and Asafa wasn't willing to allow that, and this was the only plan he could come up with. Zawadi, Simba, and Amamu started shedding tears as they saw their brother in so much agony. Only when Asafa saw that the injury had been completely burnt and there was no bleeding left did he let go of Tukufu. At this point, he had passed out again. Everyone was looking in horror. "If I didn't stop the bleeding, he would have died before sunrise," Asaf said with exhaustion. Putting his son trough, so much pain exhausted him. "Simba, take him to the den, and no one is allowed to disturb him. Let him rest. The rest, only his siblings are allowed to sleep beside him. But keep silent and don't disturb him no matter what," Asada said, before turning and walking away. They saw that he was pained by what had happened, so they didn't follow him. Ammani walked up to Simba and tried to comfort him. It seemed like what had happened had even shaken him. Asafa walked to a secluded place and started wandering in circles. He was waiting until Zazu revealed himself to get some answers. I don't want to think bad about Tukufu, but it isn't his style to sacrifice himself for others. What really happened? He kept wandering in circles as he pondered. Soon Zazu landed beside Asafa, looking worried. "What really happened?" Asafa asked. After following them, I found Simba discussing with the crocodiles, trying to get them to leave the Pride Lands. It seemed like he wanted to get them to leave without violence. I assumed that the crocodiles didn't agree. Asafa said. Indeed, soon a fight broke out. The lions were overwhelmed by numbers, but they did seem to hold on very well. He said, but at the end he seems to become hesitant. What's happened then? Zazu is not certain if he should speak on supposition. Zazu said. The next part, he wasn't sure if he saw it correctly. Speak. Asada said. Tukufu was fighting from behind, but it looked like he was keeping an eye on the battlefield and moving from different spots. That put his siblings and the other lions in dangerous situations. Zazu said with uncertainty. Was this intentionally? Asafa asked with a heavy frown. It seems so from where I was. Zazu said. He understood how big the claims he were making, and if he was wrong, he might be putting a big blame on Tukufu. That's why he felt reluctant to share this. But Zazu was also certain of what he had seen. It's just that Tukufu's intentions weren't absolutely clear, although it seemed like he was trying to get everyone on his team killed. Asafa was looking at him as if he wanted more details. He seemed to position himself and push the crocodiles into better formations until the lions started getting overwhelmed. Soon everyone got injuries one by one. But your majesty, it might have been an accident. Zazu said with hope. Do you believe so? Asafa said with a flat tone. No. Zazu's head fell down in sadness. What happened then? He asked. It seemed like Tukufu miscalculated as a crocodile attacked him, taking him by surprise. Mahata saw this, jumped in front of Tukufu. He almost sacrificed his life to save Tukufu. Zazu explained. Asafa started walking in circles again, distressed by everything he had heard. Zazu looked at Asafa in worry, feeling the same distress. He had already survived a scar. He didn't want to see another one. Continue, Asafa said as he kept walking in circles. Tukufu seemed to completely blank out at the fact that Mahatu was about to sacrifice his life to save him. Luckily, Simba succeeded in helping out both of them. But the formation Takufu had put the crocodiles in gave the crocodiles an edge as they formed a crescent around them. Zazu looked at Asafa, who seemed to be in deep thought. They attacked Mahatu and Simba. They were about to be killed by 6 crocodiles, but Takufu seemed to come alive and pushed his uncle and brother away into the perfect position to fight back, but he was attacked in their stead. The crocodiles halted in shock before one of them attacked and bit off his foot. Luckily, Simba and Mahatu were put in a good position to fight back as they had the other lions beside them. Zazu said he saw that Asafa was furious at what Takufu had done. But your majesty, it seemed like Takufu regretted his actions. If it wasn't for his intervention, pushing Simba and Mahatu into a better position, which led to the fact that the lions could recover and in the end win. Most likely, all of them would have died, Zazu said, trying to explain how he saw repentance in Takufu's eyes before sacrificing himself. They fought the battle for a long time before killing almost all the crocodiles. A few of the crocodiles escaped, and they sustained injuries, but they won in the end because this time Takufu seemed to position his siblings into a winning formation. At least he did that before passing out. Zazu tried to ease Asafa's worries, but he himself wasn't so certain. That's enough, Zazu. You can leave. Thank you, he said before turning away and walking away. Asafa kept walking. He didn't know what to do. He should kill Takufu so that a similar situation doesn't happen again. But at the same time, Takufu was his son, and he sincerely loved him, not to speak of his other children and Zahara, who would all be heartbroken. But does Takufu's repentance matter when the damage was still done? He did his best to save the lions in the end. But the damage was done, and he almost killed everyone intentionally. He wasn't sure what to do, so he kept walking toward the big tree where a crazy monkey lived. After walking for a while, he came to the abode of Rafiki. What gives Rafiki the honor of the king's visit on such a lovely day? Rafiki's voice came from behind Asafa, as he was about to shout for the monkey. "Our Rafiki, look at the stars, it isn't day." Asafa corrected him. He seemed to wise at times, and at others he seemed slightly out of it. Saying Rafiki did calm down Asafa slightly. No, it is daytime somewhere, it's you who can't see it, Rafiki said. Had another lion heard these words, he would have thought that Rafiki is crazy. But Asfa knew that Rafiki was right. The light might not be visible to you, but it doesn't mean that it's night. You're just looking at it from the wrong side. Waha, you crazy monkey, haha, Rafiki said before laughing like a madman. You're the crazy monkey here. I need your advice. Stop playing around, Asafa said in a chuckle. Why would a wise king need the advice of a crazy monkey? He asked as he climbed up a branch and sat on it. Because even someone wise might fall into darkness, while the crazy one might see moments of light. But Rafiki disagrees. Rafiki said with a big grin. Asafa raised a brow. Didn't Rafiki tell you? You're in daytime right now, you see light. He said, Sigh, Rafiki, something happened today and I need your advice. He repeated again. You were in darkness before you realized your place in the circle of life. But you changed, and now you're different. Rafiki won't speak for the crazy monkey you were before touring to your senses. Now you're in the light. Why would Rafiki give advice to the you in the dark? Rafiki said in a chuckle. Asafa was about to argue but stopped himself. Is this monkey telling me that I shouldn't punish Takufu for his evils when he was in darkness, but instead cultivate the light he has come to? Asafa came to a realization as he looked at the monkey in surprise. Have you realized it yet? Rafiki said. Asafa just stared at him in amazement. Rafiki jumped down and came closer to Asafa to whisper the complete truth to him. You are an Amana Lala, Chala, Trala, Yala Banana Nana, Haha Lala. He started jumping around crazily again. Asafa laughed and realized that the wise monkey had given him another great advice. Asada realized that he should try to make sure that Takufu still has goodness in him, and if he does, he should work on magnifying that light. But only when he's sure that Takufu is devoid of light should he think about the death sentence or banishment. Haha, thank you, Rafiki, he said before turning around and running back. He trusted the old advisor of his father who seemed to know more than he should, and seemed to know the answers to many things. As Asafa ran away, Rafiki halted in surprise and just stared at the disappearing Asafa for a while. "Hey, didn't you come for advice? Why are you leaving before I can give it?" The monkey asked, flabbergasted. But Asafa had already too far to hear. Rafiki liked to play with the lions before helping them out. But Asafa ran away before he could give his advice. He just said some words of light and darkness to confuse the lion. Rafiki stood there with his jaw slightly ajar. As Asafa had arrived close to the Pride Rock, Zazu flew to him. "Your Majesty, where did you go? Are you fine?" Zazu asked in worry. "Don't worry, Zazu. I asked Rafiki for some advice." Asafa clarified. "What have you decided?" He asked. "I'll wait and speak with him when he wakes up. If there is goodness in him, I'll give him another chance. After all, he did sacrifice himself in the end," Asada said before turning silent. "And if there isn't?" Zazu asked nervously. "If he insists on walking in Scar's footsteps, then I'll give him the same ending as well," Asafa said in a colder tone. He didn't want to kill a son of his, but if it was to keep everyone else safe, he wouldn't hesitate. 2 days passed on before Takufu awoke. No one knew if he would survive or not, but luckily he did. All his siblings were relieved that he seemed fine except for the fact that he lost a foot. As everyone celebrated, Asafa kept an eye on Takufu. What surprised him was that he noticed how Takufu's eyes had changed. It used to glint with greed and schemes. He used to hide deep thought behind those eyes. But now, it seemed to carry heavy guilt and sadness. Did he really change? Asafa wondered. "He seems different," Zahara commented as she stood beside Asafa. He simply nodded. "I don't know what you're keeping to yourself, but you know we'll be there for you if you need us, right?" Ayana said as she noticed his expression. Nala just nodded. Asada understood where they were coming from, as they could probably read the atmosphere and understand that Asafa was struggling with something. But this wasn't something he was willing to share easily. After all, if Takufu had changed for the better, then it might be better that those that love him aren't aware of his evil deeds. So Asafa had to deal with this on his own until he was sure of what he would do regarding Takufu. "Everyone leave. I need to speak with my son," he commanded to everyone, including his wives. What he was about to say to Takufu and what was about to be revealed, it was better for Takufu's mother and Sinlings to not know. All of them looked at their father. They had just started celebrating. A few of them were about to protest, but when they saw the serious expression on his face, all of them looked at each other before leaving the cave. They realized that their father wasn't in a state where they could easily challenge him. Asafa walked forward to Takufu while staring him in the eyes. Yet, Takufu couldn't meet his father's eyes as his eyes fell down in shame. "Takufu, I am aware of what happened. Because of you," Asafa said. Takufu looked at his father in horror. Takufu had always felt like he should be the next king. And although he held sentiment to his siblings, he felt like he was superior. That arrogance led to him slowly corrupting his view of his own siblings. In the end, one thought kept hunting his mind. The thought that if they disappeared, all his problems would be solved. This was a thought he tried to get rid of for a long time, but the older he got, the stronger the feeling got. And when they started the battle with the crocodiles, he felt his greed overtake him, as this was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. His greed and impatience overtook him, until his plans failed due to unexpected move from a crocodile. And at the moment he was about to die, he felt something unexpected. He felt relief that his plan failed and that his siblings might survive. After all, even though he held greed, bitterness, and arrogance in his heart, there was also a dot of love towards his siblings. That little bit of love for his siblings decreased by the year, but by this point, it hadn't extinguished yet. And when he was about to die, he felt a hint of relief that he failed his plan. He had spent his short life looking down on his siblings, to the point that he had forgotten all the good times they've had. He had even forgotten how dear they are to him. It was at that moment he realized this. But the next second, Mahata jumped in front of him, ready to die, to protect him. And it was only at this moment that he came to realize the fool he had been. That was when regret and shame overtook him. For a second, he felt like he was the scum of the planet. Luckily, his uncle jumped in and gave him enough time to scan the area. He made his calculations and pushed both of them into safety, ready to die in their stead. By doing this, he could at least make up for the stupid decision to kill his family by helping them survive. This was the payment he had accepted, to give his life for trying to kill his brothers. But to his disappointment, he didn't die. No, he lived so he could carry this shame, this regret, all in secrecy for the rest of his life. Maybe that was a fate worse than death. Maybe he deserved that. No, it gets worse. The one person he truly looked up to, his father, seemed to see through it all. Although disagreed with his father's way of saying things and his way of ruling, he still held instant respect and love for him. You almost killed Tor brothers and the others. I should kill your knight here and now, he said in an NGRY tone. Takufu's head fell down in shame. He couldn't look his father in the eyes. What should I do with you? If I banish you, you might come back in the future with more schemes, he said with a pause, waiting for Takufu's response to that. Takufu seemed to crawl into himself in shame when he heard that. He realized that if he hadn't come to reason during the battle and kept being like he was, this was something he might have done for real. That's why he felt even more shame. Asada smiled in relief, saying his son's reaction, feeling that there was still hope for him. Takufu hid his face and couldn't see his father's facial expression. I can't leave you unpunished for the big crime you have committed against your own blood. So tell me what I should do, Takufu. Death is the only punishment fitting for me, Takufu said almost in a whisper. His tone was filled with shame. But I can't do that either. I couldn't never kill a beloved son of mine, Asada said in a soft tone. Takufu looked up in surprise, almost not believing what he had heard until he saw the soft smile on his father's face. But I tried to kill them, he said in fear, trying to push his father to see how he really felt. But in the end, didn't you try to sacrifice yourself to save your brothers? Asada asked back. His tone had changed from the harsh, angry tone to a softer, forgiving tone. Takufu looked away, realizing that his father might be willing to forgive him, but even then, he felt like he didn't deserve the forgiveness. Still, you've committed a grave crime, so I should punish you, Asada said as he started thinking hard. Takufu sighed in relief. At least it could pay for what he had done. I know. From now on, you are to demolish all ambitions you have for the throne, Asfa said seriously. Takufu looked at his father again with side eyes. And then, you'll spend the rest of your life to live as the advisor to your brother when he becomes king, and do your best to make sure that the Pride lands prosper. This is your punishment. Do you accept it? Asada said a heavy tone that demanded respect and submission. Takufu could only start weeping as he realized that his father had given him another chance to better himself. Before he knew it, Takufu was dragged into a big hug. Takufu are my beloved son, and part of me, as I am part of you, as are your siblings, you are.my legacy, Asafa said as he hid the weeping Takufu in his embrace. One day, my turn to turn into dust will come, and you'll continue to carry my legacy. Can I trust you to protect what is left of my legacy when that day comes? Asada asked seriously. He felt Takufu nod his head, but he seemed unable to speak. Outside the cave, Simba sat down while listening in. He sighed, feeling that it was good that he didn't become king. Asafa, I truly couldn't do what you do. I'm sorry I left this heavy crown to you, but only you could do it. Simba thought in a sigh before standing up and leaving. If Asada didn't say anything about this matter, then he would have no opinion about it. That's the trust he puts in his brother. Asafa took a walk with both Takufu and Mahatu. A day had passed since his talk with Takufu, and today he called out both of them to test them. First, he would give a final test to Takufu to see if he truly had changed. At the same time, he would give the last test for Mahatu if he truly was fit to become the next king. I have something to reveal to you, Mahatu, Asafa said. Father, if this matter only concerns my elder brother, then should I be in your company? Takufu questioned. His tone had changed to a more respectful one in regards to his brother. Although he limped, Because of his lost foot, he could still walk in a pretty normal speed, although he couldn't run fast nor fight. It concerns you as well, Asada said, before turning to Mahatu. Normally, I wouldn't reveal this to anyone, but you're the next king, and to make sure that you can safeguard this land against all obstacles, I have to reveal this to you. Both Takufu and Mahatu looked at their father seriously. It's regarding what happened in the crocodile attack, Asafa said, looking at the expressions of his sons. Takufu instantly felt a hint of fear in his chest as he realized what his father was about to reveal. Takufu took in a breath and readied himself for what was to come, the truth. But this is what he had done, and indeed, Mahatu deserved to know this. Takufu was the one that sabotaged your expedition, Asada revealed. He wanted to see if Takufu was truly repentant when his evil's deed was revealed. Would he find excuses, or would he take responsibility for his deeds? At the same time, he wanted to see how Mahatu would react and respond, to see if he had it in him to be a king. Takufu stared at his brother with a glint of intelligence that he had in his eyes. But this time, there was no greed nor arrogance in his eyes. He awaited his brother's response. Mahatu turned silent for a while, thinking about what had been revealed. The truth is, he had noticed Takufu's sneaky behavior during their battle, but he didn't want to believe the suspicions he had in his heart. In the end, Takufu tried to sacrifice himself to save him. So Mahatu came to realize that he didn't care whether his suspicions were true or not, since his brother was willing to sacrifice himself. And it was his duty as the eldest brother to help his younger siblings. So Mahatu did what he had to do, and he didn't regret it. But having his father confirm his suspicions made him frown. Why did father tell me this? He wondered as he looked at his brother. Mahatu saw worry and hope in them. Mahatu understood that Takufu hoped for his forgiveness, but at the same time worried how he might respond. Mahatu turned to his father. Why did you reveal this to me? He asked. As the next king, I want your advice on what we should do with him. Asafa said seriously. That's when the gears in Takufu's head started working overtime. His father had already decided what to do with him yesterday, which means he just lied about his intention to Mahatu. Why? Takufu first believed that Asafa revealed this to Mahatu so that Mahatu could be aware of the potential threat that he was. But that didn't seem to be the case either. Otherwise, he would have said it in private or made his intention clear. That's when it clicked in his mind. His father was probably testing both their responses. Takufu's face lit up while his eyes still carried that hint of intelligence. Mahatu also suspected that his father wanted something else, but he couldn't put his finger on it. In the end, he decided to play along. Takufu, is what father claimed true? He ended up asking his brother. Indeed, brother, I did have the intention to kill all of you, he admitted with heaviness. After a few seconds of silence, Takufu did something he had never done before. Brother, I'm sorry, Takufu said. He didn't care about his father's test. Right now, he was seeking the forgiveness of his eldest brother. Mahatu looked surprised. He knew the troubling personality of his brother. This was the first time his brother had sought forgiveness for something he did, and with such genuinity. Father, no matter what, in the end, he tried to sacrifice himself for me. I trust Takufu with my life. Please have mercy on him. Mahatu ended up pleading his father. And what punishment would you give your brother? He asked. I would. Overlook it this time. Mahatu said. Asafa frowned. Some kind of punishment should be given in such a case, even if it is only symbolic. After all, as a king, he had to make sure that there was law and order. Why? Asafa asked before jumping to conclusions. Because, right now, no one amongst my siblings know about this. I already had my suspicions, but I didn't say anything because in the end, if this is revealed, I know that some of my siblings won't be able to understand and overlook this. Mahatu said, as stood his ground. Asafa waited for him to continue. And revealing it might cause a rift between our siblinghood and the pride itself. There might even be mistrust between us. My siblings aren't wise enough to see these things. In the end, the pride itself might succumb to inner turmoil in the future as the mistrust grows. I would forgive him and keep it as a secret, not only because I feel like he regrets his actions and has improved, Mahatu explained before turning his sight to his brother, whose face was shocked. I would also do it for the sake of future peace and harmony of our pride. However, if he does something like this again, I would punish him without mercy. Mahatu said seriously, right now. He was giving his honest advice as a future king, even though he wasn't sure about his father's true intentions. Maybe you're right, Asafa said before he started walking, neither confirming nor denying what Mahatu said. Takufu was surprised to the core. He knew that he was the most intelligent amongst his siblings, but his arrogance had made him miss so much. He realized that even though he might be more intelligent than Mahatu, Mahatu's wisdom had reached places he could only dream of. Mahatu was thinking about the relation between the lions and the pride, and how it might affect the pride down the line. Takufu had realized during the battle that Mahatu was more fit to lead the pride because of his bravery and willingness to protect others. But now he realized that Mahatu was also the wisest sibling and fit to lead as king because of that aspect as well. As for Asafa, he turned his back and started walking while hiding his smile that reached from one ear to another. He was happy with both their responses. His thinking differed from Mahatu's, but he was very happy with his mature answer. Asafa could punish as he wanted because he himself could hold up the pride on his own, so for him it was easy to punish IH if he wanted to. But to Mahatu, even though he was the strongest and wisest amongst his group, he had siblings that were emotional and temperamental that would act without caring for consequences. If Mahatu one day became king and there became a political disorder in the pride between him and his siblings, that could destroy the whole pride. So his answer came for preventing that. His answer was no less impressive than Asafa's own reasoning. Neither of their reasoning superior to the other. So Asafa really realized that his son had matured. In fact, he had come to the conclusion that Modu was ready to be king, as he also showed his willingness to punish without mercy if Takufu did something similar ever again. A heavy load had been lifted from Asafa's shoulder as he felt that he raised good sons. Ha ha ha! Takufu started laughing crazily as he realized how blind he had been. Mahatu turned to his laughing brother. To think it would take me this long to realize how wise my eldest brother is, truly how foolish of me. Takufu said in pure joy. The fact that he could understand such thing now, which he never could have before because of his arrogance, made him feel both refreshed and as a new person. Asafa kept walking with his big smile, leaving the two brothers to speak alone. He trusted both of them. When he returned, he found unrest amongst the lions. Zazu flew to him with panic. Zazu, before you say anything, why does it feel to me like you are the bearer of bad news? Your expression better be like that, because you're constipated, Asafa said while shaking his head. Zazu halted with shock on his face. He didn't know how to proceed. He had urgent but bad news, but his king seemed tired of bad news. Just as Asafa was about to tell Zazu to tell him the bad news, Zazu spoke up. I got it, Zazu said happily. Your Majesty, I have good news. A chance for you to prove your worth has come. The crocodiles that escaped last time came back with a new force of 50 crocodiles and 30 hippopotamuses. This is your chance to become a hero and save your pride, Zazu said with pride as he came with good news. Zazu, your punishment is to only eat snails for 10 days, Asafa said in a dead tone. Soon, Mahatu and Takufu returned, laughing with each other. This surprised everyone in the pride, especially the siblings. But no one spoke about it, as important matter was at stake here. Mahatu and Takufu noticed the serious atmosphere and joined the pride. We have another attack, Asafa said, gaining the gasp of those that got injured. The crocodiles that escaped somehow rallied up an even bigger force. He said, all the male lions stood up, ready to fight. I want all FOU to stand in formation on this pride rock, protecting it. The females should be last in line, protecting the young and elderly. As for the males, you're up front. He said, I will be going ahead to try to speak with them. He continued. This statement gained the worry of everyone. No, you can't go alone. Nala was the first to speak out in worry. Asafa just rubbed his head against hers to show affection, but also to silence her. She purred. Don't worry, they can't harm me. In fact, I'm hoping for a fight with them. Asafa said, trying to calm them down. The truth is, lion cubs love playing as it is a way of simulating future fighting and hunting, which helps them train and prepare. And when they're young adults, they love fighting as their energy is at its peak. But as lions mature from that phase, they tend to become lazier and no longer enjoy fighting as they once did, and only do it when necessary. Asafa was in that state. He didn't feel the need to find exciting fights. When he was younger, he had to control his need to fight. But now that he is older, he enjoys just sleeping and taking care of his pride. But if someone seeks a fight with him, he would never deny that fight. After all, violence is in the blood of a lion. Asafa halted when he realized that his father had once spoke about something similar. A wise king doesn't seek danger, but is ready to face it when it comes to him. Asafa chuckled. Yes, he lied to his pride. He told them that he wanted to fight to calm them down. But truthfully, he'd rather that no invaders came to his territory to begin with. There's a high risk that I will fight them. Don't worry too much. No one can stop me if I decide to leave. I'll dwindle their forces until they reach this place. Asafa said. They all nodded. Simba walked forward, ready to take up his position as the commander while Asafa was gone. No, not this time. Asafa denied him with a smile. Then he turned to Mahatu. Simba halted his steps, feeling awkward. Mahatu, you will take the lead while I'm gone. Don't leave this place, and make sure you protect everyone. When he said that, everyone got very surprised. Ayana was about to protest. She didn't believe that her son was ready. In fact, only Simba and Tukufu seemed completely calm about this. Father, it is wiser to let Uncle Simba lead. Mahatu spoke against his decision. No, it's decided. I trust you, Asada said before turning around. Asafa ran down the Pride Rock and hurried toward the direction of the invaders. The reason he chose to fight them head-on and alone was because this was a big force and the male lions hadn't recovered from the last fight. If they fight, they might actually die this time. So he wanted to eliminate as many enemies as possible before the battle reached the Pride Rock. By that point, it wouldn't matter so much because the lions would have the advantage of being on the Pride Rock. So it would be an uphill battle for the invaders while being a downhill battle for the defenders. While sprinting through the savannah, Asafa looked up and saw the clear sky with a burning. He saw the different birds flying through the sky, freely as if unburdened by all troubles that seemed to infect the land. He saw giraffes walking in the distance and the elephants taking a cooling bath in a small lake on the other side. He saw gazelles ruining as they saw him, a lion. Asafa took in calm breaths as he sprinted. He didn't feel tired at all by pushing his body like this. His stamina was really great, especially considering that he is a lion. They are not known for their stamina. Usually lions conserve energy by sleeping and can sleep up to 21 hours if they need to. Lions don't have the best stamina, so the fact that Asafa can sprint and barely feel it is a great testament towards his great stamina. Soon he reached the battleground where he found a force of 50 crocodiles and 30 hippopotamuses walking towards him. Both of the forces halted as they saw him. The leading hippopotamus looked at one of the crocodiles in a smirk. What you promised seems to be true, he said with his powerful voice. One of the crocodiles stepped forward. I told you that we almost won the last battle. They're injured and not in a state to fight. That's why only one of them came. Don't forget our deal. We share the Pride lands together after we conquer it. The crocodile spit out. Fine, fine. Don't worry. Let's just focus on taking over the legendary Pride lands. I can feel my blood boiling just thinking about it. The leader of the hippopotamuses said in excitement. Asafa stepped forward with a frown. He heard what they've said, so he understood that there would be no diplomatic outcome today. I am Asafa, the king of the Pride lands. I warn you that if you continue, you will come to regret it. Just you? I've heard about your name, Puny Lion King. I want to see the legends for myself. My name is Moto, the hippopotamus said with a grin. You 5 go deal with him. He commanded 5 crocodiles. The crocodiles were confused whether they should take the order from this hippopotamus, so they looked at their crocodile leader that simply nodded. 5 crocodiles arrogantly ran towards Asafa, ready to rip him to pieces. Asafa looked at their slow speed, and when they closed by, he jumped towards the first one, stepping on his mouth, shouting it before he could biting him. Then he jumped toward the last one and bit through his neck, instantly killing the crocodile. Everyone was surprised by his agility, speed, and powerful bite. Before they could react, Asafa used the crocodile's slow turning ability to his advantage and slashed the head of another crocodile. His claws went through the crocodile's head like a hot knife through butters. His crocodile brains was splashed forward. Asafa continued and instantly killed 5 of the crocodiles. All of them were startled and taken aback. The hippopotamus's leader had an ugly look on his face. 10 hippopotamuses stay back, and 10 of you crocodiles stay back as well. The rest of us will attack and encircle him. Moto commanded. He wanted to finish this as fast as possible before taking over these lands. That was a force of 35 crocodiles and 20 hippopotamuses that encircled Asafa. Asafa allowed them to encircle him as he could figure out what they were about to do. The rest of you continue and attack the Pride Rock. We'll soon catch up and help you deal with the injured lions after dealing with this annoyance. Moto shouted. Hearing his command, the rest of the 10 hippopotamuses and 10 crocodiles continued towards the Pride Rock. Asada was fine with this because if all 80 of his enemies tried to reach the Pride Rock, there was nothing he could do to stop all of them. The battlefield would be moved to the Pride Rock, and that would make all the lions more involved than necessary. He hoped that his pride could avoid as much of the battle as possible since they were still injured from the battle a few days ago. But it seemed like Moto used a large force just on him so that they could kill him fast before catching up with the small force and taking over the Pride Lands. Asafa looked at all of them. A force of 20 went past him towards the Pride Rock, and of the remaining 60, 5 of them died in the first attack. Asafa didn't wait. He started to attack them with full force. He didn't hold back at all. He would slash one crocodile and give a deadly gash that would either instantly kill him or would leave him incapacitated. As for the hippopotamus, they were harder prey. He had to use his biting force on them to kill them. He did use his claws to blind them, but it was not enough to kill them. The battle continued on. It took way longer than expected. Asafa was strong, but that doesn't mean that he's made of steel. If a crocodile or hippopotamus gets their teeth on him, he might, at best, break a bone, and at worst lose a limb. These animals were known for their bites. So Asafa had to use his senses to the maximum to dodge attacks from blind spots and constantly sidestep or swerve attacks, while finding moments to attack in between, which made this ordeal take way longer. Soon, 10 enemies were killed, then another 10, and then another 10. At this point, the Moto, the enemy leader, started to understand something. It was rumored that Asafa, the king of the Pride Lands, could take on 10 lions on his own and win whilst unscathed. During his reign as king, the Pride Land had been invaded multiple times, and these rumors started to spread to big parts of Africa, not only because these stories were so legendary, but also because it regarded the biggest territory, the Pride Lands. Then Moto started to understand that all those rumors were false. Asafa was way stronger than any of the rumors he had heard. Moto saw Asafa jump off one hippopotamus toward another, pushing him down. Then he slashed his stomach, and all of the hippopotamus's guts spilled out. Asafa stood and bit another crocodile, effectively killing him. Moto felt fear for the first time, and he started regret coming here. The damned crocodiles enticed me and tricked me. He felt bitter about it all. But it couldn't be blamed on the crocodiles alone. No, he himself was a person that loved showing off his strength and capabilities. That's a major reason why he had chosen to agree with the crocodiles. If he could conquer this land, he would get any lady he could ever dream of. Moto was thinking about retreating as he noticed that 30 of the soldiers had died already. Asafa kept an eye on Moto while fighting. He was slowly getting closer to the leader while attacking and dodging. That's when he noticed Moto's facial expression and realized that Moto was about to give up. But Asafa wouldn't allow this. He needed to set an example for all future enemies. So he jumped over a hippopotamus and pushed himself towards Moto. Using the force of his push, he continued bouncing on from different enemies until arriving in front of Moto in less than 3 seconds and taking him by surprise. Before Moto could react, Asafa jumped Moto and bit his neck with all his power. He had never before used all his might in his bite force before, so he wasn't expecting what happened next. Moto's head fell off. The battle stilled, but Asafa continued and killed even more. In the end, there were only less than 5 enemies left as they escaped in fear. Asafa allowed them to escape so they could spread what had happened here today. He looked around and saw the dead bodies of 55 enemies. The sight was gory as intestines, brains, spine, and other organs had spattered everywhere. Asafa himself had blood all over his face as it dropped down from his mouth. His eyes were clear, but his face, paws, and mane were filled with blood. Asafa looked around and found that in the distance, many animals had kept their distance and observed what had happened. Even the birds in the sky were flying in circles to observe everything. Asafa took a big breath and roared so that everyone would know who he was. King Asafa, and his roar echoed into the horizon, which shook the souls of everyone that heard him. He turned his sight toward Pride Rock and took a step, but that's when he felt a great pain in his leg. Looking back, he saw that he was gravely bleeding. He saw his injury and realized that at some point, a crocodile must have bit his back leg. He hadn't felt it because of the adrenaline, but now that he calmed down, he felt the severe pain that was coming in waves from his leg. Asafa realized that he must have broken a leg, but he didn't care as Pride Rock was in danger. So he hurried forward and ran with all his might. When he reached Pride Rock, he was panting. At first, he sprinted to his enemies. Then he had his war with 60 enemies, which had taken a long time. Although Asafa didn't have a clock and couldn't tell how much, he was guessing that it took 30 minutes to 1 hour. Then he ran back with a broken leg. Even he felt tired after all that. After all, lions weren't known for their stamina. Yet he could do all this, which showed how much superior he was to not only lions, but all other predators. But running wasn't what made him pant. It was all the fighting. Fighting takes so much more stamina than running. You have to be fully focused, constantly move, react, attack, defend. It was a constant pushing of all his senses. When he arrived, he found that his pride and won against the 20 enemies, which surprised him. The pride were celebrating their overwhelming victory. Takufu advised Mahatu and come up with a great war tactic which led them to win without any death on their part. They were still tired after their battle. After all, they still had a fight, but it went way easier than they expected. But soon they come to realization that Asafa was still out there, and worry overtook them. They were thinking about taking their numbers and helping Asafa, but in the end, Mahatu denied them and followed Asafa's command to wait here. It didn't take long before Asafa reached the Pride Rock while panting and slightly limping. When they saw all of them ran down to him in worry, Nala, Ayana, and Zahara they were all shocked and confused. They had never seen Asafa so vulnerable before and even injured, which showed signs of a great battle that must have taken place. But what happened in that case? Did Asafa escape the enemies? Would they soon arrive with a force of 60? Or had the enemies come to some agreement with Asafa and left? Just as they were about to ask, Asafa smiled and passed out. It wasn't because he couldn't keep going. He could if he really wanted to. It was because it was the first time in this life that he had pushed himself this far. In addition to worrying about his pride, he felt exhausted. When he saw that everything was well and fine, he allows himself to fall asleep. Unfortunately for his pride, they didn't know that everything was fine, so they instinctively turned to Simba for directives. Why look at me? Asafa left Mahatu in charge. Simba sighed, which made all of them turn back to Mahatu's, but this Tim's, they had full belief in his capabilities as he had proven himself today. Help father into the cave for rest. We'll take up formation again, ready for the invaders to come any second. He commanded. They all climbed up the rock again. Zazu, I will leave the information gathering to you. Hurry and tell us if the enemies are on their way. Mahata said to Zazu. Zazu nodded and flew away. All of them started getting worried. Although they defeated 20 enemies, there's a huge difference between 20 and 60. Furthermore, they had already battled and they were tired. Just standing guard and waiting for the invaders took a lot of stamina as they had to be very focused and ready. It didn't take long before Zazu returned with a very stunned expression, almost like he didn't believe his own brain at the moment. All them assembled around Zazu, waiting for his news. Defeated, was all Zazu could say. Mahatu and the others frowned, many of them showing fear. Zazu, don't give up so fast. There has to be a way for us to win. Mahatu said with a frown as he looked toward Takufu, hoping that he has a plan. Not us them, Zazu shouted, not believing the information he had gathered. Huh, has the bird finally gotten demented? Simba, Asafa's son, said. Maybe he saw the force on its way here and got so afraid his brain got fried? Ammani gave his own input. Mufasa kept his mouth shut, feeling nervous. His Majesty defeated 60 enemies. Zazu finally said, before falling down and fainting. Huh, 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 huh. And all of them had the same expression. They looked at each other in skepticism. Now I'm certain the bird is demented, the younger Simba said in a scoff. Zazu sat up angrily. That's what I believe as well. But I asked the giraffes, the birds, the elephants, the gazelles, impalas, wildebeests, and buffaloes, and I even asked the hyenas, but I received the same answer every time. King Asafa defeated an army 60 single-handedly. Zazu said angrily before fainting again. Is that even possible? Mufasa asked, not believing it. He is our dad, Imamu said. His idea of his father was the strongest and wisest lion. Asafa, I've seen my brother in many battles, but I've never seen him go all out. Simba, brother of Asafa, admitted. Then, should we rest now, or keep watch in case it's false news? Guiz, the happy voice of a meerkat shouted as he rode a pig up to the assemble. Hemo has great news. The snake said proudly. We have great news. Ammani corrected the shameless little snake, saying the tiredness and weariness on their faces. Timon explained what going on. We spoke with a few monkeys that passed by us. Turns out that the lion we raised really lived up to our expectations. Timon said happily. He defeated an army of 60 kilos. Pumba shouted in joy. No, no, no. Pumba, you're butchering it again. It's not kilos, it's foes. What am I to do with you? Timon shook his head. All the lions started to realize that Zazu wasn't completely mad after all, as they felt astonished, aghast, even shaken to their cores. And it's all thanks to how we raised him. I don't want to take the credit, but I did teach him to climb. Ammani said proudly. Hey, I taught him how to eat 50 snails in 10 seconds. Timon said, feeling offended. I taught him swine arts. Pumba said proudly. Puny creatures. A dark, condescending voice echoed as they all turned their sights to Hamu, the super snake. It's because I blessed him with 1% of my true power. Mwaha, the snake revealed the truth. Mahata turned to his Uncle Timon to make sure. Uncle Timon, how certain are you of this news? It's not just the monkeys, we also asked a few birds. All of them saw the same thing. Timon said with pride in his voice. The lions looked at each other. These smaller creatures might not understand, but 60 enemies, and it just any enemy but crocodiles and hippopotamuses. Takufu was the one that felt the most awe. His brain had the greatest grasp on things. Mother, you take Aunt Nala and Aunt Zahara to observe the battlefield. Imamu, go with them, Mahata said, before telling everyone else to rest up. The female lions are usually faster than male lions. Except for his father, who seemed to be the exception to the rule. That's why he sent his mother and aunts. Lastly, he sent Amamu in case they needed male backup. He would have gone himself, but his father left him in charge, so he have to stay and care for the pride until his father wakes up. The others went back and discussed today's matter. But when it came to their king Asafa, they were speechless. After a while, Nala, Ayana, Zahara, and Imamu returned with shocked expressions, which confirmed everything they had heard. They saw what was left of the enemy force in the battlefield. They all realized something amazing. They were living under the age and reign of a king whose name would echo throughout the ages. He might be remembered as the greatest king of the Pride Lands. Most would probably not even believe the stories that were about to be told about him. The siblings understood how great their father was, and suddenly they felt a heavy weight on their shoulders to live up to his name. Asafa's name did echo throughout not only the Pride Lands, but the news reached all of Africa. Most didn't believe it, but the news spread like a fire because of the amount of witnesses. In the end, most couldn't confirm it, but they couldn't deny it either because of the amount of witnesses. A few days later, when the sun was shining brightly, Asafa had assembled all the lions. Asafa stood at the peak of the Pride Rock, looking over the Pride Lands with a smile. The others were waiting for him as he had an announcement to make. Asafa looked up to the sky where the clouds were moving, and he smiled. "Father, are you watching?" He couldn't help but to wonder, but he could feel it in his soul. His father was always there. Asafa turned his sight to his children. Zawadi and Kiera had turned into fine hunters. Simba, Mufasa, Imamu, Tukufu, and Mahatu had all matured and become fine young adult lions. They each looked at him as well, waiting for his news. Asafa turned his sight to his women, those that had given birth to his cubs, those that stood by his side, those that supported him almost blindly. Nala, Ayana, and Zahara. Asafa smiled. Ayana and Nala had matured so much, not only since they were cubs, but since they reunited with Asafa as well. Their personalities were calmer and more collected, fitting for their statuses as queens. He looked at all the lions that were looking at him in admiration, and the elderly that were looking at him in appreciation. He looked at his mother, that had reached an elderly age. She smiled at him, beaming with pride as she looked at her son and king. She had aged to the point that she could no longer hunt, but as the former queen, she was still treated as one of the most important in the pride. Soon they all understood what they were waiting for. They saw how all the animals of the Pride Lands were flocking together under the Pride Rock. They understood that Asafa's news was greater than they expected. But what surprised them even more was the amount of animals that had come. The Pride Lands had probably never seen such a huge amount of animals that had come together under the Pride Rock. They suspected it was due to Asafa's new status as mythical lion, whose reputation had grown bigger than ever. When all the animals had arrived, a laughter resounded from behind them. "Rafiki, you are finally here." Asafa laughed as well. The siblings were pleasantly surprised. Their uncle Rafiki rarely visited. Rafiki smiled at him, but he turned his sights to Sarabi. "Old friend, have you been well?" Rafiki asked. "Never better," she said, smiling back. The truth is that Sarabi had aged. She felt it. She doesn't have much time left, but she had no regrets about it. She had seen her two beloved sons return to life, and then bring life back to the Pride Lands. She had seen them grow. She had seen her grandchildren be born and grow. She was very content. She knew that she got way more than most lions can ever dream of. And it seemed like Rafiki knew that today might be their last meeting. Rafiki is happy to hear that. He smiled mysteriously before turning his sight back to Asafa. Asafa turned to all the animals that had gathered. "Today, I will be stepping down as king." Asafa revealed. His calm, wise, and powerful voice reverberated, and all animals heard him. And all of them raised their head in shock. The lions all felt the same. This had come as a great surprise to them. They wanted to protest this, but they couldn't in front of so many animals under the king. Rafiki was smiling, as he knew all along. "Mahatu, come forward," Asafa said without looking back. Although Mahatu knew that he would one day become king, he wasn't expecting it to be so soon. So he was stunned. "Grandchild, hurry up." Sarabi's tired voice woke up Mahatu from his stupor. Looking back, he saw his grandmother, smiling brightly at him. Mahatu walked up. "Father, I don't think you should step down yet. You're still strong and in your prime." Manatu whispered, hoping to change his father's mind. The truth was that for lions, their prime didn't last long, only 3 to 6 years. Simba was reaching the end years of his prime. He still got it, but he would in 1 to 3 years start to slowly age and become weaker. Asafa didn't have that problem. His prime would last for a long time. He felt it. In fact, he still felt that he wasn't at the peak of his strength. He was very close to it, but not quite there. He suspected that he would live much longer than the average lion and that his prime was much longer than theirs as well. But he knew that it was time for the new generation to take over. He had done his part. When he came here, the Pride Lands were on the brink of extinction. He saved it for his evil uncle. He helped it flourish. He saved it from invaders more times than he could count. He made sure that the Pride Lands had successors that would protect it. He kept the throne for as long as it was needed. That's why he was smiling so brightly. He never wished for the throne. He never wished to be king. But it was in his blood, his destiny, to become king. But now, he could finally let go of this responsibility and let the new generation take over, as he felt that he had done everything he should. He has nothing more to give as king except to protect it from invaders. But his sons were capable of that as well. He didn't know the exact amount of years that had passed since he had become king. 5, 6, 7, maybe even 8. That was long enough. Most lion kings held the crown for much shorter times. Looking back, he saw how Ayana was smiling the brightest for him, followed by Nala. Those two knew him since he was a cub, and as soon as they heard his announcement, they knew that this was a very happy moment for him, and they were happy for him. Zahara was slightly worried, not understanding his decision, but saying Nala and Ayana's reaction calmed her down, feeling that it might not be something bad if Nala and Ayana were so calm about it. Mahatu, the crown prince, will from henceforth be the king of the Pride Lands. Asafa roared. Mahatu then followed and roared as the new king. Everyone bowed down to their new king, and the sun started shining brighter on Mahatu and Asafa. Sarabi was watching this while silently crying in happiness. Asafa looks a lot like Mufasa, but Mahatu is the one that really looks like a copy. Saying her grandchild becoming king reminded her of when her husband became king, and she couldn't help but to shed a few tears. Looking up, she saw that the sun was shining brighter than usual. She felt like Mufasa was watching over them and blessing them. Her days were numbered, but she was glad that she could at least witness this before her last breath. All the animals bowed down. Even the lions did so before standing up and roaring with their new king. The Lion King's roar was important for the Pride Land inhabitants to recognize their king by. And today, they recognized a new king. 1 year after the Asafa retired, the Pride Lands were more peaceful than ever. Asafa defeated 60 enemies by himself, and no one dared to invade this land anymore. Mahatu ruled with fairness, and many that had lived long enough believed Mahatu to be more similar to Mufasa than Asafa himself. As for the former king, he was behind the Pride Rock in a lake relaxing with his buddies. "Hiya, this is the life," Timon said, finally feeling like they were back together, the whole crew, plus a few extra. He thought as he gave Ayana, Nala, and Zahara a stinky eye. Those three were sitting further away, disgusted by what the crew was about to do. "Ignore them, Timon. They'll never understand Hakuna Matata," Asafa said with his pure wisdom. Then he picked up another snail and slurped it. "Asafa, don't think you can win this time," Pumba said with confidence as he also swallows a snail. Ayana felt like vomiting, so she moved further away. "Uft, weak kitties, this is how a real woman should be like," Ammani said as she upped 3 snails. "I was once the king to be. Let me show you why that is," Simba said as he slurped 4. "Well, I was king," Asafa said as he slurped 5. "Well, I am king," Hamu said as he slurped 10. Sadly, it was too much for him as he almost died. Timon had to push out the snails by pushing his chest. "Ha!" they all laughed. But Asafa felt a hint of sadness. The amount of snails everyone could eat was lowering by the week. Asafa saw that Timon and Pumba were aging. The same could be said for Ammani as well. Hamu was still in his adulthood and didn't seem affected. "You know, we worried about you," Timon suddenly said as he looked up to the sky. "Me?" Asafa questioned. "Yeah. Whenever you came by, you had longing eyes, but you had to return because of your responsibilities," Timon said. Asafa smiled. He didn't think anyone noticed that, but it seemed like those he grew up with knew him better than he thought. "Why didn't you ever say anything?" Asafa asked curiously. "Wouldn't that make you more burdened?" Timon asked. Asafa was surprised. Indeed, if his crew asked to have more time with him when he didn't have it, it would make him feel very bad. It seemed like during the last few years, It wasn't just him that was holding back. "Thank you. I couldn't have done any of this without you guys." Asafa said, "No, you used your snake and created an army of lions. I think you could have done fine without us." Emma spoke, not reading the atmosphere. Asafa turned away in awkwardness. As he stood up, a female lion came down the Pride Rock with one cub following happily. "Grandpa missed you," the cub shouted before jumping into the lake towards Asafa. Asafa panicked and picked up his grandchild who didn't know how to swim. "Be careful, Zuberi," Asafa said angrily. "I knew you'd save me, Gramps," the cub said happily. Asafa sighed. His grandson was half a year old and the crown prince, but he was reckless. Mahadu had inherited his hard-working genes and impregnated 4 females. This was his firstborn, the others hadn't been born yet. But Asafa was worried. The crown prince was too fearless. "Ah, you're back, little cub. This time I'll teach you how you should never judge a book by its cover. That why you should always trust and believe in strangers." Timon said, "Timon, if you don't want to end up as Kebab, please be quiet," Asafa said. Asafa finally understood where Zuberi was learning his bad habits from. "Father-in-law, I'll leave him with you guys for the night," the young female said as she walked back. This had become routine as Asafa and the crew loved having Zuberi over. "Ah, poor Zuberi. He's going to learn more bad habits here," Simba said in a sigh. Asafa looked at him and wondered if this was how their late mother used to feel when his children were cubs. He smiled at the memory of his mother. She died just a few days after Asafa retired, so they spent her last days together. Asafa picked up Zuberi, whose name was chosen in the memory of Sarabi as they sounded similar. Asafa smiled as he thought about how life kept going in cycles. They all walked towards the sleeping area and laid down in their spots. "I missed this," Timon said as he laid down in Asafa's mane. Asafa smiled as he had also missed this. This was his story, the story of King Asafa. From adolescence to adulthood, from a young cub to a young, free-spirited adult with no responsibilities, to a young king with heavy responsibility to revive his pride and land, to a father and teacher, and finally to an elder that has retired and enjoys the fruit of his hard work. The story of King Asafa, son of Mufasa and the great king of the Pride Lands.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.